begin, 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby.
saja kayak kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja kayak kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in Esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
It's no secret that competition here at MPL MY Season 11 is heating up, so perhaps it's time for the lower ranked teams to hack the system. Right here with the battle between two teams in black and white taking place in full color at Stadium Juara, we will be your casters for the English stream. My name's Stafa. Today joined with me is Lafel.
Thank you very much, Stafa. And yes, welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 11, where today, like Stafa has mentioned, the first match is going to be very, very interesting, but we got 3 matches throughout the entire day where every single team is clawing their way up because what is at stake? They want to make sure they want to be the top 2 spots in the standings where basically everyone will be facing each other only once throughout the entire regular season.
It's a brand new system, brand new format, brand new players, brand new teams to decorate the halls of MPL MY. And honestly, it really feels hard to believe that it's only the second week of the season. It just feels like so much has happened.
It feels so weird, right? Because it's like, it's moving fast and slow at the same time. Because at one point you're like, oh my god, it's already over. But then you're like, wait, there's still more. Speaking of there's still more, this is the schedule for today where we'll be starting off with Team Secret going up against Team HAQ. Afterwards, we will have SMG going up against RSG Slate MY. And finishing off the day, Team Red Giants will be going up against Homebois.
It's very clear to all of us here that even though we're only 2 weeks into Season 11, teams have already cemented a place for themselves within all of our internal rankings. We know the players that are showing off, the teams that are proving their spot at the top of the charts, while others still find themselves a little bit floundering at the bottom. The first match of the day going to be a very important proving point for both Team HAQ and Team Secret. Lafel, what are your thoughts about these two teams currently?
Oh, my thoughts is that this format is really punishing teams that can't adapt quickly, right? Because you have a smaller gap of mistakes. So looking at both these teams, my personal watch out for this game is when we're looking at our opponents, we have a choice of going up targeting the strongest player or the weakest player. So for me personally, I want to look at Team HAQ. Are they going for aim box or are they going for Amos?
That is a very good question there. We have already seen in the past, you mentioned to me earlier that Team HAQ, they tried to focus on specific players in the case of their match against RSG, tried to focus on Rippo. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for them. Will they try to replicate that strategy again? As for me, something that I'm a little bit interested about in this match is going to be that goal lane matchup, which is of course between Hito on Team HAQ and Detto on the side of Team Secret, where we sort of discussed this a little bit earlier. There seems to be a slight bit of goal lane disconnect here in which the goal laners on both sides are having a bit of difficulty synergizing with the rest of their team, where Hito seems to be a little over-aggressive and Detto seems a little bit the opposite.
Yeah, so for people watching, they're like, what are you talking about? It doesn't look like Hito is over-aggressive, right? But talking with the players backstage, there was a moment where, imagine the Lord situation where everyone wants to retreat, right? We got the Lord, we're happy, let's reset. But Hito's like, no, we can go for it, right? So there's a difference there. And compared to Hito and Detto, where Detto is kind of like playing it a little bit safer, almost to a fault, where he could probably take an advantage where he has an early game advantage, but he doesn't want to push for it. He's playing like super safe. So I would say that's a very big difference between the two, where Hito looks at the situation and he'd be like, we got this. Then Detto is like, oh, no, we don't.
Yeah, it's an instant sort of proof of the confidence levels between these two players as well, because we all know about Hito even before he came to the MPL.
The CEO.
Very confident player, CEO, very stylish, and you can see it in his gameplay. He farms very quickly, but unfortunately ends up not being able to use it very much because he does seem to play at a different tempo from the rest of Team HAQ. On the opposite end, Detto, although he does have some MPL experience, it's really not a lot.
Yeah.
So you don't worry whether or not he's still a little bit immature in that sense.
Either way, right now, we're very excited to start off the game. But starting off the game, it's not just us. We gotta look at the players. And before we look at the players, we gotta look at Rose. Rose, why don't you introduce both of them?
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Thank you very much, you handsome and beautiful fellows. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. And now, untuk match pertama kita untuk hari ini ialah match yang sangat-sangat penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Betul tak? Betul! So, are you guys ready untuk kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas? Let me hear you louder, Stadium Juara! And now, let us invite Team HAQ dan juga Team Secret ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Team HAQ!
And now, while both continuing the quest to find their footings, they are here with their latest Strong 5. Apakah kita akan lihat game plan yang baru dari Team HAQ untuk merebut mata penuh? Can we see better discipline in their execution of strategies? Mengelas gelaran besar dari pencapaian season lepas. Will they show us their utmost performance from now on?
Team Secret!
Performing their best in their worst times, they are certainly commendable. Walaupun coach terpaksa turun bermain sebagai main lineup, kita dapat lihat all the hard work and efforts he has made. Adakah kerja keras mereka akan terbalas? Adakah mereka akan menjadi the next team untuk menempuskan juara bertahan? This match will answer it all. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team HAQ, kali ini tidak bersorang. Coach Pabs hadir bersama analis mereka, Tua. While from the side of Team Secret, Coach Amak sudah pun berada bersama player as the main five. Let's continue for the fist bump, showing our sportsmanship and professionality. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelangan, lawan di medan perang. And now, while both teams are taking their seats, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, thank you for your hard work. And now, since both teams are seated, Stadium Juara, are you guys ready to kickstart our first match of the day? Tak cukup, tak cukup, tak cukup, tak dengar. One more time. Jap. Team HAQ! Team HAQ! Team Secret! Itu dia. The players are seated. I'm ready. The crowd is ready. The players are ready. Should we start? Yes? Excited tak nak tengok siapa yang akan dapat first point orang? Excited? Okay guys, so let's go. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The boys in black and white are both up and ready on stage, prepared to face off in the land of Dawn. And obviously, this is going to be a very important match for both these teams, as currently they are both sitting on a 2-loss streak.
I gotta say, Stafa, being as casters, we are trained to have our emotions outside of the games, right? Like we kind of have to be that stoic kind of people inside the games, but Dude, I love both these teams. Speaking of which, we're gonna start with Team HAQ. Looking at stats here, the goal per minute coming in from Hito, pretty sus, 666.
Wow.
6. With an average KD of 2.5, and Min, he is amazing, man, because even looking at the average damage taken, 154,000 damage taken, and with the average kill participation of 65%. But the thing that I want to talk about is not just stats, because looking at how they entered the stage as well, they lost to RSG, and they memed the whole Wakanda forever thing, and they just embrace it. It's like, yeah, Wakanda forever, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to always take control of your own signature no matter what happens. The results are the results, and you just got to be able to take them in stride and move onwards, because it is only week 2 of the MPL. You mentioned Min having a very high average damage taken. You can see that similar stat on the side of Lola as well. This does lead me to a few concerns in the EXP lane. As we know now, with a lot more early game focus, EXP lane, very important, and you need to be able to be aggressive, take those 1v1s. In comparison to Neo on the side of Team Secret, I wonder if Lola will be able to pull things off.
I want to talk about Box here, because even though the average kill is pretty low, 0.8, but the thing is, with the current lineup, the way that they're playing, right, with Amox not being the most experienced roamer, I like that Box approach to the game. It's like, I'm a jungler. My job is to secure the objectives, either be it like getting turrets from the sides or securing the turtle and the lord. So he is playing as fundamental as he can. And a weird thing about Box, the best way that he could play if he uses a damage dealer with tank items, like a Lancelot. He cannot use pure tank. He cannot use assassin with damage items. He needs to be in between.
Well, the Tank-a-lot strat has certainly been gaining a lot of steam, and I do definitely see where you're coming from here in terms of Box. I still remember when he debuted, he was MVP of the season, playing assassins, excellent KDAs, always securing objectives. With the meta shifting, he's also adjusted more to picking up tanks as well. So, interested to see how the lineups are going to be looking as we enter the draft here. Team Secret going to have first pick Team HAQ on the opposite side.
Okay, so looking at the bans, I'm really looking forward, because like I said, my focus is to see how Team HAQ focuses on the enemy team, right? You can even look at in the pick and bans, because so far Amox has been doing quite well with the Grok. He's been doing quite okay with the Lolita as well, but both of those heroes can easily be countered by the Valentina, because the Valentina just steal their game-changing ult. So I just want to see if Team HAQ puts this into consideration with the type of heroes that Amox will use. Just blind pick the Valentina, and then honestly, you're set.
I suppose I wouldn't be against Team HAQ blind picking the Valentina. We do remember back then, Man was easily one of the best Valentina players in the entire MPL MY, so that added flexibility would be pretty effective for them. But I'm pretty sure that Avox has already seen this coming as well. There's a lot of mid lane heroes nowadays that are a priority. Pharsa, Eve, even the Kadita, which we've also seen a lot from Man here, are going to be heroes that I think both these teams are looking towards.
Oh, you talk about the Kadita, and the Kadita has been banned. This does show a little bit of information. Looks like AIM, even though he is one of the Kadita gods here that we have in Malaysia, perhaps it's not one of his most comfortable heroes for now, because so far he's been performing really, really well on the far side for the sake of he can take care of himself, and he has a lot of range, but more importantly, the amazing burst damage. So he can kind of carry from that role. But with that being said, Pharsa is one of those heroes that you do want to first pick, but the thing is, it's so easily counterable. The Yuzong, the Arlots, even certain mages, like, we don't see this quite a lot, but even the Lunons can just dive in and kill the Pharsa very early. So right now, Team Secret first picking the Arlot, I think it's pretty good, taking that away from Lola.
Yep, this hero has definitely been moving up and down in terms of the pick charts recently, but it does seem like teams have finally gotten a slight grasp on how he is meant to be played in that tank role as an EXP laner to set up for the rest of the team. But if we're talking about setup, Kaja, easily one of the best setup heroes in the game, going to be locked in, as well as the Valentina that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so this is because looking at the teams, we got to look at the things outside the game as well. Like I said, Team HAQ might be looking to focus on someone. The question is who? Is it going to be AIM? Is it going to be Box? Is it going to be Amos? Because now that they have the Kaja, they have the option. Now, here's also a quirk for Gary. Because Gary, it looks like he wants to go against the flow. What's the meta right now? Fredrin. I don't want Fredrin. He doesn't have damage. I'd rather pick up a Paquito and build full damage. And we kind of already seen this, but right now Team Secret, they are picking up the far side, which Abe can comfortably carry his own team. Team HAQ, will they pick up instantly the Yuzong here to make sure that they have an answer before he gets banned out?
Yuzong certainly wouldn't be a bad choice right now, but I do feel like the hero doesn't have the best time matching up into heroes.
Or Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I think Lapu Lapu would probably play a little bit better into Arlet and Martis. Yuzong is definitely going to have a little bit more of a rough time, especially in the early laning phase as well. So that's something that they have.
Wow.
Hold on a moment. Hammers! 0 pick, 0 ban. Where is this hero going?
Okay, here's the thing, right? I like that you asked that. Where is it going? Because obviously EXP is good. But there is a situation. Putting him in the jungle could force a lot, right? Especially looking at how Box has been playing. He's not looking for the kills. He's looking for the objectives. Imagine Box not being able to stay in his own jungle. So Team HAQ right now, they have a very good comp to start ramping up very, very early. And now Team HAQ, they're banning up Amox as hero. So with the Valentina pick, with the Grok being banned, I think I got my answer. They're going for to make sure that Amos can't play this game.
That does definitely make sense here. Banning out the Grok when you already have a Kaja already indicates that the enemy roam is always going to be in a vulnerable position. Now, part of me is a little bit concerned about the Tamas though. Like I said, EXP is pretty good. There's always a chance of going jungle, but I have played with Tamas jungles recently in my pubs, in my rank. It just doesn't really work that well because yes, he has a lot of staying power, but there's also a lot of damage in the current meta. So I think ideally here, this should be EXP lane Tamas because he will do pretty well against Arlet.
Yeah, plus if having the Tamas in the EXP and having something oppressive like a Paquito in the jungle, that just screams, try to fight me, bro. I'm all for it, right? Especially seeing as how Gary, even though his personal performance right now isn't all that great, but looking at how Gary is playing, I would even compare him to having a development close to Kyrie from Onyx Esports in Indonesia, where it's like he doesn't care about the meta. I just want my assassins. Gary is kind of in the same boat, except he works best with fighters in the jungle.
Speaking of assassins though, now that you point that out, I feel like Team HAQ picking up this Tamas to provide more frontline and distraction for the team could be indicating that Gary, obviously heroes like Deraf and Paquito are going to have a super hard time against Martis. So is there a chance Team HAQ is setting up for Ling?
They've done this before. He got a Maniac with the Ling, however the damage output in that game is pretty low and there were some mistakes that cost them the game. And the mistakes wasn't from the Ling. Sure, Gary did some misplays here and there, but I would say it's not entirely his fault. So the Ling is definitely a good option here. Having a solid plan B, if something goes wrong, you have a scaling jungler, as well as you have a split pusher. I think the Ling would be good, but looking at that, looks like Ling will be banned because they know Gary and they're like, we gotta respect him. Even though he didn't do that well, doesn't mean he won't do well today.
Yeah, looks like Amox might have had some of the similar thoughts that we were considering out here on Death right now. So not gonna allow for a scaling and split push capable hero to go through. One thing we worry about here, with a Tamas EXP lane, his split push is not quite going to match up to heroes like the Lapu Lapu, like the Vendetta. So without the Ling, it may be more difficult for Team HAQ to control their waves.
I just kind of want to see Lola not even bother shot calling for this game and just focusing on his lane, because we're still assuming that this Tamus is going to the EXP. Lola is the captain, so it goes to reason to understand that he's going to be shot calling for the game. But I kind of like it when Tamus, he plays the game like he doesn't have a team. I'm just going to push forward, and I sit against it, but looks like Gary, he's evolving. He's like, it's not my kind of hero, but we want to win. So we're picking up the S tier jungler right now.
Wow.
But
this Frederick.
I mean, we'll see. I hope he does well.
Well, that does put a lot of pressure on the Team HAQ gold lane, Hito specifically, in order to get enough farms to scale up, because a lot of these heroes are going to fall off towards the later stages of the game. Melissa already locked in for the side of Team Secret. They're looking for their last pick as well. Marksman options that are still available. We've already seen Hito do pretty well in terms of farming with Claude, but will that be the priority choice?
There's a lot of options here. The Claude is good going up against the far side because you can just dive back with the Battle Mirror image. If you want to be a little bit safer, you can pick up the Beatrix. Picking up something like a carry is good, but it's very, very risky because going up against the far side, having a short-range marksman is asking for trouble. So I'm looking at Claude, I'm looking at Beatrix.
Yeah, and I guess if you add on Arlet, Martis, and Kufra on top of all of that, you don't want a short-range marksman in this situation. Although carry would be pretty good for breaking down defenses of some of these tankier heroes. Yeah, the thing is, I feel like some of our players have the tendency to just say, risk? What risk, you know? And it's not impossible still, but we will see. I do still like the other options that you highlighted earlier.
Okay, right now, final pick. There is a lot of marksmen that can be picked up. And it looks like they're picking up the Claude. Just scale up. Worst comes to worst. You have a lot, because honestly, even the Claude is pretty good at split pushing because of his Battle Mirror image. So looking at the draft, it is very solid drafts coming in from both teams, but I have to give a little bit of an edge towards Team HAQ because they have answers for the main problem coming in from Team Secret, namely Abe as well as Box.
I do definitely agree in that Team HAQ does have a much more solid lineup overall, but I also do like the utility that Team Secret has. They have a lot of heroes with massive amounts of crowd control, as we can see on the chart right now. Team Secret definitely comes out on top in terms of utility, team fight, and kill pressure. However, Team HAQ does come out a bit more in terms of the early game, in terms of the push, thanks to this Claude, as well as Tamas. So, very excited to see where this game is going to go.
All right, so with that being said, let's go into game number 1. Team Secret going up against Team HAQ. Who will draw first blood?
The Land of Dawn beckons once more. The first game of Week 2, Day 2 of MPL MY Season 11. Team Secret and Team HAQ both eager to put their names up on the ranking charts, but only one team will prevail.
Day 2 or Deto.
I think that's a bit, even as someone who likes puns like me, that's a bit of a stretch.
I'm trying, all right? I haven't been on the English desk for a while, okay? It's been a week, okay? Give me a break. Speaking of giving a break, right now Neo is being pressured just a little bit. Min as well as Lola looking to have information to see whether this is gankable, whether this is invadable, and looks like no, because Neo is fighting back against Lola, and so far Neo is winning a little bit in trades.
Yep, as we can see instantly, but Neo is going to be the first one to rotate over since he was able to push Lola back somewhat. But we're already seeing the interaction where Arlet is not going to be able to do anything to Tamas towards the early laning phase, especially since Lola has Vengeance as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, I kind of feel like it's very hard for Lola to do anything because looking at the emblem setup here for Neo, it's not the fighter emblem. It is the concussive blast with the tank emblem, so he's going to be very, very tanky, especially with using the Vengeance. He can recover some HP again. So I kind of feel like this is more or less a dead lane unless they heavily commit inside of the turret and causing like big mistakes. So for now, I kind of feel like it's going to be a dead lane on the side lanes.
The thing is, for Team HAQ specifically, the ideal is the dead lane. Lola playing Tamas means that he just wants to keep Neo here for as long as possible, whereas Neo on the Arlet wants to be able to contribute and set up for his team. So, dead lane means Team HAQ is achieving what they want.
Looking at this right now, looking at both roamers absorbing the mid lane minions alone, making it so that they have level 4, so they can get a fight here in Turtle.
Neo, he does get taunted, gets the final slash. They're not going to be able to do too much to it as Box is zoned off, so Gary gets the Turtle for free. Divine Judgment going to get one. That's going to be Neo. He tries to dash away, going to be forced to use the Flicker as well. Just barely escapes the clutches of Team HAQ.
Unfortunately, that was a very big mistake coming in from both junglers because Gary, he used the Retribution way too early. Could have been stolen, but Box, he didn't use his Retribution at all. Min alone here going up against Box as well as Amos, but should be fine with Man being there. Looking at this, I hope the the junglers calm their nerves because it's a small mistake, but we gotta be critical, man. That was quite a mistake coming in from both junglers.
Yeah, definitely quite uncharacteristic of them as well. Gary and Box are some of the best players in terms of claiming these neutral objectives. So making that small miscalculation there is something that you don't expect, and you do worry whether or not the fact that this is an important game to finally get some points on the board is affecting the mental state of these players.
On right now, taking Aim's ult, so having the far side ult will be pretty critical in terms of how they're going to fight around the Riverside, because right now Team HAQ with over 1,000 gold lead, they can kind of do whatever they want, especially with their very tanky front lines, and they have a very reliable way to isolate one member of Team Secret. Team HAQ right now, they have quite an advantage, but it doesn't really look like they're trying to push their advantage too much. They're trying to play it slow. As I said that, Neo is taking quite a lot of damage from Lola. It looks like Min, is he going to commit?
Yeah, Min jumping in. He's looking for the Divine Judgment. Will get it. 4 members of Team HAQ means first blood will come easily to their side as Neo is unfortunately picked off.
Yeah, unfortunately Lola also taking quite a lot of damage, making it so that they can't really push, especially with Box and Aim there. So it's a pretty good kill. They got a few in terms of the plating, but not a big turret take here under 5 minutes. Min so far in this game has been providing quite a lot of vision. I mean, to be fair, we can say that for every member of Team HAQ. They provide so much, making it so that it's very easy for Gary and Man to make a decision.
Min has always been, in MPL MY, one of the best roamers in terms of claiming that early game map vision control and being aggressive against enemy junglers. So instantly Gary getting another turtle under his belt is not surprising. I also really have not seen a lot of Kaja out of Min, so the fact that he's showing that he's fully capable of this hero, once again showing us how impressive of a player he is.
Though here, up top, looks like he is going to be fine. I was reacting a bit because I was looking at the levels. Lola is level 7. Right now Neo is 6, but Vero is 5. But look at that, Almost goes in.
Amox with the ult, gonna get the stun onto Min, but he gets dragged back into the tower, right into Blazing Duet. So Hito gonna get the kill onto the Kufra as Min just barely escapes after giving a double kill over to the Claude. Not an ideal situation.
That was very unfortunate. If only they had more levels, but Dead was getting terrified.
Going! Deathlo gonna be the next target as Gary comes on in and just says, I'm gonna just pick that up for you if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
It was unfortunate, but looking at how that was played out, it kind of looked like, oh, Man is going in front.
You don't want to be here right now, Man. Jumping in, forcing the flicker. Such a waste of a battle spell.
I'm going to take that back. Perhaps it's not Team Secret making too big of a mistake, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like they didn't coordinate well how they were going to approach the fight, because Amos went in, but it looks like the members, they weren't really sure if Amos would be able to catch that. But also Man doing the work. He didn't secure a kill, only 3 assists, but he's playing very, very aggressively. He's creating so much space for Team HAQ. Speaking of which, right now Amos getting caught a bit.
Yep, he's gonna get taunted out, will be able to dash away, but you're already seeing the amount of pressure that Team HAQ is applying. Feathered Airstrike going to be used just to clear up the wave, and Gary, 6 minutes in, already comfortable enough to steal away the enemy purple buff. Box not going to have access to that.
Right now, Team HAQ, they have at least a 1 level advantage. That's big because Lola is level 9, Box is level 8. No matter how strong this Martis is, it's not farming enough. It's not getting the levels, not getting the items. So even his Decimate, it just tickles. It doesn't do enough. So this is a very odd situation for Team Secret, whether they like it or not. They gotta find a way to slow down the game a little bit just so that they can have enough breathing room and fight Team HAQ at an equal standing field. Because right now, it really isn't equal. It's toppling over for Team HAQ's favor.
And this is really bad for Team Secret as well, because if you're talking about slowing down the game, it actually should be Team HAQ's strategy to do that, just based on the draft itself. Team Secret are the ones that should be controlling the early game, snowballing off of momentum, but Team HAQ has identified this and cut off both their side lanes. Now looking for another fight, Neo nearly dead instantly. Deadlo does get a tower on the opposite side, but fight is in full flow. Blazing Duet cutting up the entire backline as Gary gets a double kill. Hito picks up the killing spree, and Man just goes in and says, I want one too.
Only, oh my god, right now Team HAQ, this game is entirely theirs, but I wonder, because Team Secret, they have been showing this for their past 2 games before, where in game number 1, they look very unsure about what to do on stage, but all of a sudden, game number 2, they just pop off. I want to see if this is going to be the same case in this entire series. I'm not saying it's totally game over for Team Secret, but we got to look at the instant replay here, where look at how Team HAQ, they engage this, and also, is that Man actually using the final slash instead of taking Aim's all? He just took the final slash from Arla, getting more crowd control, ensuring a clean team fight victory, because in that fight, I don't think anyone got sacrificed.
Ooh, looks like we're gonna go on a short pause right here, make sure that everything is okay with the players. But yes, as you mentioned, it does seem like Final Slash was actually the ultimate of choice for the side of Man here. And honestly, it does kind of make sense to me. I think Final Slash is just an excellent ultimate, and it is so strong. It's so fast, so much crowd control, enables them to set up for the team, and really puts people out of position. It adds not just that physical damage in-game, but the mental damage as well of enemy players just suddenly thinking, what just happened for that split second?
Yeah, and I kind of feel like even Man has this sense that our problem isn't damage anymore. Like, even if we build tank items, if we are like one level ahead, it kind of doesn't matter. The opposing side will not have enough armor, HP, magic resist to really deal with anything that we can do, especially looking at Man. Even the first and second skill, that's more than enough of shutting down anyone from Team Secret. So again, it's not really their kind of way that they want to play, but no matter what, they gotta let Detto farm up. Miracle, but imagine if the Melissa have 6 items, everyone from Team HAQ clumps up together, somehow Min doesn't catch anyone with his Divine Judgment, and somehow Man doesn't get his hands onto the Melissa, they could win. But even as I'm saying that, you can see there's so many things that could go wrong for Team Secret.
That's a lot of somehow.
It's like
right
somehow
there.
this doesn't happen.
You want to avoid having more than one somehow in a sentence for winning here. I agree. Melissa as a hero could be the win condition for the side of Team Secret. And we've already seen in the past how strong the hero is in defending the base, where even though the other team has an advantage and are able to push them back into the confines of their base, Melissa is still able to delay the game for very long. So that's something that Team Secret can rely on right now. But Team HAQ has accelerated this game so quickly that I'm not even sure if Detto has enough farm to do that.
Yeah, it is to the point where Hito, even if you do want to play aggressive, no one's gonna stop you, man.
Yeah.
Like, even if that style of play is like, it's kind of not our game plan, but at this point, it really doesn't matter. You have enough damage to tear down the entire Team Secret, and again, this is one of the weaknesses of Farsa. You want to use your ult, but you got to choose. Do you want to die and just do as much damage as you can and die to the Claude, or you want to run away from the Claude and not do any damage at all? It's a very difficult spot for Farsa, which we have talked about before the Farsa was even picked.
It makes me wonder why Eve as a hero doesn't have a bit more priority in the draft, because she does resolve a lot of these issues. Yes, early game damage going to be lower than Farsa, but the utility is excellent.
Honestly, I've talked with some of the players, and the recent nerf of Eve's slows is almost tilting the players, because they're like, the slow in the early stages of the game is really not that reliable, because before it is used the Eve specifically to fight against a Fredrin, because the Fredrin will have a difficult time engaging on your team. But now, it looks like one of the things that makes the Eve very, very special is a little bit less special. So that's why it's being picked up a little bit less.
I see. Alright, that's understandable right there. Team HAQ, though, continuing to apply the pressure. Already got that mid-tier 2 Team Secret. Gonna be forced to trade the Lord for the tier 1 up top. If this takes Team HAQ a little bit longer, there's a chance that Detto could get the tier 2 as well, but I think that's unlikely.
Yeah, I honestly kind of want to look at the items as well, because right now Hito just finished his Corrosion Scythe, so it's gonna be more trouble for Team Secret, because now not only will you'll take a lot of damage from the Blazing Duet, but now you'll be slowed as well. So it's just adding salt to the wound. For Team HAQ, 8k gold lead going into 9k. I don't see, unless Amos could get like a crazy 5-man Rage Revenge combo, how they're gonna really stop this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I don't really see a way back into this game for Team Secret, as harsh as it may be. Team HAQ just is way too much of a lead when you have a 1,000 GPM net worth lead total. Min jumping in, Divine Judgment already pulling out Box. He's able to get away for now. Final Slash gonna push Gary into the tower, and Box actually does get the shutdown, as Man will be forced back due to low HP. And Team Secret will successfully defend. A bit too much of an overextension there.
Well, that's a caster curse if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
I have no idea how they could defend. Oh, they defended very, very well. They managed to get a kill, but Team HAQ, will they try again? Because in that previous skirmish, Min actually did manage to get Box, but Box was able to survive. So, hey, it's not over. The Melissa is really strong, as we said. So, Team HAQ just have to make a few more mistakes, and it could be Secret's game.
Yeah, base defense is still always going to be a problem for teams that want to play aggressively, because before this, we saw Team HAQ completely dismantle Team Secret because they had control over the mid lane, and Hito could come in and dismantle the backline with Blazing Duet. You can't do that when the enemy team is in their base, and even though Min got a great catch, they underestimated, maybe even forgot about the enemy Final Slash for a moment and got pushed way too far in.
Looking at the damage ranking right now, Man is the highest with 27,000. Second up is Hito, and even though Deto is the 4th spot, 16,000, I would argue it's not too far away from Hito's 20,000. It's only a difference of 4, so I think it's really not that bad. It's just really showing how much damage that Man is putting out, because all of the poke, because for me, Valentina, one of the strongest things about the Valentina is the constant crowd control, the Terrify effect. But just adding more damage to it, and you just get a hero that was always banned before, but now it's been led through quite a lot.
Absolutely. Valentina definitely has lost a little bit of pressure in the drafting phase, specifically because of how much more utility other heroes bring to the role, but it's always a hero you have to be careful of, because it can just come out from any time. If we look at the items right now, as you highlighted, Deto, he's a little bit behind Hito, but surprisingly not as far back as we might assume. Already 3 items up, so the base defense for Secret is actually there.
Yeah, looking at the gold difference as well, it's not even within 1,000, it's like 800-ish gold difference, so it's definitely achievable. So what Team Secret has to do right now is to play the map, and that looks like what they're doing right now. Aim, Amox, as well as Deto, they're trying to see if they can catch anyone from Team HAQ responding to this, and the one responding is Gary. But I don't think they can pick off Gary that well. This is a Fredrin. The Fredrin is a pretty beefy boy.
Yeah, but that is a massive wave. That's a really effective slow push from Team Secret, pulling up 3 cart minions in the same wave. So even though Gary actually arrived in time to stop it, they still did enough damage to take down the tower, and that instantly reduces the map control that Team HAQ has, which is something very important for them right now in the closing stages.
I'm wondering if Team HAQ does not see this coming, because on that top push, Aim, Deto, as well as Amox is there. At any point, they could go in, but there's not enough vision here for Team Secret, because one of the people that should be opening the map is far away, so this is going to be a free Lord. Even though Team Secret was setting it up, like, they just didn't do anything with it.
I think this is the smart choice from Team Secret, but now they really gotta get out of here. Gary gonna get the taunt onto Neo. He dashes backwards, try to target Min. I don't think they should re-engage, but look at the backline. They actually catch out Man. They definitely did not realize they were waiting in that bush for ages. And now Team Secret wants the counter attack, but Neo can be dragged back once again by Divine Judgment. Right now, only 1 casualty on the side of Team HAQ.
Yeah, I also saw that Team Secret, they tried to catch out Hito, but Hito was very elusive with his squad. Having the Purify, even though he didn't use it, but even if they managed to catch him, he still has the Purify, and he has the Battle Mirror image, so it was unfortunate. They were able to catch out Man. Great, amazing, but if they would have gotten Hito, that would have been like the icing on the cake.
Yeah, but right now, they're going to be targeting for at least 2 inhibitors with this push. That is the ideal for Team HAQ, because the Lord will definitely get mid. Team Secret, though, they'll successfully defend top, so this is actually less than ideal for Team HAQ in terms of the structures that they would get with this objective.
Apparently, right now, Team HAQ, even though they have a higher pushing rate compared to Team Secret, they're having a difficult time actually closing out the game, and part of it is the Farsa, because the Feta airstrike is really strong to push people away, and you can clear the lanes relatively fast. So, yeah, Team HAQ, whether, like, I kind of feel like they're having the mindset right now that they gotta win a fight. Like, if they try to fight Team Secret inside their own base, it's a losing battle. They gotta figure out a way to pull Secret out.
Yeah, Team HAQ unfortunately has a lineup that's really good in large open team fights because they can use multiple angles to try and engage. But Team Secret has a very defensive lineup. Not only the Farsa, the Melissa, the Kufra being able to counter-engage as well means that it's very difficult for Team HAQ to force Team Secret into an uncomfortable position now that the game has gone this far.
Conceal has been used by Team HAQ, and even they're like, okay, now what? It's like the moment they conceal, Team Secret, they immediately disengage and then just go back into their home base, and it's like, yeah, you don't come into our house. And Team Secret, they've been doing so well, and I asked for them to slow down the game, and they're doing it right now because eventually they will hit level 15 for everyone, and at that point it's just gonna be like, okay, pure mechanics, pure team fight pressure. Who's gonna win this out? Even Steven playing field.
Yeah, if we don't really see any more aggressive plays from Team HAQ, this is going to definitely be a bit more of a slow burn game. But Min, he just got that fleeting time. He's going to be looking for it. The stun from the Kufra. Divine Judgment going to be pulling Amok back as a lot of damage. Zeto's killing himself on the Vengeance right here. It's very low on HP. Blazing Duet coming in, doing a lot of damage to Box and Amok. The Kufra will finally be picked off. Meanwhile, Gary jumping the backline, gets the taunt onto Neo. Not able to chase down Aim, forcing the flicker out from the Arlet as Martis loses immortality. Gonna be forced to dash away with that Ashura Aura. Just barely gets out of the clutches of the Valentina.
Oh, that was actually beautiful from Team Secret. They avoided quite a lot from Team HAQ, especially Aim, and Box actually managed to get out of that alive. Although, to be fair, losing the immortality is a pretty big loss, but all things considered, right now, Team Secret, it looks like they're not waiting for game number 2. Game 1.5, they're already looking at a way to come back.
Yeah, Vox definitely doesn't want to be here right now. Surprised Min didn't go for the Divine Judgment straight away. Not sure if it's still on cooldown or he was worried about backup, but it is still going to be enough for Team HAQ to secure yet another Lord. But will they be able to end the game with this?
Actually, I like the decision not to pull him because looking at how Hito as well as Gary, they're pulling the Lord aside, signifying that they're nowhere close to be able to follow up any kind of engage. So they're like, we're taking the Lord. No matter what, do not take the fight. So I like this improved communication where, like you said, he could have pulled him off. He could have pulled him. He could have gotten the kill and mine died.
Man, decimated in an instant. Lola jumps in. Vengeance has been popped. Gonna be zoning out Deto from the rest of his team. And that is the one hero you don't want to be left alone. Nearly takes down Min in addition, but will get picked off as Gary cuts off the backline. Aim has already been taken down. Blazing Duet forced out as the Lord. He's just whacking the crystal back here. Team HAQ, they're just gonna stop Team Secret from retreating, and the Lord will end the game for them. Victory to game 1 going to Team HAQ.
It took a bit of while, but eventually they got there. Team Secret, they tried to use the map to their own advantage, but it didn't work out well. But I'm looking at the players' faces right now. Here's the thing I like about Team Secret. Even when they lose, their faces show that, yo, game number 2, let's do game number 2. Like, they don't look like they're giving up. I love that about them.
Yeah, I think part of that is the benefit of having your coach playing in the game alongside you, understanding the difficulties, understanding what needs to be changed, and knowing that he has direct exposure here. But for Team HAQ, let's have a look at what they have to say. Mic check, let's go.
Boleh tengok aku dah tibas main. Boleh. Okay. Boleh.
Nice guys.
Adik-adik. Careful itu dia. Bro. Kufra ya.
I have placing do it. You can pick up if you want. Nice.
Kelas adik. Dah.
Nice.
Mati.
Target. Jangan paksa kalau tak boleh. Cuba yang mampu je.
Tak men. Aku tak. Aku tak.
Pow!
Ready lot.
Ready position.
Let's go.
Careful. No vision.
Ada ke?
Aku dengar mid console.
Go. Depan kau belakang.
Don't dash.
Jangan lupa.
Boleh.
Quite a performance right there from both these teams, and the game definitely ended in a way that we would not have predicted, but really good decision by Team HAQ to take advantage of Team Secret's overextension and say, Lord, you do your thing, we're gonna handle them over here.
I'm just amazed hearing the mic check, how Gary in-game and outside of game is so different, because in-game, he looks like a psychopath wanting to kill, but in the game it's like, he's very polite. Speaking of polite, you guys can be more polite with Hotling. More internet, more speed, and more Gaia with Hotling. Enjoy 30 gig plus 20 gigs, that's gigabytes, bonus high-speed internet for 35 ringgit a month.
Yep, this is of course only with Hotlink prepaid Mantas. And in addition to that, you can enjoy 50 gigabytes and new devices from 0 ringgit now with Hotlink postpaid 60. So, what are you guys waiting for?
Thank you very much. Hotlink, more internet, more speed, and more Gaia with Hotlink. Prepaid, postpaid, we got them all. New devices with the postpaid. Going back into the game just now, as I said, because like Gary, he's a very aggressive player, but in the game, he's like very polite. It's like, guys, don't force it. I mean, like, we can fight. Like, let's go. Let's go!
Well, we know Gary has always been a bit more on the soft-spoken side as a player, and you can see that even though his fingers might say a little bit differently. But having a look at the items right here, this definitely turned out to be a little bit more of a difficult victory for Team HAQ than they initially may have expected.
Yeah, because unfortunately, even though looking at the items from Deto, everything seems good and clear, but the positioning, especially in the last moments of the game, is pretty not good, especially when you because like I said, there's a lot of somehows, right? Somehow Min doesn't catch you, somehow Man doesn't terrify you, somehow Lola doesn't just force his way inside of your bubble. So the Melissa is still a very good pick, but I kind of feel like looking at all the items, I feel like everything is in order. What isn't in order is actually how they got into the fight, how they actually staged the fights.
Yeah, I do think that in those final few moments there, Team Secret definitely got baited a little bit. They saw Man out and alone, vulnerable, knew that they could burst him down. But they also have to realize that if they're outside of their base, their lineup loses a lot of defensive potential, and it's very easy for Team HAQ to just split them up. Towards the late game as well, it's very difficult to fight straight into them because the Vengeance, 2 Blade Armors on the side of Team HAQ means that we already saw in one fight, Deto basically killing himself by attacking them.
The rich guy, Hito, 715 gold per minute to carry. Deto, 54,000 damage dealt. Sandbag Box taking almost 100,000 damage. And the forgotten one, Min, with 8 total assists. And surprisingly here, Man, towards the end of the game, his damage fell down a little bit, even though his itemization is a lot in terms of damage. He has the Lightning Truncheon. He also has the Divine Glaive to make sure that he has extra penetration. At this point in the game is where certain Valentina players, they have an option where they have more damage or a little bit more sustain. Something like the Ice Queen Wand or Concentrated Energy, just to make sure that every single time you go in, you get some HP back. But in this game, he wants to go full damage, and, you know, none can blame him, seeing as how he can go in front and almost never punish them.
Yeah, almost. Unfortunately, his damage definitely fell off towards the late game because Man was just the first person picked off in every single team fight, and that's what allowed Team Secret to have a little bit more confidence facing Team HAQ. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. In the end though, MVP can only be one person, and this time, it's gonna be none other than Hito on the side of Team HAQ.
Age 24 all the way from the Philippines. Pinas lang malakas, 82% kill participation match KDA 306 with a 715 goal per minute. And in this game, Hito is definitely unleashed because this is one of those games where he cannot be punished because the only one that can really punish you is both the Martis as well as the Kufra, but both of them were severely under-leveled, so they could not really tank enough damage coming in from the Claw to really do anything about it.
Yeah, this was definitely the perfect storm sort of game for Hito. We highlighted before the game started that one of the problems he's having is that his tempo is a little faster than the rest of Team HAQ, a little bit over-aggressive, but he farms incredibly and honestly ridiculously quickly. So the fact that he already had an 82% kill participation means that he was snowballing straight from the beginning. And the fact that Team HAQ were able to draft a lineup that plays on early aggression, focus EXP, focus gold lane, instantly they matched his tempo. This was perfect.
We gotta look at how he farms with the heat map over here. This is between 4 minutes 30 seconds all the way to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And looking at his pathing, it's just like, okay, I'm going to my lane, I'm going inside the jungle, I'm going over for the riverside, and looking at how sporadic the way that he is moving around, he's been using the battle mirror image quite a lot to open up the vision as well as to make sure that he can run away. Instead, he, in case he gets caught, and looking at the density around in the jungle side also does show how much control and pressure that Team HAQ was able to put out.
Yeah, Hito was basically able to win his lane very early on thanks to the assistance from the rest of his team. And we already know that this is a player that likes to be aggressive. If he gets that early lane lead, he can instantly turn that into a snowball. On a hero like Claude as well, with the sort of slipperiness, with how difficult it is to catch up to the battle mirror image, and the fact that Team Secret, although they have a lot of crowd control, none of it is particularly reliable enough to catch Claude specifically, means that Hito just had free reign.
Yeah, he had Purify, but he barely had to use it. Like, he didn't have a reason. Like, even if he pressed it, it's just like, I wonder what this button do, you know? So he, like, again, this game, I would say Team HAQ unleashed him quite a lot because they won the mid lane. So let's look at the highlights to really see what happened in this game. And the highlights are brought to us by Gardner Men. In the early stages of the game, it was a dead lane for a while until Min decides enough is enough.
We already highlighted the importance of the EXP lane in the current meta, where early game snowballing cements you early victories. We already know Neo has a hard time. Once again, going to be focused early on. Once they won the EXP lane, they rotate over to the gold lane. They win that lane for Hito as well, letting him farm the entire map. Then the rest of Team HAQ rotates over to start taking control of what remains, resulting in Team Secret having to play the base defense very early on.
Yeah, at this moment, they were able to catch out Mime, but that's all that he was able to do. And this is the moment where you were saying that Deto was basically hitting himself, right? Like, the Vengeance has been popped. And I think this is the moment where Deto, he isolated himself from the team. So that was a big miscommunication, because if they don't want to go up top, everyone else got to follow him. But everyone else is falling back down. So going into game number 2, Team Secret, for some reason, game number 2 is a very different beast. I'm kind of hoping to see that for this game.
Yeah, definitely game number 1 felt a lot more responsive in a kind of gameplay, and not necessarily in the good way. It just meant that they weren't in control of how they wanted to approach the game, and Team HAQ was the one dictating the tempo, forcing Team Secret to respond. And while they did do a good job for a certain amount of time, it didn't work out in the end. So if you guys are looking to try and improve your gameplay, learn something from this, why not look snazzy at the same time?
MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen skins are now available in the game. Check out Yin, Yuji Itadori, Julian, Megumi, Fushiguro, Melissa, Nobara, Kugisaki, and Xavier, Satoru Gojo. Join MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen gacha event from the 18th of February all the way to the 20th of March and enjoy 50% off on your first daily spin. And if you guys have been doing it diligently, it should be by now you have at least one skin.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised at all, but for those of you who are just finding about this now, it's not too late yet. There's still a few days left, so if you guys are a big fan of the show, you want your favorite heroes to look even better than they already do, that's what you want to do. But now, as we enter and prepare for game number 2, Lafel, what are you hoping to see?
Well, we're gonna look at the draft recap here, and I'm gonna base on what I want to see in this match, which is number 1, like you said, for Team Secret, they were losing quite a bit in early as well as mid stages of the game, and that transition really badly going into the late game. Oh, look at that!
Oh,
right, but yeah, the transition hasn't been well, because when I see the EXP laner having 2 levels off, losing by 2 levels, that's a little bit too much. So I want to make sure that Team Secret, in whatever lineup that they have coming in for this game, make sure that they don't get punished, at least in the laning stages of the phase, because again, the laning phase was not well for Team Secret.
I honestly feel really bad for Neo specifically, because this is a solid player. He has been in the MPL for many seasons, and he's never been punished as hard as we've seen these past couple of games. So it's indicative that the EXP lane needs a little bit more focus on the side of Team Secret now that the meta has shifted more to the early game.
I wonder if Neo just shifts to a damage dealer, because his vendetta was one of the best when he was with Orange. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like, you know what, Neo, stop being the sandbag. Maybe it's time to say, you know what, you guys are trying your best. Let me try now.
It's like the, fine, I'll do it myself.
Exactly.
Energy.
I didn't want to say it, but I kind of wish he has that vibes. You know, it's like, let me carry.
I mean, if we want him to do a bit more damage while at the same time maintain that sandbagging style for his team, a hero that he used to play, Masha, you know, not really in the meta anymore, but if We already saw Tama's EXP lane work pretty well for Team HAQ. If you just want to have a dead lane, what better to do than a hero with 3 health bars?
I kind of also want to see a little bit the lane aims hero, which could be counterproductive because that is your main ace. You want to give the best hero over to aim, but as we saw just now, the good and bad is you can secure your hero very, very early. But the bad thing is it opens up to be countered. And that's the good and bad of Mobile Legends right now, where almost every single hero, they have a natural counter, either by the heroes themselves or by the items. So they gotta be careful about that. This is not MLBB like, I don't know, 2018, 2019, where you just have this one hero that no matter what wins the game.
Yeah, it's honestly incredible to see just how much the game has changed over the years, but I agree with you. Counter picking now is massive, and it is so important for you to pick up an ideal lane matchup, especially in the EXP lane, in the mid lane. That's why we're seeing more teams pick up the gold lane and the jungle early, because even if they get countered, the goal is still to funnel farm into them regardless. So we'll find out exactly what happens. Draft pick about to commence. Will Team Secret be able to bring this to a tie game?
Okay, so we're talking about heroes that is very difficult to kind of like counter. One of the heroes is Fredrin. Not too many counters specifically as a jungler. The only way that you can counter him is by hiding him away. So something like a Claude is good going against the Fredrin. But this does kind of make it so that the first pick is always a little bit dangerous because, again, you're showing your hand first, giving a lot of information. Team second picks getting a combo pace very early on, and you have that one flex pick that you can hide for the rest of the game. I don't know, maybe it's because of my previous experience as a coach, but I've always liked second pick for some reason.
Well, speaking of your experience as a coach here, this is a little bit of a unique situation where Team Secret actually has their coach playing with them on the lineup. As a coach yourself, is there a difference in mindset when you are drafting for your team, when you are going to be one of the ones playing?
Definitely, because you know your own limitations. So that kind of makes it very difficult because you have a personal bias, right? Because you don't want to draft yourself into a bad situation. So it's a very difficult balance between trying to make sure that you don't have a bad game and also for your players, the rest of the players, not having a bad game, because a coach is not supposed to play the game, because one of your main jobs is to look at the game from a different angle. But now, being in the player seat, you're seeing the game the same way as your players, which kind of does sound good, but it is counterproductive because you're not giving something different. You're giving something more or less the same. So this is hurting the team quite a little bit, where he's not maximizing his skills as a coach. Now he's more of a player that has some in-game leadership.
So I guess when you consider the handicap that this kind of puts on Team Secret, Amox has been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Where even though Team Secret hasn't been able to claim many victories, they are still putting up a fight against the top teams in the nation. So excited to see what will come next. But for now, the draft phase is going to be continuing. Team HAQ, they've banned out Faramis, the Glue. Interestingly enough, banning the 1-1 despite having first pick.
Probably because they're worried, because one of the main counters when you pick up a 1-1 as a first pick, the great counter is the Kaja, because 1-1, kind of like the carry, has kind of a short range. So the 1-1 has a long range, but for you to be like super effective, you want to jump in because you want to get those weakness stacks, right? So having the Kaja there is going to be a main counter. So I think they really don't want to take that risk, and perhaps they want something like a Kadita first pick or the Arlot, but Arlot has been banned.
Honestly, I'm not sure if it's really worth banning Arlot in this situation, because I'm not really sure if Team HAQ would first pick it, and even if they did,
I kind of feel like they would.
I guess so, but we've already seen how to counter this hero, so guess we'll see now. As you mentioned, the Kaja is open, the Kadita is open, Kaja
Fredrin
was
open
a
as well.
big pain in the butt. Oh, Fredrin too, yeah. Team HAQ has a lot of options, so they gotta be quite careful here, because Team Secret are gonna get 2 after them.
Yeah, so it is going to be quite a difficult situation. I kind of feel like Gary is hesitant on the Fredrin pick, but it is like the #1 jungler right now all across all regions, except for certain players that still have a bias towards an assassin. But looks like Team HAQ, they're going with the Valentina, because like I said, you got to aim for one player. And surprisingly, it's not aim. It's Amox.
And we do know that Man loves the flexibility of this hero as well. Yes, in the late game of game 1, got picked off quite repeatedly, but the option to be able to steal whatever ultimate and be able to apply pressure to the draft from the first pick onwards is very valuable. But it does, like, revealing it very early does allow Team Secret to pick up heroes that may be able to play around it.
Yeah, this is very stressful because if I were Amox, I kind of want a Grok because you can dictate the tempo, but now you're picking a Grok, you're kind of countering yourself. Team Secret, they're picking up the Melissa, and it looks like they are picking up the Grok because, like, the Grok is a really good pick right now, but because of the Valentina, they're, it feels good, feels bad. I know what the players are thinking, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, this is risky.
I feel like this is going to be a very easy Kaja pick now for Team HAQ. Because, yeah, like
it's
you
more or less
said,
the same.
Grok going to be able to counter himself with the Wild Charge getting stolen away. Kaja going to be able to break through the CC immunity with Suppress if they do decide to go for that option. I don't really see why not. Min did a great job with it in the previous game. Fredrin still open as well. Right now, the draft is just there's a lot of question marks here.
Actually, having seen the Melissa as well as the Grok, if Team HAQ wants to delay their jungle pick, it's totally fine because Gary has a lot of junglers open for him. And right now, Team HAQ, they're picking up the heroes and looks like they're picking up the Beatrix as well as the Kaja. Like you said, the Kaja is a pretty easy pick here. Good against the Grok, good against the Melissa. And now Beatrix is just an overall good pick for a late game kind of comp.
But definitely a lot more vulnerable as compared to the Claude here. Quite surprised that Team HAQ would want to pick this up so early, especially since it wouldn't be difficult for them to bait out the Claude ban against Team Secret in the second phase.
Honestly, I would prefer Brody because the Kaja with the Brody having a lot of burst damage,
true.
that's
nasty.
That's disgusting. But it looks like they want to play a little bit safer because Team Secret, for some reason, always get a huge buff in the second game. So I kind of feel like that's where they're looking at the game stand. So it's like, we got to make sure that our early game is solid. Team Secret picking up the Farsa. So right now, not too big of a difference in terms of their picks, except for the Grok.
Yeah, but I think the Grok is going to add a lot. Combo as well with the Farsa, as well as provides Team Secret a lot more of that early game control that they may have been lacking in the previous game. So ideally, this will allow them to secure their side lanes better and not allow for Team HAQ to go for a free snowball.
Right now, if I was Team HAQ, I would probably focus on making sure that Box doesn't get good heroes that he's comfortable with, something like the Lancelot. The Martis, I think is good, the Martis, but it did look like they were able to fight it out. So if I were them, banning out the Lancelot would be good just to give respect towards Box, and then something from the EXP, something to make sure that they can win. But looks like they are focusing on the jungle, but it is not the Lancelot, it is the Fredrin. So I think Gary is like, don't give me this hero anymore.
Yeah, Gary definitely wants to do something a little bit more in this game. His Ling was already denied in game number 1, so I would be surprised if the Fredrin was let through the ban once again, so no surprise at all that Team HAQ will choose to prioritize it here. Like you pointed out, trying to force out the Lancelot may be good for them, especially since they have the Kaja. Very easy to just get that Divine Judgment on him when he jumps in.
Oh, right now, looks like they're banning out the Yu Zhong. Two things. Either they feel it's fine to give the Ling away, or they want the Ling themselves because the Ling is good against the Farsa. This would be a very easy Ling pick for Gary. So I'm looking at this. Is Team Secret willing to pick up the Ling right now, even though there's a threat of a Kaja from Team HAQ?
I think it's incredibly risky. We do know that Boggs has experience playing Ling, and he is pretty good at it, but I wonder how much practice he's been able to get in recently. I do think that maybe, yep, they're still going to be prioritizing the Lancelot here, so if Team HAQ wants the Ling for themselves, they can definitely go for it, but without heroes that they may have to think about, the Martis especially, this opens up heroes like Deraf and Paquito again.
So the reason why I think the Ling is good because the Tempest of Lake could cancel out the Farsa's ult. The only thing that's kind of tricky is going up against a Melissa, especially if the Melissa squeezes herself between the wall and the turret. You can kind of use this weird interaction to push the Ling away from his swords, so he's not able to get that reset. So I don't know. Maybe he still goes for it, but no, he's going for... You mentioned the Masha, but not on the right person.
Not the right player, that's for sure. Once again, another new hero debuting on the MPL stage. This is one of Lola's classics. He loves the Masha, and it is so good at once again causing dead lane in the EXP side. The Paquito gonna be picked up by Gary, so like you said, he wants to go for the aggressive play once again. So right now, very important pick for Neo. He needs to be able to secure his lane against Lola.
If he picks up the Benedetta, kind of feels like we just called out the entire draft for Team Secret throughout our conversation, because Amos wants the Grok, Box really wants the Lancelot, AIM good on the Farsa, and the Benedetta as we picked off. It's like we know the players.
I think this is pretty good right here. Benedetta definitely going to open up the map a lot more. Doesn't have to interact with Lola, can cut off the lane. So it will allow Neo to actually unlock himself from the EXP lane and participate in team fights.
Okay, so now going into the game, Team Secret, I would say this is like the safest pick for them. It is kind of like, this is our best heroes. Doesn't matter what the meta is, we'll outplay it with our mechanics and our instincts. Looking at the draft here, pretty similar all across the board, except for Team Secret having a little bit more in the team fight.
Yeah, but we also have to note that late game as well as utility are going to be in favor of Team HAQ. And in a meta where a lot of late game utility is going to come into play to close out victories, that could be pretty important. Let's enter the Land of Dawn once again. Game number 2, Team HAQ versus Team Secret. Currently 1 game down. Will they be able to bring this to a game number 3?
I want to look at the side lanes. I want to see if it's a dead lane again, or Team Secret could get something going on. Because the thing about a Farsa and the Grok is you do a lot of damage and you move really, really fast all across the map. I want to see if they use this to their advantage. And the thing about a tank Lancelot, a tank a lot, is that he actually farms very, very fast. So I'm looking for Team Secret to pick up the tempo a little bit, because if they slow it down, maybe not good, considering that Winstreak just wants to farm.
Yeah, especially since Team HAQ does have pretty strong early game heroes as well. This Paquito especially is something I'm excited to see, because nowadays Paquito does need a fair bit of snowballing to keep being relevant towards the mid game. Lola gonna be punished a fair bit up here, but Masha is a difficult hero to take down. Unbending Whale on Lola, not too unusual, but the same emblem on Neo as well. What are your thoughts on this?
I kind of feel like Neo also wants a very high HP build, perhaps having the Guardian Helmet a little bit early, causing a lot of damage being outputted in the team fight. So it does show that he will be joining the team fight more so than pushing the lane. So this is a pretty signature way how Neo wants to play, where he will make sure that everyone will feel his blade.
Min doesn't have Divine Judgment yet, so not able to set this up, as Gary will unfortunately miss a few abilities here and there, resulting in not enough damage to contest the jungle camp. One of the risks of Paquito nowadays, a lot easier to kite this hero.
Yeah, mine putting a little bit of pressure onto Neo, but Neo going to get his level 4 pretty soon. Should be looking for an opportunity to fight, seeing as Box is here in the top side of the map as well. The turtle has spawned. Box, this is a tanky Lancelot, but you don't have the damage quite yet, or the tankiness, I should say, quite yet. Lola taking a little bit of damage, and Box looks like he has to get away.
Yeah, he's just giving vision right now. He's gonna dodge the wild charge, but gets petrified, and that's gonna be first blood given to Neo there. Kind of unusual for Lola. Box gonna get the first turtle. We saw that Gary, he tried to trade the turtle for a kill onto Detto, but they weren't successful there either. So victory for Team Secret here.
Like I said, the tempo from Team Secret should be pretty good, because the tanks a lot farms pretty fast, and the movement coming in from the Grok as well as the Farsa is very fast as well, because looking at the situation just now, Lola, he was all alone, because he was the only one that had the priority to rotate, while everyone else, they were a little bit slow because they had minions to clear and whatnot. So Team Secret using the tempo. That's what I wanted to see. That's what happened. That's amazing. Man getting a lot of damage, and AIM almost finishing him off.
That is scary right there. Definitely cannot afford to get picked off right here. Valentina, also a hero that needs a little bit more of an early game lead. Props once again to AIM, being able to identify a potential opportunity. But right now, Team Secret definitely in control. Looks like they'll pick up the Litho as well. Gary not getting the early kills the hero needs.
Yeah, and looking at Box, the way that he's playing right now, he's very comfortable on this landslide, making sure that he secures even, like, absolutely everything. And right now, Lola is cutting the waves just a little bit, but Neo looks like he wants to fight. Lola wants to run away. It's about who's faster, and Amos engaged with the Mon.
Oh, man, in a lot of danger. Wild Charge already used as well as Feathered Airstrike. Gary not going to be able to save his mid laner as Neo is still chasing the Masha, using his ult, using the Petrify, jumping in, eye for an eye, secures the kill, chasing him all the way. Divine Judgment, though, might punish Neo. Gary, he wants his first kill. Neo buying a lot of time for Amox as well as aim. He will finally get taken down, but Gary in a lot of danger. He gets the shield from the heavy left punch, allowing him to jab his way to safety.
This is what I wanted to see. Team Secret bump up the tempo, control the game. This is what's going on. And Deto is losing the lane right now. Hito has a level advantage, and I have to assume has a gold advantage as well. Hito getting targeted for a little bit, but no crowd control, making it so that he can walk away, albeit taking quite a lot of damage.
Honestly surprised Amox didn't go for the wild charge there. It was available. He may have been able to secure the kill with it, but I guess he wasn't willing to take that risk. Right now, Turtle being contested once again. Lola jumping in, getting the ult onto Lola. Oh, wow. Gary actually manages to steal the Turtle away thanks to the disarm from the Masha. Excellent steal from Team HAQ.
Yeah, excellent collaboration between Lola as well as Gary. 50% skill, 50% luck. I don't think he'll take it any time of the day. Min is here, finds aim. Aim stuns him up. But look at Man, he has the wild charge. In case Team Secret overcommits, he can counter that because, again, the Valentina, even though with mage items, the wild charge is just good in general.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking the movement of Aim and Amox right now, just providing vision, making sure that Deto will not be caught off. They know that Team HAQ wants to make plays with this Kaja. The longer they can deny that, the more that the game goes in their favor.
Box just farming. Team Secret has a small lead, a very small lead, but at least looking at how the game is playing right now, they should be feeling a little bit more confident compared to game number 2. But they also got to be careful when Team HAQ starts to scale a little bit, because like I said, this Beatrix, all she wants to do is farm, because once she has her item, she could basically 1v9 as long as she's being protected quite well. Neo finds Lola. Looks like these EXP laners, no matter what lane, they just want to go at each other.
Team Secret going to be focusing on the gold lane right now. 4 members down in the bottom side to try and take the tower, maybe go for the kill on Hito as well, but Min and Man are here to protect their gold lane. They know they need to keep this Beatrix alive because Hito needs to be enabled. He does get stunned. Here comes the Divine Judgment, gonna be denying Amox, who gets pulled way too far away from his team, so Hito will pick up that kill, but the Petrify coming in from Neo, gonna catch out too, forcing out the dashes away. Hito will avoid. Oh, fuck that! Oh! Hey, with the double kill coming in, taunting on his way out.
I kind of feel like there's some connection issues there, right? Oh, hold on. Okay, Box manages to get away.
Ooh.
I kind of feel like Box went in without letting anyone know. He's like, I'll get this. But Aim, he understands how Box thinks. Is like, I'm ready for it. The moment Box goes in, even though Aim was running away, instantly falls back to his teammate. That was beautiful. That was a display of friendship.
Wild Charge going to be used once again. Gets the stun onto Lola. He still has 2 HP bars. He sees Aim. He sees the far side. He wants some chicken for dinner tonight. Meanwhile, the rest of the team going to be zoned out as the ultimate from Lisa keeps Aim alive. Neo with the Electro final blow, zoning out the twins as Gary comes in. Wild Charge going to be used to stun Amox and get the kill to the Paquito as Zeto drops down Muddles. Not able to finish the Kaja off. Hito, all this time, has given him the chance he needs to take down the bottom tier 1.
Aim was about to die, but that go away from Deto was beautifully timed.
Excellent.
And right now, looking at his Box, he looks like he wants to secure this turtle, but Gary's doing quite a lot of damage, and Gary is 1 level up. So Boxy has to, you know, let this turtle go, and that's kind of the thing about being in love. You have to let go. You want the turtle, but it's not for you.
Yep, the love story between Box and the turtle coming to cinemas near you. But I think that Toy Rose was very important for him because if he didn't time that correctly, that wouldn't have been a zone, that would have been a kill. So that's something that Team Secret doesn't want to give away right now. But Team HAQ, with these plays, have been able to regain the lead.
Yeah, gold ranking, Hito and Gary having the highest here. Neo Deto and Box, I would say, is not that far behind. In fact, Deto is actually climbing up in terms of the gold ranking. So looking at both teams, 1K gold lead for Team HAQ is slowly getting like closer and closer.
What worries me is that Team Secret is still not really winning out in terms of map control. They're down 2 towers. They're going to aim down Lola. It's going to be a difficult one. They have to use a lot of resources for this. I suppose their goal is the tower instead, and they will successfully destroy that, giving them an even map control once again. The mid lane, Neo, nearly got taken out, but being able to retreat means his team can continue pushing onwards. Lola, he wants to defend, but there's not much he can do. Wall Charge going to zone him out as another tower going to drop in favor of Team Secret. Box going to be the target, but Divine Judgment not going to be able to catch him out, so they're looking for the rest of Team Secret.
Oh,
Deto, Amox, Aim, they're too far out. Here comes Aim, going to be able to fly away, but Deto doesn't have the same capabilities. He gets taken out. Flicker forward by Hito to pick up on Amox as well. Aim, the only survivor, but Team Secret wants to go for the trade. Lola going to spot them out. Not much he can do about it. Team HAQ going to lose another tower.
That was good coming in from Team HAQ. The way that they maneuver around, making sure that the beautiful flank happened, not being able to run away. And Aim, you gotta run away outside of the map. Technically, that's not fair, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Just use whatever you have.
Yeah, that does definitely hurt right there. Aim ideally wanted to defend their tier 2, not able to get it. And now Box knows he's not going to be able to approach the Lord. But Neo definitely doing his job right now. Split pushing the bottom lane, going to force Team HAQ in a situation where they have to trade objective for objective.
Right now, for both teams, they got to understand where their priority lies, because getting this Lord, in my opinion, is a bonus. It should not be your main priority, because this is just the first 10 minutes. This is not even a Luminous Lord. It's just an Elemental Lord. It is useful. It is a lot of pressure that you're going to put on your opponents, but it's not worth dying for. So I want to see like how they're going to play around this, and it looks like Neo, the way that he's playing around is like, all right, everyone's going top, I'm going to go bot.
Yep, Box, he wants to challenge this. Team Secret wants both objectives. Gary will secure the Lord, and Box in a lot of danger. Divine Judgment gonna catch him out, but Hito has been isolated, and he will be traded out. Lancelot still alive too, as Neo comes in, cuts off the backline, slows down the retreat from Team HAQ. Min gonna be caught out and traded away, as Man forced to use the Phantom Execution to escape from Neo, but he's not gonna be escaping for long. Neo trades his life to take out the Valentina and give more time for Team Secret. They're gonna be able to use this time to take the mid tier 2, as Gary shuts down Aim, finally putting an end to his spree and gaining one for himself. He sees Box, he sees Amox, he's gonna get juked out by the Torrent Rose, and Team Secret will back off with 3 members surviving.
A question that does not have a clear answer. Was that worth it for Team Secret? They didn't get the Lord. They put pressure in terms of grabbing some objectives, but they lost a lot of members. Was that worth it? I'm not sure.
I personally don't think so, especially since you feed a 5-kill shutdown to Gary. That is the worst person to give it to. Divine Judgment gonna catch out Neo! Perfectly timed with the eye for an eye! Min demonstrates his mastery once again.
Neo right now, he's got to calm down, man, because I got to say the previous team fight, he was the game changer. He was the one that allowed Team Secret to have a fighting chance, but perhaps he's putting too much pressure on himself, trying to force plays.
Up, Lord pushing in, Lola jumping on Aim, cancelling the Feather Airstrike once again as Amox gets the Wild Charge in. Deto in a good defensive position. Man can be forced to back off. Wild Charge didn't catch anyone. He's very low on HP. Team Secret, they want something, anything. Sniper takes down Amox, and Hito going to be the obstacle that prevents their further expansion.
That was questionable. It looked cool, but Amox had the flicker. I'm like, because his HP was so low, I kind of feel like the better way to do it is actually to time your conceal away from your opponents, and then when you have enough movement speed, then you go commit, and then try to engage that way. I kind of feel like right now Team Secret, they're putting too much pressure on themselves. They're forcing plays that really shouldn't be forced.
Yeah, it does definitely feel a little bit desperate for them right now, and they are aware that even though they've been trading pretty well up until now, Team HAQ has the definite advantage here. And with Ha's Claws locked in for Hito as well, he's going to be able to stay a lot longer in these team fights.
Team HAQ as well, looking at the damage coming in from Hito as well as Gary. Gary has a lot of penetration, but I think the more important item is like making sure that he stays alive. So the Bloodless Axe is actually doing quite a lot. It's not giving damage, just giving the spell vamp. And looking at how his itemization for the Paquito is always on full damage. He doesn't believe that defense items are good.
Honestly, I don't blame him. It's just a lot more fun to play the hero in that way as well. And usually, if you're able to time it correctly, Bloodlust Axe is more than enough to keep you alive in team fights. I did also notice when the items came up that Team HAQ does have 2 roam boots on Min and Mon, so they're already at the point where they can share that. Wall charge flickers forward, goes for Mon, but he does have Purify, so he has wall charge himself. Aim gonna walk right into the scope of Hito as he snipes down the feathered bird himself. Box, he's way out of position here. Hito gets the double kill. Why is he allowed to just go to town back there? Meanwhile, Immortality is gonna be knocked down. Box, no way he's getting out. Mega kill for the side of Gary as Neo. He's looking for an inhib. He wants to trade his friends' lives here. Team HAQ, they're ready to give this up. They're only going to send Lola back to stop him from ending the game. They're going for the Lord instead.
A lot was going on. A lot was going on, but I would say the best way to describe it was tunnel vision from both Box and Amos. They saw Mon and they want to go for it. But the thing is, it's a tank Rock, it's a tank Lancelot. You should not have enough damage. So it was not calculated that well, and because they were tunneling vision so hard, they didn't provide enough vision for AIM. And that's the reason why AIM got caught. If they had full information of where everyone from Team HAQ is, it would have been much more cleaner. So I like the initiation. I like that they had the understanding we gotta go for this. Like, we see a target, let's go, 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 go. But, you know, it got punished.
Yeah, you would think that despite having Farsa, it seems like Team Secret are the ones lacking the bird's eye view of the situation here, focusing on specific targets instead of looking at the team fight as a whole. And that's what's allowing Team HAQ to just approach from different angles. Amok's wild charge gonna catch out Gary, gets pulled away to Divine Judgment as AIM actually does get the shutdown on the Paquito. That's gonna be a lot of gold going towards the Farsa as the Lord will keep pushing in. It gets stopped by Box though. Dito will be able to force this down. And Team HAQ, this may be where they have to end their assault, but will they stay longer? Box gonna be able to clear up the lane. Min has to be careful. Deto is at the point where he does do a fair amount of damage, so Team HAQ will decide, alright, that's all for now.
Secret should know. All they gotta do is to give vision for both AIM as well as Deto, as well as give an opportunity for Neo to flank first, because every single time they've won a team fight, I would say it's because of Neo. Neo managing to get to the back lines, create chaos, giving enough time for Team Secret to follow up with the damage. That's what they really need to do. If they force out Min to use his Divine Judgment on Neo himself, that would be kind of good, because the moment that Neo gets caught, everyone just rushes in. Just try to make sure that Team HAQ cannot deal all the damage towards Neo. They have to separate their own resources here. Looking at Hito right now, he is the player to watch. He has all of the items. I kind of feel like the last item he's trying to complete again is the Wind of Nature, to make sure that he doesn't get destroyed by Deto.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit of a failsafe against Neo as well, because he knows that he's going to be the main target of the Benedetta jumping into the backline. So as long as he can keep himself alive with the Wind of Nature, top up his HP with the Haas Claws, Hito can stay in team fights for a very long time, and his consistent damage is very high.
But the weakness is he doesn't have magic resist. So the moment he gets targeted by AIM, it's over. You're gone. You don't even have an immortality. I would have to assume that his immortality is probably still in cooldown. He just finished his Wind of Nature. So again, going up against physical damage dealers should be fine, but he really should be worried about AIM. Speaking of which, I think that is why right now Lola is... You know, the KDA doesn't look like it, but he's the star. Lola is going for AIM.
Yeah, he's looking for the bird. He knows that he's the one to cancel out the Feather Airstrike. He's going to get stunned in the back line, but now the rest of Team HAQ is here to play. They're going to chase down Farsight. They go straight in. Neo cuts off the back, but it's not going to be enough. Team HAQ is surviving everything and dismantling Team Secret, not giving them any chance to breathe. Double kill for Hito, and we could be witnessing the end here, ladies and gentlemen. Box, he's going to try his best. He's going to clear the wave, but 1v5, what can he do? Monster kill for Hito. Closes this out. Wipe out on Team Secret as Team HAQ will pick up a 2-0 victory. 3 points on the MPL charts.
Convincing victory coming here from Team HAQ. Looks like they're getting their standings back. And like I said, man, my watch out for today Who is Team HAQ gonna be focusing on? And looks like they have two, both Amok as well as Abe. Make sure both of these players don't play the game, and you got it in the bag.
Excellent prioritization by Team HAQ. This is definitely the state that we expect the defending champions to enter Season 11 in. Unfortunately for Team Secret, it seems like it's going to be back to the drawing board once again, but definitely seeing potential. This is a team that is growing with every single game, and we're excited to see how they will proceed onwards. But the victory this time deservedly belongs to Team HAQ.
I love that they did their homework. I love the way they're improving. They gotta keep this up because, again, this is going to be a very rough regular season. We're going to throw it over to Rose on the stage to talk with Team HAQ.
Dan itu dia kemenangan pertama untuk Team HAQ. Okay, so this is the first match yang Team HAQ menang dalam musim ini. Game ni juga 2-0. Is the 5G connection back?
Sebenarnya bukan sebab saya atau pemain, tapi mungkin disebabkan teammate saya dan juga coach daripada rakan analisis juga banyak bantu. Mungkin week 1 kita orang kurang perform, tapi insyaAllah lepas ni kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik lagi.
I like that. Okay, saya nak tanya Gary pula. Okay, Gary, tadi kita boleh nampak dari audience, Gary punya playstyle sangat-sangat disiplin. Sangat-sangat disiplin. Is this the new Team HAQ for musim 11?
Kita orang season ni akan fokus 100% objektif dengan disiplin lah.
Oh, I like that. Oh, you understand. Okay, now Hito's turn. Okay guys, so a few days ago, Hito actually entered my live. Okay? Korang tahu tak siapa Dilar dari EVOS? Dilar dari EVOS, kenal kan? Dilar told me a secret. Dilar said, kalau Team HAQ nak menang, tak boleh bagi dia mandi. So, Hito, did you shower today?
No.
How many days?
1 day.
Oh, 1 day. Did you brush your teeth today?
Of course lah.
Oh, of course. I see. No wonder second game a bit hard. Okay, are you guys ready for the MVP of the match? Lagi kuat, MVP of the match. Okay, MVP of the match in 3, 2, 1. Hito!
No.
What? No. It's correct. Hito, first game of the season na napanalunan mo. How does it feel to even be MVP of the match?
I answer in Tagalog.
You can answer in Tagalog.
Sobrang natutuwa ako and very excited pa sa mga susunod na laban. Maraming salamat sa management namin, kay Coach Pabs, tapos sa mga kampi ko na lagi akong binubuhat.
Allah, comelnya. Dia cakap, dia sangat happy dengan sangat excited sebab first game yang diorang menang. Dia nak cakap terima kasih kepada Coach Pabs dekat tim-tim dia yang selalu gendong dia. Okay, that's it?
Yeah.
That's it. Ay, he's shy. Hito, tomorrow versus Toda. What do you want to say? Come on, make it hot, make it spicy. You can say in Tagalog.
I don't want to say anything because I don't know who is Chico.
Oh! Guys, did you guys hear that? Dia tak nak cakap apa-apa sebab dia tak kenal Chiku. Wait, you tak kenal Chiku? You don't know Chiku?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why? Isn't he a gold laner?
I'm the golden laner.
Oh! Guys, dia cakap dia tak kenal Chiku sebab Chiku main gold lane tapi dia golden laner. Dia punya gold lane tu ada nama Hito. Right? There's your name on the gold lane.
Yeah, golden lane.
Golden lane. Okay. So guys, saya nak invite satu fan, nama dia Clarence from Team HAQ. Mana dia? Clarence. Hello. Okay, sini. Bila nak menang ni? Dah menang bang, dah menang.
Dah menang.
Okay, so saya dengar you ada soalan untuk Team HAQ kan?
Ada
silakan.
Saya nak tanya, kalau sama-sama kita buat Ciu depan ni boleh tak? Ciu. Boleh?
Okay, he wants to say Siu.
Ciu.
All of you guys, say together.
Boleh?
Okay, ah?
1, 2, 3.
Itu dia. Alright, thank you Clarence. Sekejap, nak ambil gambar. Okay, I akan bagi Clarence peluang untuk ambil gambar. Go closer guys, closer. Okay, itu dia kemenangan pertama untuk Team HAQ. Dan kalau korang nak juga jadi lucky audience untuk naik pentas dengan interact with your favorite team, jangan lupa datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. And jangan lupa, orang yang naik atas pentas akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Clarence and thank you Team HAQ. Guys, a round of applause for Team HAQ. Louder. Thank you. This game was honestly intense. I liked it. Suka sangat. Because dua-dua pasukan ni, diorang tengah fight dah for that spot kan? Korang nak dengar tak mic check diorang? Nah. Okay guys, so jom kita tengok mic check untuk game yang last untuk Team HAQ. Let's go.
You can play alone itu? Oh no?
No, I think.
Alah, kau ni main tipu lah.
Just bro. Just bro.
No. You can back bro.
Kita nak flicker. Careful.
Nice one. Boleh. Mati balik. Nice. Tamak tolong Gary. Lola.
Barca isi Barca. Go. Give me savage.
Go. I don't want give. Balik.
Boleh.
Kelas Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
The defending champions of MPL MY return to form in excellent style, and right there you can see the players, they're humble about it, but they're also ready for the challenges that are about to come.
Honestly, I love it that Hito is like, I have nothing to say because I have no idea who Chiku is. Honestly, that should have been the end. Drop the mic, everyone go home. You can't top that already. It's like, yeah, I don't know who he is.
Yeah, that's just the end of the day right there. Mic drop, walk backstage.
Let's move MPL to Monday. Nothing else can top that.
That's a really good game right there. Team HAQ definitely understanding what their flaws were in week 1, recognizing that they didn't do a good job, promising the fans that they're gonna do better going forward. Team Secret, my heart does go out to them. These are players that have the potential, that have the capability. They're just not quite at 100% yet. And we're looking forward to how they'll continue growing.
It's unfortunate, but right now, they just gotta wait. Wait for the transfer window to open so that they could acquire new players. With that being said, we got this match done and dusted. And the match highlight waited for the right moment. Hito and Gary, patience paid off.
Honestly, I'm really impressed in that second game. We saw Gary pick up the Paquito. We saw he was using Killing Spree. Instantly, my thought process is, Gary is going to go wild. They're gonna they have to put a leash on him. But surprisingly, he was a lot more disciplined than we thought, to the point where I was wondering, is he going to be able to get the snowball at all? But it worked out. They waited for the right times. Gary goes in, does the damage, doesn't push too far, and an excellent finish by Team HAQ.
Yeah, he kills when it's necessary. And I kind of feel like that's the big difference coming in from week 1 to week 2, where it's very calculated in terms of when he dishes out damage. Speaking of Gary, let's look at the itemization here coming in from the Paquito jungle. And as you said, with the way that Gary plays, having the Bloodless Axe should be enough, because the more damage you do, the more you heal up. So having a lot of penetration here with the Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar, I kind of feel like it works well, because your opposing side, the jungler, is building tanky items, right? Because looking at Box, he has the Anti-Cuirass, he also has the Dominance Ice, but they're both gonna get penetrated. The same thing with Amox here. So the front line having a lot of armor kind of does still help out Gary. So in this situation, having a lot of penetration, having some survivability with the Bloodless Axe, it is going to be very difficult for Team Secret to kind of like counter Gary and kill him off.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that he goes for BOD on top of all of that, that's such a greedy item to go for on a Paquito.
He could have, like, I don't know, built an early immortality perhaps.
Yeah, but Gary is not like that. Even if he does have the discipline, he still wants to have the damage. So, well, you can definitely still see the personality sticking out there. Hito, this definitely was his standout moment. MVP of the match, definitely proving the value that he brings to Team HAQ. And like I pointed out, 2 roam boots right there. When you see that the mid lane has to buy roam boots to make sure that you're not losing out on the roam buff, indicating that the roam is actually matching up in farm, you already know that that's not good for the enemy team.
Right now, looking at the rich guy and the carry, it's both Hito with 747 gold per minute, 61,000 damage dealt. The sandbag Lola taking 138,000 damage, and Min having 12 total assists. And here, I really got to shout out to Lola, because Lola is the one that constantly giving a lot of attention to aim. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest difference maker, because Hito deals a lot of damage. Same thing with Gary as well as mine. But without Lola just clapping aim out of existence, because even if aim doesn't die, as long as he's not there for the fight, it's game over. So I like that Lola completely understands his job. I have one job. That's all I'm going to do. I'll pretend the other 4 players does not exist.
Yeah, I was definitely worried for Lola in the early stages when I feel like he died one too many times, but it may have worked out in the end because it just gave Team Secret the impression that they don't have to mind him anymore, and then in the end, he's just looking for aim every single time. As we can see in these stats right here, the team compositions for both of these games weren't all that far apart.
Yeah, but looking at game number 1 and game number 2, in terms of the goal difference, we can definitely see, in terms of game time, both are 17 minutes, but the second game is definitely much more closer, with the goal difference being 5.9 thousand in comparison to the first game, which is 10,000, going up to 11,000. So looking at the game, again, the trend continues. Team Secret finding some kind of buff in the second game, performing really, really well, but it looks like it just wasn't enough, because even in the draft, there's nothing that they could hedge on. There's nothing too special except for the early game tempo, which I kind of feel like they could have done a little bit more with it.
Yeah, I think Team Secret unfortunately had the difficulty of, even though they got that early game tempo, they just didn't seem to know what to do with it once the mid game came around, and Team HAQ were able to run circles around them. But let's talk about who the MVP of the match is. We all know it. It's going to be Hito once again, showing us his stuff. We were worried about the Beatrix not quite having the same survivability as Claude. Turns out we didn't have to worry at all.
I mean, if the Lancelot comes in, he doesn't have enough damage, that's not a problem. If Amos couldn't find the angle to use his wall charge, that's not a problem as well. And aim is the biggest issue, but Lola keeps clapping aim. So Hito was so free. So I respect that even during the interview, he's like, yeah, my teammates are really supporting me well. I'm again, like his sense of the game is like, as long as you do your job, you can leave the rest up to me.
You do gotta love a humble CEO in the end, right?
Yes.
You expect him to be a lot more...
The chief entertainment officer.
You expect him to be a lot more taunting, a bit more arrogant in the end based on his reputation, but he's not. He's still giving credit to his team. He recognizes that without the rest of Team HAQ backing him up, he wouldn't been able to get MVP, get the freedom, get the farm. And I love that. You are seeing the synergy really come into form for this squad.
Right now, we're looking at the highlights brought to us by Gardner Man, and in this highlights, this is one of the better ones where Abe even flickers forward to make sure that he gets the kill, so to make sure that Box, it wasn't a wasted kind of situation. And here even in this like 7-minute skirmish, we can see that Lola already understands his job. It goes directly for aim. He didn't get the kill during that 7-minute mark, but again, like I said, you don't really need the kill. You just gotta make sure that aim doesn't deal the damage, because you just want to give as much space as you can for your jungler, for your mid laner, as well as your gold laner. Speaking of gold laners, here again, Hito, the way that he's positioning himself, looking at the damage, like that's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty insane once he got to that late game. Weapon Master as well, so his physical damage is very high. You can see here in this game, he is way in front of the rest of his team. He doesn't care. Gets a kill onto Detto. He picks up one more after that. And then after that, Team Secret, I feel like one problem they have is that they're trying to do things, but not really identifying the risks if it doesn't go well. And you always see them in these situations where they have to mass retreat, and they're just not able to get away.
With that being said, this is the first match of the day. We got to look at the standings, where Team Secret is still here in the bottom with a 0-6 game win-loss, 0 points. And Team HAQ jumping up slightly, but they're still jumping up, having 4 points in total after 3 matches.
Yep, it's gonna be pretty good it's definitely a feels-good moment for all Team HAQ fans right there, being able to put themselves on the board, and Team Secret definitely hoping that they're able to find their footing, because they're definitely approaching dangerous territory with a couple more losses. But this table is definitely going to be looking very different once the day concludes, because we have 2 more spicy series coming up, so you guys don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, looking at the standings, this just shows how important it is. Like, even if you lose, you don't want to lose a 2-0, because giving a team 3 total points and you receiving 0 is actually more of a big deal than people give it credit for, right? Because if Team Secret, if they lose every single game, but they manage to get 1 point every single time, they could be scoring around 8 or 9 points, which should be enough to bring them to the playoffs. But now, having 3 series, 0 points, is going to be very, very punishing for them, which I feel like should be the question when they do sub in a player to make sure that Amos is not playing and he can focus on his job as a coach. Will it be enough?
That is the concern, isn't it?
Will you have enough time to actually catch up?
Yeah, right now, as harsh as it's going to sound, Team Secret's goal here is not necessarily to win games, because it's to survive. It's to make sure that they don't fall so far behind that once the 100% of the team finally arrives, they can still catch up to the rest of the competition. And that's going to be a difficult hill to climb.
Speaking of difficult hill to climb, after this, SMG will be going up against RSG Slate MY, where both teams have been pretty dominating, especially coming in from the mid side, where Izanami as well as Stormy performing very well for their teams. Sasa and Lolios as well, making a name for themselves.
But that's not all as well. Match 3 is going to be Red Giants Esports against the Homebois. 2 incredibly entertaining teams to watch. Bombastic, innovative, clean gameplay. I think we have our jobs cut out for us the rest of today.
3 p.m. Malaysia time. It is going to be RG Slate MY going up against Team SMG, where Team SMG is kind of a textbook team. They know what is the right play, and they go for that play all the time. RG Slate MY, they see something, they just go for it. Very aggressive.
I think SMG, not quite the same anymore with some of their newer additions, but we'll find out exactly how that develops in game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going on a short break. We will see you guys in a bit.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit. Namun, juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita. Budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita. Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense. Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita. This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution. Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat. So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group. Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja. That's right, and these teams will score based on those games. Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja. But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all. Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka. And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs. Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff. All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3. Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7. Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins. Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals. The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals. Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan. Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life. Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals. Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals. Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini? The stage is set. Let the games begin. Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lating phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ!
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita. Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense. Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition Video kita. This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution. Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat. So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in Esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Two teams that have added a dash of orange to their ranks are about to clash. Will they still be moving under gunfire? Or are they slated for defeat? Welcome back to MPL MY, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Stafa on the English cast, joined by Lafel.
I don't know how to feel about that, because I kind of feel like that was good and bad at the same time. Good job, though. Yes, my name is Lafel, and this is going to be the game between SMG going up against RG Slate MY, where the Prince of Mage, Izanami, will go up against the Prodigy, Stormy. But it's not just the King of Mage, the Prince of Mage. They also have the King of Taunting, which is Rippo, going up against Smooth. What can we call him?
He's just the smooth criminal at this point.
He's the smooth criminal. He gets the Beretta, he will get to the back line, he will steal your creeps, he will steal your minions, hide your kids, hide your wife, try to run away from Smooth. Smooth will catch up to you. Probably. Depends on the hero.
So we have the King and Prince on RSG Slate. We have a bit of a monarchy going on here versus, I guess,
the anarchy, which is SMG. Yeah.
Of SMG, we got the smooth criminal, we got the Prodigy. Anyone else we want to add to the ranks right now?
Hold on. Is there anything for Valence?
Valence is just Valence.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
You don't need an introduction for
He's
Valence.
the anarchist. I don't know if I can say it, meaning like he just doesn't care. He just goes in, he's like, I'm gonna create trouble, and then my friends will come to help me make sure that I don't get into trouble for so long. They'll back him up. Yeah, power of friendship. Balance now has friends. I mean, he had before as well, but you know, friendly.
I feel like we're gonna get attacked by some of the players after all of this.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. SMG now, they got a character. Right? RG Slate MY, they have a big amount of characters themselves. Izanami, Repo, Lolius. Like, Lolius is the one that doesn't talk much, but when he talks, you listen. Like, his voice is that deep.
That's true. That is pretty deep in the end here. But of course, these two teams are going to be going head to head, and we're very excited to see what is coming up. So, we prepared for all of you guys something to introduce you to these two competing factions and find out who will truly come out on top.
Minggu pertama MPL Malaysia Season ke-11 penuh dengan aksi-aksi dan momen-momen yang hangat. Tetapi adakah kehangatan ini akan meningkat minggu ini? Tajuk hari ini adalah bekas juara manakah yang lebih padu? Tim manakah yang akan memperolehi kemenangan hari ini? Mari kita timbang pertarungan ini secara ringkas. Poin pertama, walaupun RSG Slate MY mempunyai Raja Taunting yang tengah on form sekarang, Tim SMG ada Lord Smooth yang merupakan MVP minggu pertama MPL Malaysia. Bolehkah Smooth membelah impak Taunting Ripple? Poin kedua, di satu pihak terdapat dua wakil SEA Games. Sebaliknya, Tim SMG pernah menjadi wakil di M-Series. Portfolio manakah yang lebih relevan dan mantap? Dan poin ketiga, Prince of Mages versus The Mage Prodigy, Izanami dan Stormy. Mid laner manakah yang akan menghasilkan prestasi dan juga clutch play yang lebih cemerlang untuk pasukan mereka? Inilah analisis kita yang tidak berat sebelah. Jadi, tim manakah yang akan anda berat sebelah? Jom kita saksikan. Ini gaya kita. #Revolusi.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita dan itulah dia match teaser untuk match ini. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. And now, game kedua-dua ni kan guys, pasukan mana lagi kuat? Pasukan mana lagi kuat? Ready ke tak? Are you guys ready, Stadium Juara? Kalau kita nak ajak diorang atas stage, korang kena ready. Ready. Okay? So, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan, Team SMG dan juga RSG Slate MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Team SMG.
S-tier local superstar lineup, Super Team SMG, pelbagai gelaran yang mereka galas. Walau bagaimanapun mereka buktikannya dengan kemenangan yang cukup memuaskan, tidak lupa juga dengan kehadiran Week 1 MVP Lord Smooth. Bersama dengan the Mage Prodigy Stormy, we can expect that they will bring another epic battle to us. Nantikan dan saksikan.
RSG Slate MY.
Dengan kebangkitan RSG Slate dari semua region, RSG Slate MY juga beraksi dengan cemerlang as they claim they will come up with a combo of King of Taunting, Repo, and Indonesia roamer Chris Phobia, aka Repo Phobia. With the addition of the Prince of Mage Izanami, will the late game become RSG's game? We'll find out. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team SMG, kita ada Coach Haru dan juga analis mereka, Loom. And from the side of RSG Slate MY, Coach Kuja with analis EGM on his side. Let's continue for the fist bump, showing our sportsmanship and professionality. Inilah gaya kita, inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelangan, lawan di medan perang. And now, while both teams are taking their seats, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Wen Yi. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Yibi. Thank you for your hard work. And now that both teams are seated, Stadium Juara, this is going to be a very hot match. Are you guys ready? Louder! Okay guys, from the side of SMG, let me hear you scream for them. Lagi sekali tau, lagi kuat. Bagi dorang energy. One more time, SMG! And now, RSG Slate MY. Sekali lagi, give them the utmost energy. RSG Slate MY! The crowd is ready. Saya dah ready. Player semua pun dah ready. Teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Players are ready, but are we truly for a match of undoubtedly epic proportions? The audience is already ready to bring the roof down with many named titled players up on stage. I think this is a match that many of us have been anticipating.
I just can't believe we forgot Lord Smooth.
I know, right?
Now, the thing is, for the audience that you guys might not be familiar with, is that the Lord title was supposed to be like a negative kind of name, implying that you're playing really bad. And they gave this title to Smooth, but he took that Lord name, and now is like one of the best EXP laners in the game. And in this game, right, I want to see Lord Smooth have this kind of ideology where it's like, what's a king to a lord? Now, looking at the player stats here, honestly, all across the board, everyone's been performing really well. But for me, something a little bit unexpected where Subway is really showing up as a jungler for this season, where he's usually, it's Stormy, Smooth. But Subway has been showing up super strong when he gets the Fredrin or the Martis.
Yeah, it's honestly really impressive how Subway as a player has grown so much. We have to remember, back when he debuted, he was originally a member of Team SMG before moving on to Orange Esports, where he truly found his stride playing alongside Valence, alongside Stormy, and now that he's back, he's showing his stuff I'm excited to see what else he'll bring to the table alongside the Mage, Prodigy, along Lord Smooth. But on the opposite side, we have some pretty intimidating faces as well.
Yeah, Chris Povia, Lolios, Link Eza, Izanami, as well as Repo. Speaking of Martis, Link Eza has been really popping off with this Martis as well, having a very long game. It's like almost 30 minutes, and he did not die at all against Team HAQ. And Lolios on this Harif should really, like, he should prepare in case he wants to use the Harif, because at that point, he doesn't need his roamer. If he feels the need to kill, he'll find a kill himself.
I just love that Lolios has been able to play Harif again. Remember when he debuted MVP of Season 7? This was one of his signature heroes. It's back in meta. Lolios is back, but with him are going to be, of course, like we mentioned, Prince of Mages, Izanami, newly minted. He is the linchpin, the backbone of his squad. And of course, Rippo bringing a brand new energy, a brand new style to the RSG Slate roster. This is just going to be entertainment at its finest.
Now we gotta look. Both teams, they have amazing players. Let's talk about the Prince of Mage going up against the Prodigy. Stormy here. In terms of the average KDA, Izanami is on top. But in terms of average damage per minute, Stormy is actually doing a little bit more. But the kill participation, Izanami here, 83%. So, and then looking at the heroes as well, Izanami has been using things like the Kadita, where you do a lot of damage, but it's just at 1 point of time compared to Stormy, where he will use more damage per second kind of hero. So this does show Izanami is more involved in the fight. But Stormy, when he does get involved, he will be one of the main damage dealers.
I do love the titles that we have for them here, because Stormy as the Prodigy is still a fairly young player, and because of that he likes to be a little stylish, he likes to be a bit innovative. We've known him for strange picks in the mid lane, and he likes to do damage, like you mentioned, be aggressive, to the point where you expect the roamer to be in front of him. No, it's going to be Stormy. And Izanami has a lot of maturity, a lot of discipline in his gameplay. He plays for the team, he sets up, he does damage when he needs to, and you can always count on him to be the carry in a bad situation.
The fact that both teams will face each other just once in a regular season.
No, right?
They gotta be all out, right? Every single game, like, you will not see Izanami going up against Stormy for a very, very long time. So at this point, they gotta do well. And Repo here, a quote from him. He's from Johor. I'm from Johor. He's my type of people, right? Late game is RSG game, which is something that we definitely have to see, where Team SMG, they like to play a little bit more control-ish. So between both teams, it will be kind of interesting to see which team has a better late game.
I do definitely agree with what Repo here says, though. Late game is really comfortable for RSG. We already pointed out Lolios, he's back to comfort. He's able to play heroes like the Harif. We know Izanami can carry even in difficult situations. On the opposite side, Team SMG have already beaten the odds by taking down Todak. Obviously, one of the favorites here in MPL MY. But will they be able to do so against a newly revamped RSG Slate MY? With the addition of Chris Fovia to their ranks, their aggression has ramped up. And now we will see if the combination of the previous Orange Esports players will be the completion that Team SMG has been looking for.
8 seconds feels so long. I can't wait to go into the draft between both teams. RSG Slate MY going up against Team SMG. We're going into the draft where it looks like first pick will be RSG, I'm assuming. Yes, RSG Slate MY will be having the first pick. SMG, second pick. They've already done the bans for RSG. They've banned out the Kaja as well as the Fredrin. SMG 1-1 Enjoy.
Okay, one thing that I think we can also point out, the matchup in the EXP lane. We saw in the previous game, EXP lane, super important in the current meta. You need to hold out that lane in the early phases. Rippo versus Smooth. King of Taunting versus Lord. Who comes out on top here?
It's going to be very difficult in terms of the matchup, because so far Smooth has been really styling with the Vendetta. Rippo has been using more diverse heroes, even using the Edith. The glue has been picked up, but I would not say this is 100% Rippo pick, because this could go to Chris Phobia, because Chris Phobia, as long as that hero has a way to initiate a fight, that's his kind of hero.
Absolutely, and it really doesn't feel like the Rippo sort of hero as well, because Glue, while is super annoying, super long staying power in any sort of team fight. Doesn't quite have the same sort of aggression we expect from the king himself. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if it was the Roam hero, but I do feel like Roam Glue is a little bit underwhelming in comparison.
Well, again, I kind of feel like Rippo is one of those guys that is not too concerned with what hero he uses. Whatever the coach decides, he'll be like, yeah, sure, okay, I don't mind. SMG, they picked up the Martis as well as the Farsa. Farsa, again, an amazing pick, but we have seen that it could be countered with both the Claude or any kind of initiation hero, because the Glue, if Rippo wants to use a Yuzong, again, the Glue can still go to the Roam position. So even though they picked up the Glue first pick, they're not necessarily locked into any kind of draft. This Glue could go anywhere.
I think Kadita is a hero that RSG are definitely going to look at here. Good counter towards the far side, going to just be able to one-shot eliminate. And I feel like it's the type of hero that if you don't pick it up in the first phase, will definitely get banned in the second. So I wouldn't be surprised if RSG lock that in as of current. The Martis pick most likely going to Subway, so that's pretty solid right now for SMG. RSG respond, yep, there's the Kadita. Lancelot, kind of early.
You called out the Kadita pick, but the fact that the Lancelot is picked early shows either two things. According to RSG Slate MY, at least for Link Eza, he feels like his Lancelot could counter a Martis, so that's number one. Or number two, they really want to hide the other two picks. Because one pick that we definitely have not seen here is the Gold Laner pick. So I kind of feel like Lolios is asking Kuja, let me pick a little bit later. Let me see what my matchup is, and then we decide. And they decided just to get a jungler because, again, this Glue could go anywhere. If they picked up another EXP or a roamer, they're kind of showing their hand. So I like the Lancelot early pick here.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Team SMG, they're going to be finishing off their first phase. Benedetta going to be locked in. You already pointed out, Smooth has been styling on everyone with this Benedetta. And I'm looking forward to see if we're going to get even more highlight clips out of this game. But it's going to be difficult. RSG Slate are a team that will definitely punish over extensions. And as we enter into the second ban phase right now, heroes that might still be considered. For the side of RSG, they're still looking for a gold lane. We don't know about the Glue just yet, but Arlet going to be the first ban.
Funnily enough, we haven't seen it, but Arlet could also be used as a roamer. I've seen it being used before. It hasn't popped up here in MPL if my memory serves me correctly. But looking at 3 early picks for both SMG as well as RSG Slate MY, good and bad, that SMG, they're really showing their hand where they're going to be really, really strong in terms of the team fight, because the far side is going to be really dominating in the river side, as well as the Martis creating a lot of chaos alongside with the Vendetta. So their team fight is going to be pretty strong. They can go to the back lines very, very easily. But for RSG Slate MY, again, it's all up in the air. Honestly, even this Kadita could be a roamer. So there's no solid plan yet coming in from RSG Slate MY, which is good and bad. The good is that your opponents will not have a grasp of what you're trying to do. Are you going for an early game comp, late game comp, team fight, split? They're not entirely sure. But the thing is, let's hope RSG Slate MY, they know what they're doing.
I think they probably should right here. RSG Slate has definitely given us enough proof to know that there's definitely some sneakiness, there's definitely something going on within the brain of Kuja here. Now that they've banned out the Ruby as well as the Faramis from earlier, it's actually leading me more and more to believe that this is actually a Roam Glue, because the Faramis is a complete counter, does a ton of damage. Ruby can heal a lot off of the split as well. So there's a very good possibility, as now Claude and Harif going to be the final heroes removed from the pool.
This is very interesting because the Claude can be used to go up against the Farsa. So the fact that you're banning out a Claude either shows your gold laner will be quite susceptible to damage that will be coming out from the Claude, or they just know that Sasa has been training this Claude like crazy for the past week. But I expected RSG Slate MY to pick up the Claude themselves, but I guess looking at their lineup, they don't have a lot of reliable CC. So that could be a weakness of their draft. So I can see this Claude ban making sense.
Yeah, I think they're quite wary of it as well, because Claude is actually a fairly good answer to the Glue as a hero. And if you give it to someone like Sasa, he's just going to be able to safely farm the entire game. So since SMG have first pick in the second phase, RSG are not willing to give it away. So the Kufra going to be locked in by SMG to start things off. They're going to be keeping the gold laner for Sasa Secret for as long as possible.
I'm looking at the draft from RG Slate MY. They need some kind of consistent damage because the Kadita can do a lot, but it is a burst damage. So once your ult is over, that's the end of the fight, because we have to assume that this Lancelot is going to be a tank a lot. So you can dish out damage, but you're not necessarily the finisher. So they're going to put a lot of weight on the shoulders of Lolios and slight backfire because he doesn't necessarily know the matchup that he's going to be having. He can only assume.
Guess we will see right now. I mean, if you really wanted to, Lunox is still available as a Magic gold laner, but looks like they're going to be sticking with Moskov. Only picked one time, but he did win that game. 100% win rate on the hero so far, and the Yuzong being locked in indicates, yes, this is a Roam Glue. Black Dragon form to counter out the Farsa. Means that now SMG needs to make sure they're able to defend the backline.
Okay, so now with the Moskov being there, it is going to be a very punishing lane no matter what hero you use. Even the only one I think is like Melissa, where you can farm kinda okay, just using your muddles to like last hit. But other than that, with how Lolios likes to play either super aggressively or really hold the minions closer to his own turret, making it so that you can't run away or you can't farm that consistently. And yes, the Melissa has been... Wow, I have not seen this for a while. A single-digit win rate.
It's that low?
9%.
Really?
Dude, like, Melissa's been picked up a lot. I haven't realized it's a single % win rate.
That is rough. It's not as if Melissa is a particularly bad hero either. Teams looks like they've just figured out how to deal with her, but now the lineups are locked in. The fans are ready, and you can hear the chants, the cheers for the players up on stage. RSG Slate MY versus Team SMG. Looking at their comps, it's looking pretty balanced overall. RSG gonna be leaning more towards push and pick off, whereas Team SMG have a lot more utility as well as team fight, but we're highly focused dive composition from RSG Slate MY. Will Team SMG be able to keep their backline alive? Let us find out the answers to these questions as we enter the Land of Dawn.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting match. A lot of 1v1s, honestly, that I want to see all across the board. Both teams very, very solid. We're going to start off here in the mid lane where the Glue Kadita combo against the Kufra as well as the Farsa. For now, Chris Phobia is taking quite a little bit of damage, but the thing about the Glue as well as the Kufra, based on their own passes, they can heal themselves up, so it's not too punishing. For now, it looks like for both lanes, no one is overextending anything yet.
Yep. This is going to be important. The early game will set up the stage for a lot of the rest of the game, and mid lane control is going to be crucial. As we can see, both roam and mid combo is going to be focusing a lot towards this side. Valens not quite able to get the knockup, but they are actually able to steal a little Wander away, so that's a bit unfortunate for Linkeza.
Yeah, right now Linkeza, his mana is really low. Team SMG, they are opting to go for this.
Coming for it. Here comes Subway. He wants to steal this away. Valens going to be zoning out the Lancelot. He does still have Retribution, but he wasn't able to secure it. Subway! He gets level 4 off of stealing the buff. First Blood decimates Linkeza.
That's what it looks like if your mid is losing. And now Stormy, the Prodigy, is here going up against Lolios.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna flicker straight in, beats the kill to Sasa too. 3 members up top. The entire gold shield is gonna go to SMG.
Team SMG, almost 1.5k gold lead right now. They invaded the jungle. They won the gold lane. They're setting up the tempo. RG Slate MY, how are they going to respond? Because if this keeps up, it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually get a better positioning at the turtle pit.
Yeah, looks like the decision right now is going to focus onto the EXP lane. A wise choice, as the turtle going to be spawning towards that side. Smooth going to spot out Izanami, so I don't think he'll get caught out too easily. But be wary, there are 2 petrifies on RSG in this lane right now. Linkeza gonna start the turtle, but he's not level 4 yet because of that earlier first blood. Subway gonna lure the turtle to this side. Black Dragon form comes out. Electro final blow. Petrified. 2 members in the back line.
Rippo!
Rippo steals the turtle and he jumps onto Stormy, but he gets stunned back in return. So he's gonna have to retreat as Valens gets jumped on with the split. He's gonna be forced to flicker away, and Subway finishes off the Black Dragon for stealing his objective.
The king of Haunting secured the turtle, but he has to bow down and die for his team. Team SMG still has the lead, but RSG Slate MY, they've quoted late game is RSG game. But looking at Team SMG, I feel like their late game is very solid as well, having the Farsa having huge burst damage and having the Melissa a wide range of attack as well as protection with the go away with the muddles. It's going to be quite difficult if RSG Slate MY really want to really get any kind of fight against Team SMG, because, not going to lie, I'm not entirely sure the safest way for them to engage, because I kind of feel like you got to wait for Ripple and Izanami. But not yet, because it's still the laning phase, so they can't easily fight it out unless they're playing around Ripple or Izanami.
Yeah, RSG Slate MY have a heavy dive comp here with the Yuzong, with the Kadita, so they're very easily able to jump the backline. But this also requires them to have control over the map as well as the battlefield that they're taking, because Team SMG does have a lot of utility in getting in and out of fights. Therefore, RSG Slate needs to ensure that they don't fall too far behind in terms of early farm.
Yeah, right now as well, it looks like they're taking quite a lot of farm from Ripple, sharing it with both Izanami as well as Ling Eza to ensure that they don't lose in terms of the EXP. And I think like this is a very good strat where you're kind of like slowing the bleeding. Sure, Ripple is taking a little bit of a hit, but I think that he feels his mechanics with the hero is really that good that it's okay if he loses farm a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Ripple will be put too far behind. As you can see, he's actually fairly close to the EXP that Smooth has. So that one death, not going to affect him too much. However, it may delay his ability to continue keeping up in terms of team fights. As of right now, Team SMG continuing to focus on objectives. Right now, they're not going to take fights unless it is necessary and just focus on farming up.
Honestly, that's very interesting because 2 waves of his was shared and still the same level. That's actually quite amazing. And now the turtle has been started up by Team SMG. Crispovia finds Subway. Balance is hiding in the bushes for now. It looks like Team SMG, they have a better positioning here. While RSG Slate MY, they want to keep vision very, very close. It doesn't look like they have a very good spot here.
Black Dragon form coming in. Electro final blow jumps into the turtle pit. Link Eza gonna be the one to secure the turtle as Crispovia jumps onto Subway, pulls him into the hands of the Black Dragon. Rippo gonna get some revenge against Subway by taking him out.
The King is really performing really, really well. Rippo right now, 1-1-0. Looks like Izanami was caught, but able to run away. The Prince have very slippery fingers here.
Yeah, the flicker forward by Stormy as well. Not able to finish him off, so unfortunately that battle spell going to be a little wasted. Might have hesitated a bit too long to go for that kill. As of right now, Team SMG still maintaining a slight goal lead, but not by much. Losing Subway there as well as the turtle not going to be ideal.
So far very good from RSG Slate MY again, just to stop the bleeding. Team SMG, they have quite a good early pressure just now. It's just that it seems that the transition hasn't been well, especially considering that...
Izanami gonna get caught out with a better fight, sets it up. Izanami gets the kill onto Stormy, but now he's gonna be chased down. Smooth coming in, does not have his Petrify, so not able to keep the Kadita in place. They're gonna be able to back off.
Oh, I love that, man. Mid-on-mid violence. As I was saying, RSG Slate MY is doing well just because Team SMG, they wanted to secure the turtle, but both times was stolen away. So their efforts are being mitigated pretty well just because both Rippo and Ling Eza is doing quite well, even though Ling Eza suffered some early losses there.
Subway though gonna be keeping up the pressure, wants to steal the buff away once again, but looks like Ling Eza will succeed in keeping it in his hands. As Move gonna be dropped the real low. Rippo has reached the point where he can easily 1v1 the Benedetta, and that's bad news for Team SMG.
Yeah, Team SMG from a 1.5k gold lead now. RSG Slate MY, slight advantage here. Like they're moving back and forth, but the goal basically doesn't mean anything right now. It's even in terms of the kills, 2-3, it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, this turtle fight is going to be the deal breaker right now. Balance jumps in, gets the flicker, patches out Izanami, doesn't even allow the rough waves as Crispovia gonna get caught out by Subway as well. Rippo has come, but he may be a bit too late. Gets the Petrify onto Subway, but he's able to dash away. Lolil picks up the tower on the other side of the map, but it's already cost 2 members of RSG Slate.
What a game! Having engages crazy enough from SMG as well as RSG Slate MY. Rippo moved to the backseat. Balance is here showing up from a gold laner transitioning to a roamer. Having very good engages and almost fighting Link Eza. Eza has to step away. Balance really providing the engage for Team SMG. SMG again in control, and Rippo gets taken down by the Prodigy.
This is already turning out to be an incredible game to watch right there. Really good trigger finger from Link as he gets caught out once again with the Koopa. No rough ways. Caught out. Balance. He'll sacrifice his life, but that is a worthy trade right there. Link as are not able to defend the tower. Meanwhile, you can see, look, Lolios, he's stealing the orange buff. He's already gotten the push up on top lane. These teams are running circles around one another.
Let me do it myself kind of energy. Lolios here up top, going up against Smooth. RG Slate MY, they are losing by 1,000 gold, and it's all because Balance have been having crazy engages. Like, what happened? He was a gold leader, now a roamer, and now like he's overperforming, man.
I mean, you have to remember, Valens was originally a roamer himself.
But what's switching back and forth, and you're great at both?
I mean, even when he was playing as a gold laner, we have to remember, there's some roam energy in this man.
Yeah,
he likes being aggro. He's standing in front of the rest of his team. So, I'm pretty sure this is a return to form for him.
Dude, so far, even though his Valence, his engages have been looking smooth.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Yeah, but either way, right now, Team SMG, they go in front when Balance is ready. It's the same for RSG Slate MY, because the fight that they lost, Rippo was not there. Somehow they gotta make sure that whenever they're fighting, it is a 5v5. A 4v5, it looks like it's not gonna be enough unless it's just Lolios not there, just farming it out. The same thing with Sasa, because so far both gold laners have been pretty quiet when it comes to the team fight. Sure, Sasa 1-0-3, Lolios 0-1-0, but again, Sasa is basically there as a byproduct of everyone understanding what they have to do.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the skill score, even though Team SMG has way more kills than RSG Slate, it's RSG that has the tower control right now. They've already taken down 2 of Team SMG's towers, and that's thanks to Lolios being able to find the split push. So one of the other benefits of the dive comp is that they really don't have to stick together quite as much as Team SMG.
Rippo as well as Smooth trading back and forth. Thing is, he's been, it looks like he's been trying to force Team SMG to come to the Lord pit, because they allowed Smooth to give the information. And Thing is, wasn't really trying to hit the Lord, he's just trying to leash it away. So they're creating space for Lolios, because look at up top. It looks like RG Slate MY, their entire game plan is just to create space for Lolios.
Yeah, this has to be super annoying as well. I wonder if he actually managed to steal the orange buff once again. As of now, Team SMG still going to be able to keep the Lord on their half. Smooth is doing a good job of zoning, but he's also taking a lot of HP damage, so he's not going to be able to persist with this. As Lolios, he's going unchecked. Someone do something about this, man. He picks up the top tier 2 for free.
What is this macro control? You're using the Lord as bait. And SMG is taking the bait. It's like, yeah, we want the Lord. But again, this is not the biggest Lord so far. Subway taking a little bit of damage coming in from Rippo as well as Crispobia, but they're just trying to buy time.
Yeah, Rippo, he's still on top of Smooth. Link Eza dropping the Lord 40% as Izanami finds Sasa. Free kill on the enemy gold laner. Subway gonna be caught by the split.
Wow.
Link Eza gets the Lord for free, and Subway is taken out by the rope glue as Rippo gets the knockup onto Smooth. Here comes Valens, not able to get the stun.
Oh my god!
Crispobia with the double kill, and RSG Slate are pressuring Team SMG.
Hey, RG Slate, you can have your cake and eat it too. Whatever they wanted, they got all of it. Farm onto Lolios, check. Getting this turret here, check. Getting the Lord, check. Getting a double kill on Crispobia, check. Izanami making sure that he got Sasa, check. Every single thing on the board. They were setting it up. I love that. It looks like they prepared for this. I don't know how they've been looking into the future. It's like, okay, you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. And everything just comes together now. 3K gold lead for RSG Slate MY.
This legitimately feels like a new era of RSG Slate right now. This is impeccable macro control. This is perfect team coordination, recognizing what they can do and how to do it. But they do get the stun onto Crispobia. So at the very least, Team SMG gonna get a consolation prize there. But they need to keep as many of their towers alive as possible. Menkeza gonna be dragged back. Not going to do much, so Team SMG, their focus is on clearing the minion wave.
Yeah, talk about cast curse, right? That's like the second time today. The moment we say something really good about a player, something bad happens. But again, this is just an elemental lord, so I like the RSG Slate MY did not force it out. Team SMG, even though they're like kind of behind, but not really, because if they just fight it out, right? 5v5, no shenanigans, no any kind of trickery, I feel like Team SMG could win it out. I kind of feel like RSG Slate MY is feeling that as well, because Team SMG, as we saw the chart just now, they have a lot when it comes to team fight. So just avoid the team fight, split everyone up, and then basically for RSG Slate MY right now, their team fight is a 1v1 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that is literally the interaction we are seeing right now. RSG Slate, they have a very dive style comp. They don't necessarily have to play together. Team SMG have the more common front to back, with Smooth doing things on his own otherwise. They need to protect Sasa, they need to protect Stormy in the backline, and RSG Slate, as you mentioned, are aware of this, so they just don't take the 5v5. They do things around the map on their own, and they are ready to sacrifice players if it means achieving something more elsewhere on the map.
I kind of feel proud, because before this, when we mentioned like a 1v1 at 5 different places, it's considered as a negative trait, like, oh, you're not playing well with your team and such. But look at this, with that Lord, it's just an elemental Lord, they managed to get 15,000 damage onto the tower, and that is actually huge. Oh, okay, so we still got it. I was like, okay, he retro early and then Chris Wall. But either ways, I just want to say, RSG Slate MY, they made this 1v1 at 5 different places look really good.
And I mentioned during the draft that Roam Glue is a little more underwhelming compared to EXP Glue. Chris Vovia certainly making it not that way, but he can definitely get caught out in these situations. He's able to get split out, so no CC chain means that this Glue able to walk out safely, and that's huge for RSG Slate because they're working on the Lord, and Team SMG are still trying to deal with this guy right here. Izanami, though, not able to get his ambush. He could be in trouble. Electro final blow into the Petrify, gonna force out the rough waves. Team SMG want to kill onto the Prince of Mages. Smooth is
oh my god! Oh!
Valens gonna get the flicker, gets the kill, but now the Black Dragon has come out. Stormy is by himself. Smooth and Valens too far away, but Wings by Wings gets them out. Rippo now is the one isolated. Link Esa surprisingly not going for the Lord this whole time as Subway comes in. Mortal Coil, 2 people. Loliels, he wants to get the stun. Subway able.
Oh, he got it! He got it!
It's Valens! Valens gonna use his ult to try and keep Subway alive, but it is not enough. Loliels with the double kill. Link Esa still working on the Lord. Smooth recognizes they can't win this fight anymore. He's gonna go for the mid lane push, but they got the Lord. 4 members of RSG. They're gonna try and chase him, but this is a Benedetta. Smooth will get out, but what will it cost?
Oh, Smooth is still there. He feels like he can survive even if someone engages, just wants extra vision. Good on RSG Slate MY. Lolio's coming on. It's just like, I'm the hero here. Let me do all the damage. That was a beautiful double stun coming in from Lolios, ensuring the kills. He even used the Spear of Destruction just in case someone manages to run away. So that was a very, very good team fight, even though so far it's just 8 to 9 kills. It's not like a bloodbath kind of game, but whenever there's a fight, a lot of crazy interactions going on between both teams.
Yeah, it's honestly ridiculous right now and speaks to the level of gameplay that we are witnessing in this game. Lolios on this Moskov has been doing an insane job saving the Spear of Misery specifically to get the 2-man stun when he could have used it on Subway to start the fight. So, definitely good amount of discipline. These teams know what they're doing. RSG now going to be pushing up top lane. Spear of Destruction just to deal some poke damage to Sasa in the backline. Get some vision. The rest of Team SMG, they need to keep these remaining 2 towers alive. Here comes Rippo in Conceal as well. He's going to zone them out, create space to take the mid inhibitor. And now the crystal is exposed. Feather Destroy comes out. Sasa doing a lot of damage. Izanami going to get bursted down straight away as Subway gathers 3 members of RSG Slate. Rippo zoning out the backline. Chrispovia jumps on top of Subway, but he was going to get popped out. Immortality gone on the Glue, and the Glue gonna be removed from the equation entirely. 3 members of RSG able to escape. Smooth, he still has his eyes on Rippo, but he's not gonna be able to catch up. They have to do wave control now.
That was really close. I mean, look at that. Even MPL thought that was over. They already showed the player cams, and again, looking at how Rippo goes in, zoning everyone out, but the big difference maker there was Sasa doing 41,000 damage. Surprisingly Smooth, over 10,000 more damage than Sasa there. But again, Melissa, big AoE, dealing enough damage to everyone there. I kind of feel like they slightly underestimated the damage coming in from this Melissa. They just absorbed a little bit too much. Izanami tried to get that burst kill. He tried to take down Sasa, but I think he was stunned by Stormy, and that was the big reason why he couldn't pop his ult. He tried, but he got chain CC'd, and he couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for him there, but now we can see Loliels. This is the star on the side of RSG Slate right now. The Moskov already full on items, going to have the Marksman Trinity right there, as well as the Malefic Roar and Haas Claws to finish things off. So not going for the safe options of Wind of Nature or Immortality, because he's confident enough that his team can protect it.
I mean, this is kind of like the Gary mentality. I don't need defense, I just need more damage so that I heal a little bit more. So yeah, as long as he doesn't get CC'd, because he doesn't have Purify, he has Inspire. So this is like a huge gamble for him, because if no one touches him, he's a Moskov god, right? But the moment he gets touched, it's basically GG. So he has to make sure that he doesn't get caught by Valence, by Stormy, by Subway.
It can be surprisingly difficult to jump on him, though. When Moskov has this much attack speed, Loliels can just kind of jump around all the time. And while usually you'd expect Smooth to be the one diving the backline, going for the marksman, he's not going to be able to consistently get on top of Loliels unless he has the space to do so. Valence, he's going to jump in, not going to use his ult on Chris Phobia. Subway, he needs to get close enough to go for the Lord as Smooth cuts out the He gets the Lord! Loliels killing spree, going to pick off Subway, and now Team SMG have to make a hasty retreat, but they're going to stay and fight. They have a lot of turret damage with the Feathered Airstrike with the Melissa. The stun onto Izanami by Valence! Not going to allow him to burst down Stormy! Lengeza, he's looking for the Farsa as Loliels. He jumps away from Valence just in time, but he's that's what we were talking about! Shut down onto the Loliels right here! He's not going to be able to get the split push, and the Lord is pushing up top lane, so Lengeza has to back off and defend.
This is now a different meaning for Lord Smooth. Securing the Lord, doing a lot of damage in the process, and Sasa saving his dash.
He's still here. He's looking for something. He wants to keep the Lord alive. He wants it to do some crystal damage. He may even be able to chunk down Lengeza if he's not careful. He does have immortality, so he'll be fine. Another 5 seconds before Rippo returns. Team SMG, they're going to burst out Chris Provia. Killing spree to Stormy. They get the stun. The Lord is on the crystal. Rippo is back to life. Team SMG with the massive turnaround, stealing the victory from RSG Slate MY.
First game, Kingdom of RSG is looking shaky. What is the king to a Lord? Lord Smooth, man. MVP performance.
The monarchy of RSG has fallen to the anarchy of Team SMG. This is a result none of us could have ever expected. When Team SMG got the base defense, we thought, time to defend, but nope, it's time to win. Let's see what they have to say. Mic check for SMG.
Dia level 3 lagi tau. Kali Tami sing lip. Alright. Ke atas lip mungkin. Bisa tengok ai tak? Yuzong.
Boleh. Dah 1-2 Jangan.
Go balai atas. Bawah lip. Bawah tak lip. Mungkin bawah.
Bawah dah pecah dah.
Hati-hati. Case kanan hati-hati. Dapat. Mati. Nice. I low Mati. Tak apa. Straight. Okay.
Careful cover. DMV.
I blow.
Tak ada retreat 18%.
Moskov.
Dah.
Go jalan. I stand. Kaita. Moskov na yan. Moskov no dash. Nice.
Here at week 2, day 2, we may have just witnessed one of the defining games of season 11. LaFell, what are you feeling right now?
Dude, my hairs is standing on my arms. And the thing is, listening to the mic check, they were so composed. They never sound like they were panicking, because we see other teams like, but it is like very clear, back, Karita. Moskov is looking to end. Like, it's very clear cut. Like, if you guys win a game like a pro, you gotta go with the ROG Phone, Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Get your Savage with the fastest and most responsive display. Climb through your ranks as fast as possible with the biggest battery, 6,000 milliamp hours battery.
Honestly, it's just incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some ROG phones up on stage right now because that was truly gaming like a pro right there. Team SMG not losing their composure for a single moment. That base defense is where you think, okay, reset, defend, look for the next Lord. Team SMG says, no, we win right now.
Let's look at the items because we talked about it. Now, here's the thing, right? Look at Sasa because during the final fight with Lolios, he had the Wind of Nature. He sold it off immediately, probably taking the immortality just in case if they made a mistake. And Lolios here going full damage, I kind of feel like it is still okay, but the decision trying to end as fast as you can really is hoping for your teammates to waver it out. But this is the problem of a Kadita. You have to move on tempo. The moment anyone from the side of SMG has Magers, is like Smooth over here, the moment he has the Athena shield, you will not have enough damage to burst him out very, very fast. Even though he has the roam boots, he has the dire hit, it is not enough. It's like, that just shows how strong the Athena shield is against a burst hero like Kadita.
What amazes me is the fact that Valens, despite all the chaos that was happening in that game, was not only able to find setups for his team, but every time that RSG attempted to engage, he saved his ultimate for Izanami specifically, never using it on anyone else unless he knew that Izanami wasn't part of the fight. If not for Valens, Izanami would have had so much more freedom.
The carry here, Smooth. Understated, man. Give this man a crown. He is a lord. Like, I feel like after this game, it will be a huge mistake if the fans are still sleeping on Smooth. The rich guy, Lolia, 67 gold per minute. Sandbag, Chris Fovia taking 160,000 damage. And Forgotten One, Valens, 10 total assists. The damage coming in from Sasa as well, Stormy. 54,000 damage for Sasa, 57 for Stormy, and for RG, Izanami only did 18,000. But again, this is the gamble with the Kadita. If you do well early, you're gonna pop off. But the moment someone has an Athena shield, you're not gonna be that effective.
Yeah, definitely feels bad for Izanami. Smooth though, absolutely incredible. All these players were incredible. Who's the MVP?
Let's go!
It's gotta be him. Smooth gonna be picking up yet another MVP under his belt. This man is insane. When you see EXP lane Benedetta, you expect a semi-tank build. Smooth says, no, I'm gonna have Hunter Strike. I'm going to have Malefic Roar. Just go for all the damage here and survives all of it with the Dominance Ice and Athena Shield. If you don't ban this hero against SMG, you're making a mistake.
I don't think he's gonna get this Benedetta anymore. And yes, guys, look at the itemization here. Just like you said, 21 years old from Selangor, having a lot of damage. And again, having the Athena shield as well as the Dominance Ice, it's not like he doesn't look like he was at any point in trouble of taking too much damage. And I kind of feel like the fact that he was able to build this just shows the absence of Lolios inside the fight, because Lolios is the big damage threat, but because he's not involved in a lot of fights, Smooth did not have any trouble at all.
Yeah, looks like the split push strat of RSG turned back to bite them in the butt right here. As we can see, the gold graph of this game is insane. For the first like 11 minutes or so, it was pretty even with most of the advantage towards Team SMG until RSG was able to claim consecutive victories by stealing away neutral objectives on opposite sides of the map.
And somehow, look at the turret steals as well as the Lord steal from SMG. It's all coordinated by Smooth. This is the kind of energy of fine, I do it myself. Like, he did it all, and I don't know, man. SMG, this lineup in particular, because Sasa as well as Smooth has been the main faces for SMG for quite a while. Having Subway, Stormy, and Valens in the lineup, this is a different SMG. This is strong. I like this.
It's honestly beautiful. When I saw this lineup going into Season 11, I'm gonna admit, I already had a slight bias towards it because it just seemed like such a fun lineup to watch, but never in my wildest dreams would I have expected all of this. Team SMG starting the game off with the most aggression we've ever seen from this team.
Highlights brought to us by Garnier Men. Team SMG proving to us that they don't really care about books anymore. Now they're showing their street smarts. We know, Lolios, we're just gonna make sure that you don't join the fight, because imagine this. If Lolios use something like a Hive and join more of the fights, I kind of feel like Smooth will not get away with all of these crazy engages, because again, it didn't look like Smooth will have any kind of threat of dying, because he can handle Izanami, he can handle Link Eza, Repo as well. Like, Repo engages, does a lot of damage, but Smooth, he can survive. He can have a lot of spellman just because he has a lot of penetration items.
I think one of the issues with having a lineup that has a lot of dive and burst heroes is that you will have a tendency to aim down the squishier DPSs in the backline. So Sasa and Stormy will constantly be targeted, allowing for Smooth to actually generally have quite a free time, since the focus of RSG Slate will never be on the Benedetta over the Melissa, the Farsa, even the Martis. And that's a huge problem for them, because in the late game, RSG trying to go in, go for the push, they get picked off, Team SMG recognizes, now is the time for the kingdom of RSG to fall.
But Sasa as well, we didn't talk much about Sasa, but dashing away from the dives coming in from Izanami, from Repo, that was impressive, because like you said, dive on the squishies. No one is squishier than the Melissa. Speaking of which, there is a special Melissa skin in-game right now. Jujutsu Kaisen skins are now available in the game. Just now, it was Nobara Kugisaki Melissa skin. Make sure you guys grab that one for yourselves. Yin, Yuji, Itadori, Julian, Megumi, Fushiguro, as well as Xavier, Satoru, Goju. Make sure you guys join the event, because time is running out. It's only up until the 20th of March. 50% off on your daily spins. Make sure you guys grab it before it's too late.
Yep, just a few days to go, so you guys definitely don't want to miss out on this, a very rare collaboration and some excellent quality skins to really style up your gameplay, just like we saw in Game 1 there. We're going to be preparing to enter into Game number 2 very, very soon, but before then, let's relive the wonderful moments of Game number 1.
Ah, that's my fiance as well as Bunny. Bunny is the representative for SEA Games. Another representative of SEA Games as well, Arya. So, yeah, I don't know what to say.
I thought you were going somewhere with this.
No, it's just my fiance. I feel awkward.
All good, but either way, let's have a look at the draft right now. I know that your head is full of the fiance right there. Don't blame you, but right now, impact player on both sides. Chris Fovia versus Smooth. The Glue doing a very good job up until now. I have never seen my name on one of those. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never actually seen my name on one of those. That feels kind of nice.
Okay, then imagine being Gideon. The moment his name is said, he's not here.
I know, right? I mean, he can see it from home.
Yeah, he can see it from home. Probably. All right,
Probably.
so looking at the game right now, SMG, fire start. An amazing start. RSG, do you think that they should go for a more safer kind of pick? Because again, even though they tried to save the final pick for Lolios, the moment it went to the second phase of the ban, they themselves banned out the Claude, but the Hive was banned as well. So perhaps it might be a little bit better just to secure his hero first before anything happens, because the Moskov did well, but again, the short range put him in too much of a predicament, because he can take a lot of damage from the far side.
That is fair, but I do feel like one of the other things that RSG needs to think about is what hero to give Chris Fovia as well, because yes, the Glue doing an excellent job towards that early game, but once the late game came around, Glue doesn't really contribute much utility to the late game as compared to other roamers, and it's very easy for RSG to just for SMG to just kind of ignore him towards that stage. So I'd like for them to re-enable Chris Fovia by giving him something that has a bit more engagement opportunity and can also help protect and set up for his team.
Yeah, his performance has been so well with the Grok as well. I kind of feel like it might be good for RSG to start their first two pick with the Grok as well as the Valentina, because Izanami is pretty good with the Valentina as well, and having the opportunity to steal any ult from Valens or Subway, I think that'd be pretty good.
That's a pretty good shout right there. I definitely agree with that, but we'll see whether or not the teams do. As you can see, the bans already concluded.
Fredrin first
Going
pick.
pretty quick right there. Fredrin first pick, huh?
That is definitely a Subway hero. Fredrin first pick feels like the best right now.
Okay, looking at what's open, we have the Arlet, we have the Glue, Fredrin, as you said. Okay, it is Fredrin. So, yeah, gonna give Subway basically his best hero straight away.
Hoping for the Grok here. Hoping for the Grok. If Izanami doesn't want to pick his hero just yet, maybe something like a Lapu, kind of like a safe pick as well. But or Farsa. Farsa will be fine as well.
I don't agree with picking EXP lane in the first phase because it's so important to get a good matchup nowadays that unless you have a hero like Glue, it's not worth it. You get countered way too easily and then you lose the entire early game. So I do agree Farsa would be good. Grok definitely good. We have already seen Chris Povia. We'll see, but the Glue is still open. Will they wanna lock? Yes, they will. The Farsa does come out, but not the Grok.
Probably because if I was in the player's shoes, I would assume that Izanami is not feeling the Valentina. And if Izanami is not feeling the Valentina, you cannot pick up the Grok. Because the moment you pick up the Grok, then Stormy, the Prodigy, could use the Valentina and then you give a free Grok away. So I kind of feel like that is part of the conversation as well. If you pick Chris Fovia's hero early, you kind of got to secure the Valentina so he doesn't get countered. So now Valentina really feels like a trap card where giving away the Valentina
Stormy likes Valentina.
And the Valentina gets picked up.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I like calling out good picks, but I thought that this Benedetta would not see the light of day in the second game. But RSG, they're like, it's fine. We just answer with the Arlot.
Okay, I guess Arlet against Benedetta is not at all a bad matchup right there if this does go to the hands of Rippo. I'm surprised that SMG would pick Benedetta so early. Yes, there's always the risk of it getting banned in the second phase, but it's also a hero that like Smooth doesn't necessarily depend heavily on. So I thought it would be fine, leave it, wait for the better EXP lane matchup, but well, he's been doing such a good job with it, I guess. Why not?
I think when Smooth is using Benedetta, there's no such thing as a bad matchup.
Okay, that's fair.
If that's a natural counter, right? Say like a Phoveus, right? Phoveus was designed to stop heroes like Benedetta that dashes all the way through. Because if I'm not mistaken, Benedetta was released first and then eventually Phoveus or something like that. Yes. But either way, even there's a natural counter, quote unquote. Even Mincitar is technically a natural counter. Neither of them are good enough to stop this Vendetta.
That's difficult. I mean, you do still have heroes like the Frank.
So Munton, please buff him out. Thank you.
Well, definitely looking forward to that. But for now, second phase of bans, Ruby gonna be removed from the pool by RSG, which once again leads me to believe that Chris Povia gonna be reprising his role on the Glue. Melissa banned out by SMG, so they know they don't have first pick in the second phase. Not gonna give that away to Loliels, giving them a defensive option, especially paired up with the Feathered Airstrike. It makes base pushes very difficult.
Brody getting banned. If Brody is banned here, shows that RSG, they want a Claude or a Matrix because you don't want to get bullied out of your lane. And at this point, SMG, they have a choice. Either ban one of the marksmen or let both of them go so that Lolias has one and Sasa has the other.
I think ideally they still ban Harif here because compared to everything else, Loliels is too good with the Harif. Alright, they're gonna ban that out. If RSG go for the Claude right now, SMG definitely still have access to Melissa, but otherwise, I do feel like Lunox is a hero that doesn't get enough consideration.
Yeah, but still, Claude gets picked up. The problem with a Lunox is almost like a trap card as well, where you want to maximize the strength of a Lunox, where if your opposing side has a lot of base defense, then it's going to be a very good Lunox game. But if the opposing side is kind of squishy or they just have too much mobility in terms of movement speed or dashes, you kind of don't want to fall into that. So the Claude has been picked up. Though, just asterisk, against the Fredrin, I do kind of like the Lunox pick. You just have to make sure that the Lunox attack first, not the Fredrin.
Guess we'll find out. Right now, SMG gonna be looking for their gold lane and their roam. I think the roam position, very important, needs to have a tool to deal with the final slash coming out of Arlet because that's a really good way for RSG to set things up. So they're gonna be locking in the Moskov for Sasa and Franco gonna be coming up. We mentioned this being a good option to stop Benedetta, but why not pair it with the Benedetta? Really good way of just stopping anyone that wants to jump into the ranks of SMG.
Lolios will have a hard time battle mirror image in, because if he gets caught, that's gonna feel bad. But looks like they're ending the draft with a Baxia pick. Baxia being a very good frontline hero, just to tank a lot and providing space for both the Claude as well as the Farsa. This kind of like SMG's draft though.
I definitely like SMG's draft. Lots of utility, lots of damage, and smooth Benedetta, what's not to like? But RSG does have a lot of options as well. The Baxia currently 0% win rate in one game, but this is one of the classic Link Eza signatures. So if anyone's gonna make it work, it's gonna be him. Looking at the matchup, predictions are leaning very heavily towards SMG, but in terms of draft strength, there's a lot of plus points for RSG.
Yeah, in terms of late game, team fight, all of it looks very good, but something that we can't put into consideration with the numbers is how they interact with each other. With that, we're going into the game. RSG Slate MY going up against Team SMG. Again, a lot of royalty in this game, but one of them has to bow down to the other.
Yep, we've already witnessed Team SMG living up to their namesake, still moving under gunfire, able to bring a game back even in desperate conditions. So RSG Slate MY definitely got to prove that they have what it takes as well. It's important not to make mistakes that SMG can take advantage of anymore.
Right now, quite cheeky. Valence is here. He's waiting. Izanami is up on top, so both EXP laners are gonna have a little bit of help, but Izanami has to go away soon because the minion is crashing down.
Izanami gets hooked into the tower. He's able to flicker away, but Valence definitely catching him off guard there.
It's over.
Stormy flickers forward. He's looking for Izanami. First blood to the Prodigy, beating out the Prince once again. And now Smooth 1v1 against Rippo. Petrify, but Rippo gets the trade. The hook feeds another kill to the Valentina.
Valence! Welcome, Roamer SMG! You're doing a good job, and right now, Chris Bobby is taking quite a lot of damage. Stormy, this is amazing early game for SMG!
She's gonna flicker away, and now Smooth is the one who gets a kill. This Glue Roam being punished, and Team SMG, the aggression in the early game. This is beautiful.
If SMG, their whole game style revolves around a book, I have no idea what they're reading. Like, is it like a rap book?
Whatever it is, I want it.
This level of aggression, right? It's small, right? 3-1 kills, 200 gold lead. But here's the thing, right? It's small, but a lot of different things is going on right now. Sasa is getting pinned between 3 members of RSG Slate MY, but looks like he's gonna be fine.
Yep, really nice juking there to avoid being slammed by Chrisphobia. To RSG, they get a little bit of gold shield, but not a lot for their troubles. And they know that Izanami is down here. Wouldn't be surprised if Team SMG were to make a move on the top lane pretty soon.
Yeah, right now, again, like I said, Team SMG just have small victories everywhere. But this is how a snowball starts. You get just one kill. You just make sure that the opposing side loses one wave of minions, and then all of a sudden, you're winning by 3,000 gold lead. SMG, they started very, very strong. Now, how do they transition in? How do they secure the objectives from this moment on?
Well, in terms of team fight, Team SMG has a lot of access to CC, especially if Final Slash is stolen. Electro Final Blow has been used to cut off the mid lane. I think they were looking for a kill since Petrify was used as well, but no dice for them.
Right now, Link is down here just to make sure that Lolios is going to farm up pretty smoothly. Speaking of smooth, here it is going up against Rippo. In order to use the game, it does kind of seem like Rippo does have a little bit of an edge in terms of the damage output, but as long as the eye for an eye is used to kind of mitigate the damage coming in from the Vengeance, coming in from the Arlard, they should be fine up here.
But Smooth always does have to be careful. Unbending Will on the Arlet means that Rippo can turn around difficult situations, so Smooth can't go for a full dive 100 to 0 unless he's fully confident As of right now, he's not going to take a big fight. He knows Turtle is coming up, and Team SMG wants to set up for it.
Lolios just finished his Demon Hunter sword, so he should be able to do quite a bit of damage, but not enough to necessarily win a team fight. I mean, like, he can influence the team fight a bit, but he's going to take free damage coming in from the Moscow. What is up with the gold leaders always hitting the ult? Chrisphobia gets caught.
Chrisphobia, he's going to get taunted, forces out the split. This is very early as well. He's going to get terrified. So a lot of damage done to the glue before the turtle spawns as well. And we can see that Rippo has actually been forced back to base. So if he arrives soon enough, he could participate, but so is Smooth. Looks like this will be no problem for Team SMG. RSG recognizing they cannot take this fight right now. They're going to have to back this off, cut their losses.
Yeah, I kind of feel like RSG Slate MY, with how the game has started, they kind of have to farm up just a little bit more. Make sure that the Arlet can survive a lot of punishment, making it so that Izanami as well as Lolios, at least Lolios needs 2 items. Izanami, I kind of feel like he needs 2 items as well, depending on his itemization build, but I kind of feel like it is going to be the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon build, so the burst damage is going to be quite a lot, but actually hitting it is going to be very, very difficult, especially with a lot of dive coming in from SMG.
Ooh, Smooth, he does see that Final Slash has been used. He tried to engage, but Rippo will back off. He knows he doesn't have cooldowns. One thing I'm worried right now about Izanami is that giving Stormy a 2-0 this early on a Valentina means that his EXP is going to skyrocket above the Farsa, and he's definitely going to scale up sooner as well. I saw he already got Clock of Destiny quite a bit ago. So this is going to be hard since Farsa should logically scale sooner than Valentina.
I'm also looking at this Franco coming in from Valens. How is RG Slate MY going to force Valens to use his Bloody Hunt on the wrong target? And who's going to be the one initiating? Is it going to be Chrisphobia? Speaking of which, now SMG is going around bot. Chrisphobia gets taunted.
Yep, SMG going to be engaging. Subway does get the taunt, so it allows Stormy to get away from the clutches of the Glue, who does actually steal Glue's ultimate as well. So just a whole bunch of globs bouncing away from one another. Team SMG, their goal was just the tower. Again, really disciplined gameplay.
RNG Slate MY right now, they're grouping up together just to make sure that no one gets caught. I like how Chrisphobia is playing the game because he understands that he can't really counter-engage that well. So what he's doing is just providing that extra vision, just to know that, hey guys, you're gonna get ganked. If I have to sacrifice myself, fine, but make sure you guys stay alive. So that is why the game is slowing down just a little bit. Lolios, you're hugging the wall. That is a good thing, but against a Moskov, you do have to be a little bit more careful.
As you can see, Turtle going to be worked on by Team SMG, very easily taken as well. Smooth and Rippo will get their first items at the same time, Bloodlust Axe and Thunderbelt, respectively. As Izanami Valens!
What?
My goodness! Pulls him in, Bloody Hunt! Fettered Airstrike set it up perfectly. Here comes Lolios. He actually gets stunned against Chrisphobia, but Sasa in a lot of danger. He's going to finally get picked off by the Glue. Valens, he's low on HP as well. Who will fall first? Chrisphobia, but he feeds a killing spree to the Valentina, all while Smooth is handling the mid lane.
What? Everyone saw that, right? But Smooth is going to get taken down. Lola is doing quite a lot of damage. I was stunned seeing how Valens took initiative. Just flicker forward, get the hook onto Izanami. It must not be feeling good being the Prince of Mage right now, being targeted by everyone around you.
And it's pretty obvious going into this game that Valens was told, pay attention to Izanami. That's all you really gotta do. Now we can see he's taking a lot of damage. The Franco is probably gonna die straight away. He tries to go for the hook, isn't able to finish it. Sasa not successful in pinning Link Enza against the wall. They somehow keep the tower alive after all of this. RSG Slate gonna back this up. They don't want to risk a full-out team fight just about now. Smooth, did he steal that away? Yes, he did. Takes the litho from under the nose of Link Enza. Still providing vision, and Team SMG will go for the top tier 1.
If you could have a small replay just now, that was so good. How Izanami, he was the one that catches Valens, and at the moment Valens was ready to hook him, he canceled his ult, moved slightly to the side to avoid it. And now Sasa is kind of like Lolios 2.0 from game number 1, just focusing on getting those towers.
This is just Moskov gameplay right now. He already does a lot of damage too, and Chrisphobia will be stopped by Subway. Valens looking to see if he can get the hook, but no way he's going to be walking up for now. RSG are definitely respecting Team SMG after they've witnessed their capabilities.
Right now, 2K Gold lead. Team SMG is doing so well. Good ranking. Sasa is number 1, but Lolia is not far behind. Only difference is like, what, 200-300? Which is pretty good considering it's a 2,000 gold difference.
Yep. Link Eza can be the first one on top of the Lord right now. Gets the reset. Not sure if that was intentional, but Subway is now nearby as well. Wants to avoid giving a free objective to RSG Slate. This is a good opportunity for them to jump in and split the fight, but Chris Fovia might have jumped the gun here. Forced to use split very early on, and the hook just barely missing the glue. That would have been huge. Subway gets a taunt on Chris Fovia. But the Lord is going to be danced around right now. Concealed play. Valence gets pushed aside with the final slash. Not able to engage. He's now inside the feathered airstrike. So the Franco will get taken out straight away by Lolios. Let's move. Jumping in the back line. 2-man petrify into the Electro final blow. Lolios, he gets the double kill, but the rest of his team is getting decimated as Chris Fovia, Link Eza, as well as Rippo are all picked off systematically one by one.
Right now, the amount of CCs coming in from SMG, the Terrify, the taunts, they're really controlling RG Slate MY so well. And RG Slate MY, it looks like they have an idea that we got to pick them off first one by one, and then we can do something about it. Lolio's now taking the turret. He has to be careful because look at the position from Sasa. Sasa is getting ready. Sasa!
He catches out Lolios. He jumps back with the battle mirror image, but Balance is here as well. Spear of Destruction going to miss, but he walks right into the tower. He knows there is no escape.
I feel like he was hoping that Valence hits him, so at least the kill goes over to the roamer and not the goal leader, but still, Valence controlling himself is like, okay, I'm not going to touch you, all right? Let's just give it over to Sasa, but that game sense. You can already see the movement coming in from Sasa, like, you're coming here. You're definitely coming here. I'm going to stun you down, and I'm going to take you out of the fight.
Beautifully played. Team SFG systematically expanding their control over the map. Link Eza, was that a good idea? He tried to go in for the steal, but he loses his life. Not worth at all. Now Team SMG take a free tier 2. Link Eza still down for 20 seconds. Chris Fovia trying to... Oh my goodness! Rippo literally cannot do anything. Stun lock to his doom. Stormy even flickering forward to get damage on Izanami. They pull in Chris Fovia. Monster kill to the Valentina. Blazing to it. Not going to be able to do anything. Team SMG all still healthy, all still alive. The crystal is open. Team SMG ending the game in a clean sweep and not permitting the rise of the kingdom of RSG.
First, it was Todak. Now it's RSG Slate MY. Champions fall in front of the champions of SMG. Look at how strong SMG is right now. Whoever is in front of them will bow down.
Team SMG, the smiles on their faces right now.
Look at Calvin, man.
They know what they did. They know what they did. This is a statement to the rest of MPL that Team SMG are in it to win it.
Dude, Mr. Pang, super excited here. You can't blame him. That was a clean game. A very clean game from SMG. And again, like, in that game, everyone popped off. Stormy did super well. Smooth did awesome. Balance, incredible hooks. Everyone is so good. Speaking of good, let's go to Rose on stage to ask SMG what's good.
Dan itu dia SMG 2-0 games melawan RSG Slate MY. Oh my god, wow. Guys, if you guys ingat kan, kalau korang ingat, Rippo cakap that late game is RSG's game. And SMG just proved them wrong because they took this home. Ya, oh, dia happy tau, dia happy.
Happy sangat.
Happy sangat, tak. Saya tengok pun tadi, honestly lah kan, ramai expect game ni akan jadi 2-1. Ramai expect, tapi the way you guys played dengan sangat-sangat disiplin, sangat-sangat hebat, I think even you guys took RSG by surprise.
Yelah.
Yelah kan?
Yeah. Kita orang sebenarnya tak expect pun boleh menang lawan RSG ni. Kita orang ingatkan macam 2-1 ke, 1-2. Yang ni kita orang menang, Alhamdulillah.
Dia happy sangat, tangan dia tengah shake sekarang. Tangan tengah shake. Okay, thank you. Haru, coach. Come on coach. 2-0. What went into the draft? Apa jadi? Draft lain macam je draft.
it's not only me. It's all of us.
It's all of you guys. Yeah lah. Tapi macam the draft just now was really good. And did you guys like really came up with the draft to lawan RSG?
RSG senang kena baca.
Oh, RSG senang kena baca. Okay, jap. Oh, wait. The captain wants to say something.
Can I say something? Just like report last week say late game is RSG game, right?
Yes.
We don't give him time to play late game. We play early game.
Oh, that's why. Guys, jarang-jarang Sasa cakap. Tapi bila dia cakap, on point. Okay guys, are you guys ready for the MVP of the match? Okay? 1, 2, 3. Stormy! Itu dia the mage prodigy of MPL Malaysia. Stormy sini. Stormy, oh my goodness. You kalahkan the Prince of Mage.
Wow.
Wow, how do you feel?
Very happy, but I think without my teammates, I cannot dapat this MVP.
Oh no, that's so cute. You so... Wow, SMG is like, you know, everything they will give credit to the team. I like it. Okay guys, so sekarang masuk untuk kita invite Lucky Fan atas stage. Azad, mana Azad? Itu dia, itu paling depan tu. Oi! Thank you. Okay Azad. You boleh kata apa-apa?
Pertama sekali saya nak ucapkan congratulations kepada tim SMG. Gameplay memang pun kata perfect memang tak ada mistake, tak ada blunder, and walaupun dekat yang support tim SMG tak ramai tadi kan, daripada percentage yang kita boleh tengok tadi, tapi fake je 2-0.
Alright, thank you Azad. So I'm gonna move to the side, bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Okay guys. Oh my god, game tu sangat-sangat intense tapi it's so fun. So, kalau korang nak jadi macam Azad, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang jadi lucky audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang juga boleh dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Azad. Congratulations SMG. Guys, come on. Okay, thank you. Thank you SMG. Congratulations. Oh wow, game yang sangat-sangat unexpected to win and finish so fast. SMG sekali lagi, come on guys. Come on, you guys, sebab dorang tadi energetic. Ready? SMG? Oh, I love to hear it. Okay guys. So, jom kita throw it to the mic check. Okay, kita boleh dengar apa yang decision making dorang masa in game tadi. Let's take it away.
Bawah.
Can I clear?
Yeah. You want clear?
Yeah. Recall.
Alright, then nak swap lane.
Langsung aja deh.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Udah. Bubar.
Bawah, gua bawah. Boleh kah?
Dapat. Gas ah. Tahan. Dia bisa naik Sasa tau.
Mau gas?
Oi, Dauti alot Dauti. Pasal Dauti juga. Dorang OI guys.
Nice.
Lot.
Nice.
Nice dip, nice follow up. Thank you.
The strength of Team SMG becoming increasingly apparent here in MPL MY Season 11 and proving to all of us that you don't necessarily need import players to be the top of the class.
It's not just still moving under gunfire, it's like strength more growing. That's one way to say that they're improving.
That's the new branding right there.
Yes. Strength more growing. It sounded better in my head, I swear. The moment I said it, I'm like, okay, I've already committed. Might as well just end it.
Well, they certainly did end it, and in style right there, Team SMG. Like we mentioned on stage,
like
right?
Sasa said. You said late game is RSG game. We're cleaning you up in the early game.
That's surprising. Sasa is a man of few words. The fact that he asked for the microphone himself.
I mean, both of them have experience in Indo. I kind of feel like that plays a part.
That's true. Well, either way, we gotta talk about this, the Mage Prodigy, with a clean KDA on the second game, claiming victory with his team. If there were any doubts that Stormy was the Mage Prodigy, well, consider those doubts dispelled.
Here's the thing, I was hoping for a 2-1. I wanted to prolong this thing, but again, people exposed a little bit too much, saying that we're a late game team. So destroying them in the early game is the answer.
But it's one step to identify what you need to do. It's another step to be able to execute on it, indicating an excellence in their performance. Let's have a look once again at the item builds for these players, because that was a quick game, honestly.
11 minutes, 12 seconds.
Yeah.
1-1, 1-2. And then again, looking at items here, looking at Stormy, just I don't know. The items is good, but we gotta talk about the early kill, grabbing onto himself and then just controlling everything else, because level 13 Valentina against a level 10 Farsa, especially with the Farsa, you have to go up against the Franco, but more important, you have to go up against this Benedetta. Quite often times we see Smooth just diving all the way straight to Izanami and then using his Petrify specifically for this Birdie Bird.
Like, you can't let Benedetta through anymore. Team SMG are fully confident in just picking up the Benedetta early and saying, yeah, we're gonna be able to win the lane no matter what. That is excellent. Stormy 6-0 and 5. Beautiful gameplay. Subway obviously very comfortable with Fredrin, but man, I really want to invest in Valen stocks now.
Here's the thing, man. I mean, like, the three members, Stormy, Subway, and Smooth, they got their heroes. Do you think that's a mistake, letting the Benedetta go through? Letting the Fredrin go through? Stormy, sure, you basically can use any kind of hero. It really doesn't matter, right? But again, I kind of feel like letting Subway, having the Fredrin and Smooth having this Benedetta. I mean, like, we got to figure out the stat, right? How many times in a row Smooth has been able to use this Benedetta? I think it's ridiculous. Stop sleeping on Smooth, man. Respect the Lord. Take away the Benedetta.
Like, I can't even remember. Has Smooth played anything else besides Benedetta this season?
Maybe just one.
I think he played once. I don't even remember it anymore.
I can't even remember the hero. It's like Arlo is user. I don't know.
It might have been, but the Benedetta gameplay is just so insane that can you blame us for forgetting?
The carry, the rich guy, Sasa, forgotten one. Speaking of forgetting, balance with those insane hooks. Flicker hooks some more. And RG, looking at the damage here, Lolios doing 34,000 damage. It is a lot. It is a lot, but not enough to actually get any kind of wins.
Yep, I'm impressed with Sasa as well. Haven't been talking too much about him, but the captain of the team, playing on Moskov. This is not your typical Sasa hero. He has this tendency to play a little more defensively, play a little more passively. He wants to farm, he wants to scale up, but recognizing that his team wants to play for the early game, that they want to dominate, he picks up the Moskov, a hero that can be quite risky if not played correctly. And he shows that he is fully capable of adapting to the aggressive nature of his fellow teammates.
Let's wrap it up. So we're going to look at overall stats for game number 1 as well as game number 2. And the goal difference between game 1 and game 2 just signifies how dominant game 2 is for SMG. And kind of cutting the game time in half. 20 minutes on the first game, 11 for the second game. And if we look at the stats here, the late game for RG is strong, as they were suggesting, but the early to mid game, honestly, the difference isn't that much. So it's not really about the heroes that made it so that they won the early game. It is the rotations.
Yeah, it's crazy the way that they were able to control those rotations in the early game. And RSG Slate MY obviously came into this match with a plan. When they started game 1, they had this dive comp that could split up Team SMG, not allow them to team fight, pick people off one by one. They made a mistake in the late game, allowed for the comeback. So you go into game number 2. Now they want to play to their strengths. Play heroes they're comfortable with, heroes that can control, that can CC, that can team fight, that can scale for that late game. And Team SMG instantly adjusts to deal with it.
Looking at this kind of style, man, I mean, a lot of people will put Dota and RSG Slate MY as the top of the league. SMG just dropped both of them. Is it now that we can say that SMG, at least for week 2, is looking like the best team in the league?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Before MPL Season 11 started, I wanted to do a tier list, and I had some personal bias because I do like the players on SMG. I wanted to put them number 1. I didn't put it up because I wasn't sure. Now I wish I did.
Now the MVP of the match, 18 years old, from Selangor, the prodigy, Stormy, 605, match KDA, 85% kill participation. All the games. He's doing so good. All the games.
The fact that Stormy has already been here for a few seasons and he's still only 18 years old is insane. Living up to the name of the Mage Prodigy. Really?
Dude, I mean, like, he's born different, you know? Indie Woman's probably still playing Mobile Legends.
He was born playing Mobile Legends.
He was born playing Mobile Legends, man. I mean, like, he did not die at all in the second series just now. 85% kill participation. The damage as well, so much. He did not give any room for RSG to breathe. This is... I don't know who is SMG's linchpin, right? You could say Stormy, you could say Smooth, you could say Sasa. No matter who you say, technically you're not wrong.
The mark of an excellent team is that there is no singular linchpin and everyone is capable of pulling their own weight. And I think Team SNG definitely living up to that right now. The highlights here brought to us by Garnier Men indicate an instant diversion. So much aggression in the early game. Team SMG were doing a lot in the first few minutes in Game 1. Game 2, they just picked up on it even more.
For you to be a very good mid laner, you need the support of your roamer. And what a support coming in from Valence. Like, all of the aggression is centered around both Valence as well as Stormy. Wherever they are, the fight happens. And here, this is the moment where, like, Smooth just saves his Petrify just to make sure that Izanami doesn't do anything. So I kind of feel like this kind of hurts Farsa's win rate as well. It's because you don't necessarily have to kill the bird. You just got to stop it from entering the fight. And it's unfortunate here, but again, Lolios, very telegraphed where he's going. Very easy for Sasa to take him down. So Haru was correct. RSG was easy to read.
Ooh, that's not something you want to hear right now, but just looking at the way this game went, it's hard to argue with the result. Team SMG has understood their opponents.
Number 1.
Read them like an open book.
Number 1, baby.
Number 1 on the leaderboard. Now I feel really bad I didn't put up my tier list. I could have said, hey, I told you so.
I put SMG at number 4. Imagine that. Now they're number 1. Toda is number 6. RG Slate MY is sharing the 3rd spot with Red Giant Esports, which I think they're gonna have a match after this. So
yes, they are.
So, dude,
it's gonna be a match.
Dude, this is hype.
It's gonna be a match between number 2 and number 3.
Oh, it's gonna be hype.
So I cannot believe this is not the end of the day. We still have one more insane matchup coming after this. What a day this has been.
Dude, the format has been crazy, man. I mean, like, you're fighting against each team once. You want that revenge. You cannot have that revenge. So I kind of feel like this gives more incentive to the teams to make it to the playoffs just to have their revenge. It's like, I don't want the season to end by saying I've never beaten SMG.
Ooh.
Dude, like, not saying like that's a bad thing, but meaning to say you have that pride. You don't want to say that you never won a single match against a particular team, but SMG 3-0.
We came into Season 11 expecting a revolution. And this has been a true season of shakeups with teams and players showing us what they have been truly capable of all along. Team SMG have definitely cemented themselves as the team to beat, but that does not put down the achievements that RSG, Slate, MY, as well as everyone else on the standings have been able to achieve. I literally have no idea who is going to win this season.
I keep changing, man. Week 1, looking at Homebois and RSG, Slate, MY, it's like, they got it in the bag. Now SMG is popping up and then be like, we're undefeated so far. 3 out of 9 teams. They're a third of the way there.
And yes, these are some of the strongest teams in the league.
Yeah, it's not like easy pickings, right? After this will be the final match of the day, which is going to be Red Giant Esports going up against Homebois. As you said, number 2, and number 3. If Red Giant Esports drop the games, then okay, sure, RGC and MY would go up a little bit. If Homebois wins this one cleanly, then another team that has not been defeated yet.
That is true. That would be quite the achievement, and it would definitely push them up real far. Homebois has had a trend of always performing incredibly well during the regular season and falling off during the playoffs, but they're looking literally in the most solid and stable state we have ever seen from the Homebois. So they have something to prove.
Before this, the regular season was 8 weeks. Now it's 6 weeks. So maybe it's like the duration is the same as the regular season. So now the buff is like not there.
I see where you're
right?
coming
You understand
from.
what I'm trying to say?
Who knows? Maybe, right? Maybe the Homebois are a time-gated team. But Red Giants are no slouches as well. One of the big rookies to watch out for. That match is coming up next. We'll be going on a break for a short moment. We'll see you guys then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain was the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next...
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik. Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay. I'ma go hard for the win. Win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in Esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Stadium Juara has been decorated by an air of intensity here in Week 2, Day 2. And when you find yourselves facing gigantic pressure upon the stage, you always crave the comfort of home. My name's Stafa. Along with me is going to be Lafell once again on our English cast for all of you today. Lafell, we have had some intense games.
And it's not stopping there because the match coming up, Red Giant Esports going up against Homebois. And before the game even started, Stafa, we saw Red Giant Esports bringing in the platoon with them, creating some noise. This is going to be a loud match between both teams.
There was literally a parade, basically, walking in the main doors of the stadium right here. If you guys wanted to have the chance to experience that for yourselves, we're still having tickets available for the following weeks of MPL. Make sure you guys come along because the atmosphere here is incredible.
Listen to that. There's a bit like someone's in front testing up on his own drums, but I gotta say, man, it's a good thing that this time we're in a stadium, because these people deserve it, because they want to make noise and they want to be heard. And trust me, we're hearing the noise that they're making. But if we're gonna talk about in-game stuff, Homebois have been unstoppable. No one has been able to draw blood from Homebois. Red Giant Esports coming in, Ozarvecki as the coach could bring something fundamentally sane, but in terms of the way that he drafts, could be out of this world, because he has players like Esha Ohana that can use stuff like Yin as a roamer, you know, like unconventional heroes, but still achieving what he wants from the team.
Red Giants Esports, a semi-pro lineup coming into the MPL for the very first time, has already shown some incredible capabilities on the MPL stage. Will they be able to match up against the power of the Homebois, though? As we can see right here outside of Stadium Juara, our brave warriors walking up to the stage.
Right now we're looking at Warlord from Indonesia, age 21, as the mid laner for Homebois, has been proving himself one of the key players that really changed Homebois from previous seasons. Really like plugging a hole on the defense of Homebois, because right now it's very hard to pinpoint any kind of I would say weakness for Homebois.
Yeah, Warlord and Barbosa definitely fulfilling their roles in the lineup, but on the opposite side as well, Red Giants Esports, they bring with them a certain flair to the MPL, the very first team ever to be backed by an official sports organization, and they've already demonstrated the power of the resources and facilities put behind them. SYF doing a fantastic job as a gold laner, caring for the rest of the team. These are only just a couple of the players we're going to be seeing clashing up on stage very soon.
I had the privilege of meeting the owner of Red Giant Esports just outside. Even shaking his hand, I can feel all sorts of emotions coming in from the owner himself, because it's a mixture of excitement, nervousness, worry, pride, everything mixed in between, because again, winning against Homebois would be a big statement for Red Giant Esports here.
Yeah, it would be massive, because we know Homebois are a team with a long history here in the MPL, to the point that they have become fan favorites among the community. And in this season, it's only been cemented further after their amazing performance throughout the weeks. But so, it's gonna be a huge obstacle. It's a big hill to climb for Red Giants, and if they're able to do it, it would be massive. It would shift the entire ranking chart.
I would honestly want to talk about the coaches here, because Coach Dil from Homebois, Coach Ozarvecki from Red Giant Esports, where Dil has experience going to the SEA Games. I faced with him before. It's very difficult to draft against him, because again, even last week we saw an Odette coming up, and he said like, it's not really a troll pick, because looking at the lineup, it is a pretty good pick right now. It's just that he didn't perform as well as he thought. And Ozarvecki, as I said again, 9 years of experience in the MOBA scene. He has a plethora of experience seeing all kinds of meta, not just in Malaysia, but all across the world. His travels have garnered quite a lot of knowledge and experience, and he's bringing it here to his team, because I even was able to talk to Chiwing, the manager from Red Giant, and it's like, these players are good. Becky put them on another level.
Yeah, I can definitely see the impact of Ozarvecki here on the team of Red Giants. We already knew that they were the strongest semi-pro team in the country leading up to this. But seeing what being part of Red Giants Esports has done to them has truly taken them to another level. But I would have to say the same for the Homeboys. Having Warlord, having Barbosa, as well as Dale behind them is massive. And if you're talking about the innovation that Ozora Vecchi is bringing to the drafts of Red Giants, I feel like Dale brings a similar sort of energy. So I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, with that being said, I want to look at the players. But before we look at the players, we're going to throw over to the stage with Rose, where she's going to hype us up and introduce both teams.
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Oh my goodness. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Wow, crowd kita sekarang ni tengah hype sangat. Korang tengah hype ni? Korang dah ready ke nak tengok dua-dua pasukan ni? Asal dari sini je, dari sini pula. Red Giants. Homeboys. Okay, are you guys ready untuk kita invite kedua-dua pasukan untuk last match hari ini? Ready? Ready? Okay, marilah kita invite kedua-dua pasukan Red Giants dan juga Homeboys ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Red Giants Esports
acquired another victory yesterday. This team showed that they are as strong as a newcomer. Dengan level gameplay yang mereka tunjukkan, mereka sememangnya staraf dengan tim-tim veteran. This team at their best is a scary team to go up against. Mampukah mereka mendapatkan kemenangan menentang Homeboys, pasukan kegemaran ramai? We leave it to them to show their actual ability.
Homeboys.
Pasukan yang digeruni kekuatannya di season 11. The team that conquered the early phase of regular season, looking for another full points to be grabbed. With all team members performing at their peak, they are on the right track. Selagi dengan cita-cita mereka untuk menjadi nombor 1. Mari kita lihat sama ada mereka mampu untuk meneruskan kemenangan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the right side of Red Giants Esports, Coach Ozora Vecchi dan juga analis mereka Rush. And from the side of Homeboys, kita ada Coach Dale with analyst Saiful on his side. Let's continue for the fifth bump, showing our sportsmanship and professionality. Inilah gaya kita, inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelangan, lawan di medan perang. And now, while both teams are taking their seats, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Wen Yi. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Yizi. Thank you for your hard work. And now that both teams are ready, Stadium Juara, let me hear you scream! This is the last match of the day dan saya rasa match ini akan jadi terpaling panas untuk hari ini. Do you guys agree? The crowd is ready. I am ready. The players are ready. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
LaFell, I just get a bit of a warm feeling looking at these players walk up on stage, the way they're interacting, the confidence on both sides. There's a style here from both Red Giants and the Homeboys, and I'm excited to see them put it all on the line.
Sapat caught my eye, man. He entered the ring looking so casual. It's like, hey, there you guys are. Hi. And the thing is, both these teams, they have history because they played against each other in semi-pro tournaments. And as of right now, Red Giants is actually on the upper lead. They've won against Homeboys more often in the grand finals. And now, speaking of which, Eshao Hana, Gorgeous, Zach, Cutie, Sakai's, as well as Sif. Look at the face of Rush as well as Becky. Both of them are so happy, looking at the crowd, cheering them on.
Red Giants Esports has had some of the most impressive performance by a brand new team in the MPL that we have seen in the history of MPL MY. But their obstacles today are going to be none other than crowd favorites. The Homebois up on screen right now, a team that has further adopted competitive style in recent seasons.
Look at that, even Homebois, they're just vibing. It's like, not sure if this is from the Homebois crowd or the Red Giant crowd, but they're vibing. Anip, Chibi, Barbosa, Warlord, as well as Supai. Funny enough, Warlord here, we're showing off his ODAT with a 6.5 average assist, 74% kill participation. And again, I gotta say, man, Supai looks like he's chilling, right? But look at the face of Chibi. He is dead serious. He's like, he's going into every game with a mentality of like, this is a best of one. I'm gonna crush it.
Well, I think that is the necessary spirit to have, especially in Season 11, where the competition has just ramped up to an 11. Chibi has always been the star player of the Homebois. Yep. And I think he knows that there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that sort of title. Even if Warlord and Barbosa have eased his work just a little bit, when you see the support coming out for Red Giants Esports, which new team, by the way, is just incredible.
Staffa, I've entered MPL at what, Season 4? Never would I have imagined that we'd be getting teams like Red Giant Esports. Even previous season, newcomers, Team HAQ, bringing a lot of spirit into the MPL. I'm really loving all of these new teams, bringing in new flavors. But now, going into the draft, Homebois will be having the first pick, Red Giants the second. Homebois betting out the Kaja as well as the Kadita. Red Giants betting out the 1-1 as well as the Joy. The Kadita and the Kaja ban kind of signifies to me that they don't want to get picked off.
It's very important for them right now. Now we have to note, Red Giants Esports, we've recognized, are a pretty momentum-based team overall. They want to play for the early game. They ideally want to have a good draft. Despite looking like they were impenetrable, we found out that after Manless Esports were able to claim a win from them, there is a weakness that can be exploited. And with that out in the open, it's up to Homebois to see if they can find that gap in their armor.
To be fair, Ozarveki said he was holding back in terms of, oh, look at that rush. Is like feeling the crowd right now. But Veki, like yesterday, he was like, we were saving some strats, trying to hide certain things from Homebois, but then they're like, that was a bad mentality going into game number 2 yesterday. So in the third game, they did so well, ended the game by the first Lord, which has been predicted by Ozarveki. So I'm interested to see what specific strat Red Giant has prepared to go up against Homebois. Now that Homebois first picking the R-Lord has been an amazing pick in the EXP lane.
This is a very important first pick for this matchup specifically because the first players to truly show what Arlet is capable of were Gojas and Sepa. So with these two players here, it's understandable Homebois would want to prioritize this first. This, of course, is going to leave hero options like the Valentina, like the Farsa, going to be open. Redrin already banned out on the side of Red Giants themselves. Glue, still an option as well if they want to go for it. And I'm just excited to see what's going to come up.
Oh, very early pick of the Claude here, as well as the Valentina. This is very interesting. I kind of like it. I like the rise in popularity of picking up the Valentina nowadays, just because the meta has shifted where roamers have a lot of say of winning or losing a team fight. So having a Valentina is almost like having a second roamer in terms of that capability of dishing out a huge AoE crowd control. So I'm as a Valentina enjoyer, I like that the popularity has increased. Now the Claude. Should we be talking about the Claude? Sim, picking up this Claude early. Why is it usually a bad idea to pick up the Claude early?
Well, typically when you pick up a gold laner this early on in the draft, it creates a lot of opportunities for the hero to be countered. But I actually think this may not be a bad choice for Red Giants Esports because Claude as a hero, although he may get countered in lane, as long as you can buy enough time for SYF to get some farm, it actually doesn't matter too much, which is why you see teams pick up gold laners a lot earlier in the current meta.
Yeah, the Claude is very, very useful, kind of making sure that the opposing side, with the Valentina as well as the Claude pick, kind of denying that Farsa pick. So this is a good response by picking up the Faramis. The Glue hasn't been picked up, But now that the Faramis is there, probably not gonna. Oh, talked about it.
Well,
I talked about this Yin roamer, and it's popping. It's here, 100% win rate.
I am pretty sure this Yin roamer may have been even designed specifically to counter against Homebois, and they were just testing it out previously because this is such a good Faramis counter. We know that Warlord, his signature hero is already very obvious, the Faramis pick. The fact that they're willing to grab Cult Altar even when Valentina is on the other side means that Homebois wants to play around this. So, having the ability to separate the Faramis or anyone from the Cult Altar is going to be huge.
Yeah, this is, oh my god, like triggering my memory. This is almost like the same thing. Yeah, picking up Yin to go up against this Faramis, isolating him, and I don't know. Looking at the draft right now, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. At this point, I'm not at the mindset of being a caster. Now I'm at the mindset of being a viewer. This is one of those games I just want to watch and enjoy. I don't want to overanalyze. I just want to go with the ride, you know?
Yeah, you're not the only one, my friend. I'm pretty sure many of us on the caster desk, BM side as well, are going to be feeling the same way. There's a lot of tension in the air, and the audience as well as us are going to be looking forward heavily to what comes next. We have to remember, Homebois and Red Giants Esports are two teams that came into Season 11 with very notable energy in that they have a spirit of competition. We know, obviously, Red Giants, they're backed by a sports organization now, so obviously they're going to be treated like athletes. But I do feel like Daddyhood has been paying a lot of attention to overall increasing the competitiveness of his team. So you can instantly see that by their performance so far.
Homeboys showing their hands for a little bit. In this game, whatever hero Chibi is going to use is something like an assassin, where he wants the early farm. So Red Giants, they get the Martis as a fighter, pretty strong against assassins. Homeboys, betting out the Hilda really shows we don't want to get invaded. So I'm looking at an assassin pick here.
We do have to remember, so far, Gojas has only played Arlet and Hilda in the entire season.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So what Homeboys is doing is actually kind of baiting them out, forcing them, all right, you do really good with these two heroes, what else do you have? It's a bit of like sussing them out, figuring out what else they're capable of, because the EXP lane matchup is still one to really pay attention to.
Yep, the Lancelot has been picked. Again, banning out the Hilda does show that you want to use an assassin, because it doesn't matter whether the Hilda is a roamer or an EXP laner, the fact that you can dive inside the jungle and no one can stop you is very dangerous. Because here's the thing, even though Lancelot now is a tank a lot, but also doesn't want to be disturbed quite early. But this Hildy, this Diggy pick, quite interesting.
So basically, they're going to force Esha to pick one of these heroes to isolate. They will either have Cult Altar or Time Journey in team fights.
I remember this kind of draft happened in last season, where even Toda lost heavily, where when you have the Diggy as well as the Faramis, this is basically an unkillable composition. So I'm looking at this, I want to see how aggressive Homeboys can really put themselves in, and looks like Lapu Lapu will be the final pickup for Red Giants. Looking at both draft, Homeboys draft, I would say, has a very narrow window of being the absolute strongest, right? Because they're going to have a very strong mid game, but they almost got to force it out.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the side of the Homeboys to ensure that they have a solid early game so that they can make use of this mid-game power spike. Whereas on the opposite side, Red Giants Esports definitely have a much more balanced composition. But with both Faramis and Diggy, I wonder how effective Yin roam is going to be.
Yeah, just by having that Yin, we can look at the pickoff number going very high. Their pushing as well as late game is very high, so it's kind of like Red Giants is more of the upper echelon of the heptagon, and then Homeboys is lower on the bottom side with the team fight, early to mid, as well as the utility.
Yep, once again, Homeboys, they gotta make something happen early on, whereas Red Giants Esports are gonna be pretty content to just wait it out, get their farm, and scale up to the point that they become absolute giants. The Land of Dawn arrives once more to find out which of these two fan-favorite teams is going to be our final victor for today.
Sorry for slightly interrupting just now. Just for now, I'm looking at all of the emblems. this Barbosa on the Diggy is going to be using an Impure Reach, so a little bit more damage. And Sapat is picking up the Tenacity, so he's going to be the main tank. Because again, the Diggy won't be able to do much. So I'm liking the setup from Sapat right now. He's going to be the main front line. He's going to absorb most of the damage. So supposedly, Civ, as a Claude, will not have a good time. But the thing is, Claude usually doesn't care. They just want to scale up level 4 and then hopefully they can use their Blazing Duet to clean off the minions.
Well, that's why Barbosa is here to try and accelerate this lane as possible and make it as uncomfortable for SYF as they can. Homeboys instantly putting a lot of focus to the bottom side. Warlord and Barbosa can move around the map a lot with these two heroes. And Esha just not being allowed to move anywhere, pulled back twice by the Fairmiss Diggy combo. A Nymph already gaining full control over the gold lane.
Even though this is a Yin roamer, but you have to pay attention on the emblem setup. If this is an assassin, it's going to be an assassin build as well, because if he is building the same as before, probably going to prioritize something like either the Hunter Strike or the Blade of Heptases. So his HP is not going to be a lot. Red Giant Esports, they got to make sure that they don't get punished early on by having this quite squishy competition.
Esha gonna be pulled back, force the flicker away from the hands of Sapat. Do not want to give an Arlet an early kill. Currently, First Blood still not claimed by either side, as ZAQT is up in the top lane to make sure Arlet doesn't get too much. But this is basically gonna be free turtle for GB.
Homeboys, they're really setting up the tempo because they're basically forcing Red Giant Esports to stay on their own side of the map. Because any attempt Red Giant so far tries to like get past the middle point of the lane or the riverside, they're getting punished. Even as we saw, Gorgeous just casually walking at the riverside gets pushed out.
Yep, instantly we can see though, Gorgeous in the bottom lane, that's really far. And Homeboys are gonna use that to claim an entire tower up top. Not sure if this was the wisest choice. This is just gonna further accelerate the farm that the Homeboys have been getting.
Yes, I was looking at that and I was thinking like, were they trying for a lane swap early? But it looks like he's going back up, so probably not. And Sakai's right now has to use his Retribution just to get a little bit more HP to get away.
But was he able to steal that away?
I don't think so.
Confirm that with GB, but now Gorgeous gonna be jumping in on Sapat. Sapat, he's already completed his job. He took the full tower up there, including all the gold shield, a full level up on the Lapu. Not an ideal situation for the EXP lane.
Right now, I'm just wondering, when is Yin going to be the strongest? Because, well, before that, ZAQT over here going up against Warlord. Warlord is going to stay in his own tower. I've talked with Shamilo, caster from the Malay desk, where he said Yin is almost untouchable in the later stage of the game, meaning like he's that crazy in the late game, but in the early stage of the game, he's basically not gonna do much. So with Esha here opening the map pretty deep inside Homeboy's territory, I'm thinking like, does he have a way to get a kill this early on?
Basically, no. Esha is not going to be able to kill anyone at all unless he's able to pick off someone when they're low HP. But that's not really the goal of the Yin roam in the first place, so he's going to be starting fights with the Yin ultimate, meaning that it's going to take Esha a long time to actually scale up to the point that he can actually get kills. But for now, his goal is going to be to separate people. Looks like they will be able to catch out Barbosa. First Blood going to the Yin.
Were we just talking and he shouldn't get a kill? He got a kill! I mean, to be fair, it is a Diggy.
It is the Diggy.
Not the highest HP around, but that's a very good because Red Giant Esports, they basically avoided death early stage of the game. They managed to get a kill, but still, Homeboys wildly ahead. 2,000 gold lead, and now Warlord found it. ZAQT. Doesn't look like Red Giant Esports. They're not going to go for any kind of aggression here. Sakai's as well on the top side, getting bullied by Sapat.
Yeah, Red Giants Esports definitely recognizes that their early game is going to be not strong at all. They already lose out in terms of the mid lane interaction, but Gorgeous once again coming to the bottom side, forcing out the Cult Altar. ZAQT has Time Journey, but they're not really going to use it. And if jumping back in, he's looking for the kill onto Lapu. Inspire, nearly taking him out, but Gorgeous is able to escape. This may cost them though. Tier 1 should be exposed.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are limit testing each other. And it's like, I wonder how much damage I can deal specifically to you. Let's test it out. And then, oh, Ishana goes in.
Esha jumps in. A beautiful ultimate onto Anip. Not sure if he's going to be able to finish this kill off. Right now, taking a lot of damage from him. He jumps in. He may finish him. But Anip able to survive just in time. Time Journey from ZAQT will keep Esha alive as Skies is looking for it. He finishes him. Doesn't even need the decimate. But look at top lane. Chibi, he's getting a free tower. Red Giants Esports, they're giving up a lot of map pressure.
This is why Ishana is a professional player. Because Logic would be like, maybe this is not the right time for you to be aggressive. And it's like, nah, fam, you're a marksman. You can't do much to me. I'm going to do more to you, especially because we got to think about the changes from Yin, where his passive just got a big bump in having extra spell vamp when he's alone, right? When no teammates is around, he gets more spell vamp. So even without, say, a Bloodless Axe, he can sustain for quite a bit. To be fair, it is just a bit, but a bit is better than nothing.
And I like his discipline as well, waiting in his ultimate until Anip used his dash before actually committing with his cooldowns. As we know, if Yin is not able to get the stun in time, he basically does not get a kill in his ult at all. But right now, still a big problem for Red Giants. Homeboy's in a very comfortable state in this game, already having full control of the early game, and 3 towers taken from Red Giants compared to 0.
Homeboy is taking advantage of winning the lanes because they already have 3 towers to none from Red Giant Esports. And just because of that, they have a 3k gold lead, and both of them are on the EXP lane. So comfortably, I can say that Sampa just won his lane super hard. I mean, like, sure, you can say that Chibi came in held and whatnot, but at this point, like in professional play, it doesn't matter. As long as you get all those towers, it doesn't matter who came to help, what this, what not. It's just, you just win, right?
Yeah, Homeboys now with all this structural advantage is going to make it very difficult for Red Giants Esports to safely farm at certain parts of the map. But having SYF on the clock here will be quite beneficial to them because this is basically the best marksman for split pushing and farming by himself. Ideally, Red Giants right now need to staunch the bleeding.
They've been doing it well because Homeboys, what they should be doing is forcing out fights. Red Giants has not been fighting. Oh, never mind. Exactly, got caught.
ZAQT, where did you go? Go just forced the dash away. Luckily for them, no minions. Homeboys not quite able to push in just yet. They're able to take 1 kill, and this should be another free tower for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they take 2 with this. That's bad news for Red Giants, but excellent for the Homeboys.
Chibi, this is not a full tank Lancelot. He just got the War Axe, so he should have just a little bit more damage than the usual Lancelot that we've been seeing throughout the league. So this is going to be very, very scary for Red Giant Esports because they themselves, like for both teams, not a lot of HP.
Yep, Skies, he's going to find Sabat right there, but these two are not really going to interact with each other. It's kind of surprising. I feel like Homeboys were in position to try and go for the kill, but I think they don't want to risk it right now, especially with the Lord coming up in a couple seconds.
What kind of gameplay is Homeboy showing here? Because before this, they're like super aggressive, but now very, very calculated. Looking at damage ranking here, Warlord doing 90,000 damage, but usually we'd be seeing like damages close to 30k at this point, which does show that Homeboys, they're able to take objectives without necessarily taking fights. But never mind, they're fighting out.
Final slash, forcing ZAQT out of position, but Homeboy still have full control over the Lord Pits. Guys, he wants to come in, he wants the retry, but he can't. He's gonna get taken by Chibi. Here comes Chibi as well. He's looking for the kill. They catch out Skies. Esha nearly going to become a target as well, but he was able to walk away as Go just goes for the split push. Warlord gonna catch up to the Lapu Lapu, doing a lot of damage right now. Go just not sure if this is where you want to go. He's gonna try and regen off of the minion wave, but he is 1v3 right now.
Oh wow!
They're gonna find Chibi. He's still alive after all of this, but the rest of Homeboys have come, and he's not gonna get any backup. Finally taken out.
Hey, I would say that's still a very good play because even if he didn't get a kill, he basically just absorbed a lot of attention, creating more space for Red Giant Esports. But again, Homeboys, like without doing much, almost 5,000 gold lead, Elemental Lord coming up. And with the Framus as well as Diggy, they could really force this out.
Yeah, not sure if Red Giants Esports has the means to defend this. They do have Time Journey, which will keep Skies alive as SYF doing a fair bit of damage, clearing up the wave in the backline. Red Giants Esports right now wants to avoid losing any more inhibitors, whereas the Homeboys want to do as much structural damage as possible. Goja's taking a bunch of damage to the time bombs right there. So Barbosa has actually scaled up quite a bit as well. Curious how many stacks the Diggy has.
Yeah, right now, again, this is not going to be This is a good defense coming in from Red Giant Esports, but
He finds on it once again. Will he get the kill? He's actually dropping real low right there. He doesn't have his cooldowns anymore, so he will survive as Time Journey and Cold Altar come out at the same time to keep Anip alive. The attempt from Red Giants going to fail.
We gotta sing praises for Anip, man, because throughout this sieging that we've been seeing, Anip deals a lot of damage by, like, I don't know how to explain this, but he did a lot of damage by mistake. He's attacking something else. Everyone else just by proxy accepts the damage as well because he's like, okay, I'm just gonna attack the minions, but just the way that how the Melissa works, anyone close by will get attacked as well. And I kind of feel like, look at this, he's not even trying to hurt Sif, but Sif is taking a lot of damage.
That is the value of the Melissa pick right now, just being able to do massive AoE damage and stand in a fairly safe location. As of right now, Homebois with 5.6k net worth lead. It's a very difficult advantage for Red Giants to come back from. Yes, they do still have the late game scaling in SYF and ZachQT, but with the rest of the team not being able to survive the DPS output, not sure if they have the time to come back online.
I have a better way of wording that. He did all that damage, like, unconsciously. Like, he didn't intend to do it, it just happened, right? Looking at the items, he has 3 core items. The next item is mostly going to be making sure that he doesn't die, which is the Wind of Nature. But again, when you're that far ahead, you're doing damage to people that you didn't intend to. This is the strength of Homebois' draft, where I thought that they should be forcing out fights, but it looks like they're having a different approach where we can force out fights, but as long as people don't try to stop us, it's good enough.
Yeah, Homebois are expressing a lot of discipline here right now, and you can definitely see that the strategies and training are... Oh, I don't know if GB meant to find him there, but Esha in a lot of trouble. He has to flicker away. He uses the conceal, but he still gets caught out, not even able to use his ultimate. Killing spree for GB.
Is this a flex? All of this is happening unintentionally. I unintentionally did damage to you. You just so happened to be there. Like, we've been seeing that quite a lot here. It's just that Homebois, they're just using their skills. And then Red Giant Esports, they're just in between what Homebois want and the skills.
Well, sometimes when you're unlucky, there's not much you can do about it. And right now, Red Giants, we could be seeing the end of Game 1 already. GB dashing all the way in. Mid-inhibitor going to fall with not much resistance at all as GB targets SYF. He's able to walk back to the base, but Esha not even able to get his ultimate out before he's bursted down to nothing. We see Cold Altar coming out. Gonna be stolen away by ZachQT to keep his team alive as well, as the Lord has finally been chunked out, but the crystal is exposed. Minion wave is coming in. Sky is doing his best to clear everything up. Barbosa will fall. ZachQT as well, but the crystal is wide open, and Homebois will not let this opportunity slip. Victory in Game 1.
Is there any other way to describe that game other than being clean? Because if this was Homebois MPL Season 10, this would be a bloodbath. Season 11, they're like, this fight is unnecessary. You stop us, you try to stop us, we will take you down. Like, look at the entire game. Everyone is running away from Homebois.
It's honestly incredible, the fact that Homebois have undergone such a notable evolution since the last season. The introduction of Dale definitely making that impact. So let's see what they have to say. Mic check for the Homebois right now.
5 orang bawah, 5 orang bawah.
Jangan dipaksa. Balik. Digi push tower, lihat digi push tower, guys.
Nice. Bro takut dia kena mental, santai bro, santai.
Lapu.
Mampus, bos.
Lapu no beli.
Ayolah, panik gak lu?
Enggak ada wave, guys. Mid-nya offset guys itu, Jok.
Gajes, hati-hati Gajes. Kejar. Masih dulu.
Jangan balik semuanya.
Jangan balik. Dorang tak diin.
Panik. Aku faham guys.
Hati-hati kena blunder guys, hati-hati.
Santai, slow.
Oke, Yin hidup.
Kejar. Flicker ya.
Woi, panik lah.
Yin flicker guys.
Dengar.
One thing's for certain, I think Warlord is definitely living up to his name right there, barking out orders like the commander-in-chief.
Here's the thing, right? Chibi, this is so weird, but Chibi was like the voice of reason. He's the one telling people, like, okay, relax. But the thing is, it's like, okay, relax. suddenly shouting out. It's like him telling everyone to relax. Another thing, right? Before we talk about anything else, another thing that I want to mention, during the mic check, Homebois was fully aware that Red Giants, they were scared. Because even in the mic check, it's like, they're afraid of us. They won't stop us from doing anything. They had that awareness, so they just went forward because the way that Homebois played, it looked like they killed 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Just like GG with Guardian Man Champion, extra GG with Guardian Man fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Just like what Homebois did just now. The bacteria was kind of scared. They didn't fight back.
Yep, if you guys want your face to be as clean as Homebois' gameplay, you know where to go. Guardian Man, once again, thank you for the sponsor. But yeah, going back to the game.
Really clean with this sponsor shoutouts, huh?
Yeah, you know.
Pretty good, yeah.
Cleanliness is very important, you know. Maintain your hygiene and make sure that you're able to push forward, because that's exactly what the Homebois did right here. Clean gameplay, excellent game plan. Having the utility of both Diggy and Faramis is way too much for a Yin to deal with.
This is so weird because Homebois, the way that they played, it was a sieging composition, but it's not a traditional siege comp where, okay, the one that's going to do the sieging is Melissa. Usually when we see this, we see more of a, I would say, tanky kind of jungler to push everyone out, but GB was able to do it with the Lancelot, and it's not a full defense build Lancelot, but because I kind of feel like they understand that Red Giant, they weren't going to try to stop them, so he might as well build the War Axe. So if he does manage to catch anyone out, he can get those kills. And looking at Barbosa here as well, the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Divine Glaive, even the Time Bombs is doing way more damage than Red Giant is expecting. So this is a very good draft coming from Homebois, but a better way of executing.
Yeah, I think overall, this is really smart drafting from Homebois, and you can see the impact that Dale is bringing to this. They recognize, okay, they want to try and zone out. They want to split apart the Faramis with the Yin Ultimate. We bring in Diggy as well. Usually, the flaw of having this is that you won't have a lot of tankiness, and support alone usually will not be enough for that. But they realize with this Yin Roam, Red Giants aren't going to be taking big 4v4 fights in the first place, at least not until they scale up. So go for the early game and take control of it from then point on.
I don't know, like later we're just gonna look at the highlights, and this is basically like the absolute best way to play the game if you're looking for efficiency. Having a draft that makes it so that your opponent doesn't even try to fight, because if I'm gonna quote Sun Tzu, is that
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. He wrote The Art of War, where it's like the best way to win a war is without fighting. This is essentially what Homebois did, right? Right?
Yeah.
See, I know my philosophy.
It is a good philosophy. Like, yeah, and that's exactly it. Like, you don't really think it's that clean, but that's exactly what was happening. Because normally, Red Giants would be relying on Esha to pull Warlord apart or any more important pickoffs like Anip. But even if one of them is gone, the rest of the team is fully capable of dishing out damage. Sabat be the front line, Chibi builds a little bit of DPS himself, and they're not lacking at all, which makes it so that Red Giants has to try and go for a split push instead. But Homebois accelerating the game so quickly that it doesn't matter is really smart gameplay.
The damage as well coming in from Anip and Warlord, and again, I think it's like unintentional. It just happened. So amazing game from Homebois. But now, let's look at the MVP brought to us by Hotlink. It is going to be Warlord, 88% kill participation, 21 years old, from Indonesia. He was the player to watch in the player walking just now, and like you said, showing his level of chiefness in all of the wars, commanding everyone, as well as taunting the opposing side. Panic, panic, what are you going to do? What are you going to do against Warlord?
Just straight up intimidating their opponents into servitude right there. That is Warlord himself. This Faramis is a problem. This is no longer a hero that can be ignored in the draft. And although it seemed like Red Giants had the answer with the Yin to isolate him, well, we'll just have the time journey. We'll just say, you want to isolate Warlord, we can still fight, and then we'll draft a better team fight comp otherwise too.
The other thing is because Asia Ohana built damage Yin, so you do want to get a kill. It's not just simply isolating, but you do want to kill. We're gonna look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner, man, and I wanna dissect this entire gameplay. Not a lot because not a lot of team fights going on, but if you're using a Yin, you want to get the kill. But how are you going to win a 1v1 when you're so down on levels? This is the heavy risk of putting Yin as a roamer because you're going to be the lowest in terms of farm, whether it be EXP as well as gold. So whenever you do catch someone, you will not have enough defense to deal with opposing side. So you're really hoping of getting your chain CC to get the kill, but when the opposing side just have a lot of levels ahead of you, that's not much that you can do. So it is a very interesting idea, but the risk is so high when you're not winning the game from the beginning. It's not a comeback kind of hero.
Yeah, it's a massive risk for Red Giants Esports to have taken, and it's understandable that they were willing to take on that risk, but they definitely got caught out by how aggressive Homebois were playing and the idea of the Diggy as a whole. And of course, also because Anip was sporting some pretty cool skins right there. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen.
We got two skins, right? Asia Ohana used the Yin, Yuji Itadori, as well as Anip used Nobara Kugisaki Melissa. But we also have a skin for Julian Megumi Fushiguro as well as Xavier Satoru Goju. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen is still going on, but only until the 20th of March. 50% off of your first daily draw. So make sure you guys log in daily, get that 50% off to make sure you guys get the skins. We're gonna look at the players now because I want to look at the energy, the spirit of Red Giants, because after that game number 1, I kind of feel like even they felt, guys, there was nothing we could have done.
That was outmatching at its purest right there, and it's definitely going to affect their mentality no matter what sort of resources or support you have behind you. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to pull themselves back together after this.
Yeah, and right now looking at the recap here, looking at Red Giant, it's just unfortunate that all across the board, only Zach Cutie was the one that's able to break 20,000 damage. And just gotta say, also kind of weird that GB is doing the least amount of damage in his own team, 23,000.
It's pretty surprising, right? The way that the meta has developed. Chibi was always the star player, the one going for kills, the one
that usually carries
biggest DPS, and now he's actually quite content standing in the back. Okay, I'll secure objectives. I'll go in, do some poke here and there, but you guys got this, and I love that. That's the teamwork.
So
that is the trust that his teammates have his back, and that the Homebois as a whole are capable of claiming victory without requiring a solo carry.
I can just imagine Barbosa pulling Chibi to the side and be like, I'm the carry now. Bow down to me. And now we're looking at the fans. The fans are very, very, I would say, confident that Homebois will be taking this 2-0. Now, this is going to be a big test for Red Giant. Ozora Vecchi as well. He's seen the complexity of the drafts coming in from Dale. How do you respond to this? Because you've prepared quite a lot, but it doesn't look like enough. It's enough. So now, do you have a plan B?
I think it's now to definitely play it a little bit safer. In the previous game, we definitely see Red Giants are quite confident in the strategy that they're going to be drafting. They opened with Valentina and Claude, which can be risky because these are two very late game scaling heroes, but they knew that Yin would be able to counter Warlord somewhat. It already worked for them in a previous game, and then Homebois flips it on its head. So, there needs to be a little bit more planning in the draft, and now that Red Giants have encountered a true weakness, they need to be able to consider any unpredictabilities that come in their way.
This is the biggest difference Homebois last season to this season. Before this, Homebois was easily readable. Paquito jungle. Maybe Sapa wants to use the Paquito or the Esmeralda. Anip, Beatrix all the way. They don't have complexity in their drafts, but now I kind of feel like every single game they'll bring something different, man. I mean, we've seen the Odette, we've seen the combination of both the Faramis as well as the Digi. Now it's like Coach Dale as the head right now. kind of feels like it's so hard to win a draft against him.
Well, I'm certainly welcoming this sort of competitiveness though. Being able to see lots of different heroes, seeing the innovation of the players, of the coaches, will breed an atmosphere that allows for these players to grow, albeit through hellfire. But they will come out stronger on the opposite side. Hopefully though, they'll be able to find the answer soon, because if not, then we could very well be seeing yet another clean sweep.
I mean, looking at how Homebois played just now, I wouldn't be surprised. Right now, Homebois, in terms of the way that they're banning, they're not putting too much complexity in the bans. They're just like, okay, what's strong? Let's just get rid of it, you know. And then whatever is available, we'll crush them.
Yep. But Fairness has definitely been removed from the pool right now. Red Giants giving lots of respect to Warlord.
Well
like
deserved.
we said,
Well deserved.
this is not a hero you can let through.
Here's the thing, right? I don't know when's the first times I said this, but I said it before. I played Faramis before as a roamer, but I will hardly believe that Faramis is way better as a mid laner now, as a damage dealer, just because the Ghostbuster kind of deals damage way more than you expected, because the animation doesn't look that flashy. It doesn't look like it's gonna blow your socks off. But then once you get hit, more than just your socks, anything that you're wearing is coming off.
Yeah, it's just really hard to see, and that's a big problem for some teams sometimes, because you don't expect to be hit by that damage until it happens, because the way that it works is that it works on bouncing, and then you don't even see the bounces very much when there's all sorts of large abilities happening otherwise. So that's something that they always have to respect. The Arlet is understandable as a ban, since Homeboys are now on the red side. Red Giants still feel pretty comfortable opening with the Valentina, it seems.
I was wondering as well, because Kaja has been banned out for quite a bit. This time the Kaja has been
Oh,
let
you're
through.
right.
So I was thinking like maybe they wanted a Kaja, because that does seem like an Isha hero where he wants to isolate a target. But for some reason they picked the Valentina, which is kind of good as well, because if Homeboys decides to pick like the Kaja, they could have a Kaja for themselves. In fact, talking about mid lane matchups, kind of surprised we haven't seen a lot of Julian.
That is true. I guess it's understandable somewhat, because while Julian does a lot of burst damage, he does lack a little bit in terms of survivability. But it looks like the choice from Homeboys going to be the Glue as well as Kadita, a hero that's quite frequently banned out but let through in exchange for the Faramis and Fredrin.
So far, Sapat has been rocking his lane to a point where he could just take 2 turrets with a little bit of help from Chibi. Now that he has the Glue, the Faramis is not here. Another hero that could kind of counter the Glue as well is the Melissa, just because like Muddles, you just bounce everywhere else, but they're not going to pick it up just yet. They're going to have the Lancelot as well as the Kufra, where the Kufra is going to be pretty good going up against like very flashy heroes like Assassins, but what if Coach Dale just doesn't give an assassin for Chibi? I mean, at this point, I kind of feel like Chibi can use any kind of hero, even if it's an assassin, it should be fine.
Yeah, we have to remember, Chibi was one of the first players to be able to adopt the tank jungle meta quite effectively when it was first introduced, so definitely no problems in terms of hero pool there. The Kufra pickup, we already saw this in our previous match, where if played correctly, Kufra is a huge issue for Kadita players, but that does require a good eye and the ability to identify when and where. I assume Warlord, most likely going to be the one playing this hero, is going to engage from.
Yeah, so Red Giants now, I want to look at how Isha Ohana is going to use this Kufra, because the biggest buff for Kufra is simply the fact that now when you're inside the bush, you don't hear him charging up. So if the Kufra doesn't give a lot of pressure in the side lanes, doesn't matter EXP or gold, I kind of feel like it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. So whatever they draft coming forward with the EXP or the marksman, the gold lane, I want to see a lot of bursts. So I'm actually looking forward to see whether Red Giants, they want to opt for something like a Brody just to have a lot of bursts comboing with a Kufra.
Brody. Definitely not a bad choice here, and like you said, if combined with the Kufra, does have enough CC for them to potentially one-shot people. If they're still looking towards it, SYF has been playing a pretty good Harif gold lane up until now, so if they want some more magic damage, that's not a bad choice. And the early laning phase for him is not too bad as well. As of right now, Homeboys, they banned a Benedetta, so most likely going to be Glue EXP lane if there was any doubt before. Franco gonna be banned out by Red Giants.
Yeah, because again, you don't want your Kufra to be punished because this is one of those very polarizing heroes because you either look like a Kufra god or not a Kufra god. Because if you misplay, you don't manage to get anyone within your rage ride kind of combo, then you're gonna get punished very, very heavily. So I don't know. The Franco has been banned. Are they gonna overcommit by banning out a Kaja? Because so far no one's touching the Kaja at all.
Honestly, that is quite surprising, isn't it? That's a hero that usually receives a lot of priority. The fact that it's gotten this far. Wonder if these teams have some kind of plan. But the Heart, that was pointed out, is going to be banned out by the Homeboys. So they definitely recognize that giving SYF a comfort hero at this stage is dangerous. So as for Red Giants, currently, Homeboys, they're still looking for a roam. They're still looking for a marksman. There's still a lot of good gold laners in the pool right now, so it's a bit difficult to ban specifically against that. But I suppose the Melissa makes a lot of sense.
I mean, they did kind of get crushed just now, and Homeboys, they're picking up the Farsa.
Oh!
Because looking at the draft right now, sure, both the Kufra as well as the Lancelot could dive in, but it's not like it could be stopped. That's the main thing, right? Lancelot and Kufra can't be stopped. Even looking at Veki right now, even he's having, it's like, oh my god, they pick up a Farsa, like, oh, this is going to be very, very difficult. But the Claude can counter the Farsa, so this is going to be a very good Claude pick. But again, the Kufra, I'm not sure if there's enough damage.
Yeah, this is a problem for Red Giants because the Kufra was drafted to counter the Kadita in the mid lane, but now we realize this is Kadita roam. So Esha is in tough position of, do I stun Kadita or do I jump in to stop Farsa? They need something that can dive the back line to stop the feathered airstrike. So, yep, Yuzong, that's a pretty good choice right there. Leave Esha to deal with Barbosa and allow for Gojes to handle Warlord. That is going to be the ideal situation for Red Giants Esports.
Oh, not gonna lie, looking at the reaction coming in from Veki, this draft looks a little bit more reactive than he would want it to be, because again, the Farsight really threw it for a loop, because this is a huge buff for Homeboys when your mid duo is very dependable that you could swap around the heroes. It really doesn't matter. Barbosa is also showing his chops here, making himself like one of the more valuable players for the team. So Homeboys, they're gonna solidify their draft by picking up the Beatrix. And this is an Anip kind of hero because he likes to farm and he likes to keep his distance.
Man, it's not just the Anip kind of hero. It is basically the Anip hero. This is the signature. This is the hero he always falls back to when there's no other options, and it's always going to work out for him because, like you said, able to dish out a lot of damage, able to stand safely. I'm definitely worried for Red Giants Esports, but they do have a more responsive draft this time with more damage and utility in their pockets.
Yeah, looking at the draft right now, Homeboys, look at the draft.
Wow.
It's big. They're eating up Red Giants right now. But something that we have to put into consideration is that, you know, like some of the heroes coming in from Red Giant is countering the heroes from Homeboys. But if Homeboys can push Red Giants away, it will not matter. We're going into game number 2 in the match between Red Giants going up against Homeboys. Can Homeboys get a clean 2-0 by pushing Red Giants away from their home?
The MPL rookie is currently 1 game down, with the crowd favorites proving to be quite a difficult opponent to overcome. We'll find out how this game goes. Looking at the emblems, doesn't seem to be anything particularly notable on either side, but definitely still worried about the mid-game control for Red's Giants. Having Kadita and Farsa means there's going to be a lot of side lane pressure.
Yeah, side lane pressure. Right now, looking at Homeboys, they want an early kill here onto Gojes. Gojes is trying to sidestep all of it, but still taking quite a lot of damage. And one of the things about the Farsight is you can go away. Ishao Hana showing his face. Kind of would prefer if he hides for a little bit.
Chibi, he does see Skies right here. He wants to engage onto the Lancelot. They're going to be fighting over the Litho. I'm pretty sure Chibi was the one that got that. Yes. So that's a little unfortunate, but not a big deal right now. The main target is going to be this turtle that spawns in 40 seconds.
Interestingly enough, looking at Homebois, they're really splitting up their responsibilities, because looking at this, Barbosa is hovering down on the bottom side of the map. In comparison, Warlord is hovering on the upper side of the map. So it looks like whenever someone is in danger, Homebois will be able to respond adequately.
And the reason that they're able to do this in the first place is because the Valentina doesn't have a lot of early mid lane pressure, thereby allowing for the support duo on the side of Homebois to just do whatever they want, and that is a problem.
Speaking of problem right now, Homebois, they're hovering around the turtle side. Red Giant Esports, they're seeing what's going on. Can they actually fight back? Because Martis is a very strong fighter jungler. I'm not so sure if Sakai is on this Lancelot can fight back. Chibi, as of now, is taking the Lord for free. Sapat is engaging on the Skies.
Yeah, we can see Warlord. He's looking for his level 4. Just got it. The turtle gonna be taken by Chibi right there. And first blood going over to the Martis as they secure the kill onto the enemy Lancelot. And now Homebois looking for the re-engagement, forcing out the rough waves from HAQ in order to retreat safely. Goja still in a bit of danger as he gets caught with the split, but he's able to dash into the tower before he gets pulled away. Esta with a beautiful ultimate, but do they have enough damage to follow up on it? Goja's he gets knocked off. Breath of the Ocean right into the final auto attack. Means Red Giants can't do anything with that setup. And now Chibi realizing, I might be able to take this buff for free right now. His 1v2, but he still steals it. He gets caught by Esha. He doesn't have his Mortal Coil, so he's gonna get caught out. But ZachQT not able to zone away. Warlord picks up another one to his name.
I mean, let's face it, right? Even from the first game, Chibi understands, like, I don't have to live for long. I don't even have to deal the damage. I just got to slow down Red Giants because look at this, 3 minutes in, right, Staffa? 2,000 gold lead. That's a huge gold lead in just 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is pretty huge right here, and Chibi being a utility jungler, definitely not something you'd expect to see. But it's working really well for Homebois because there's a lot of carry potential among the rest of their players right now. Another Lord gonna be coming up in 40 seconds. Homebois going to be able to maintain control right now over the Lord Pit as they are doing a good job of outplaying Barbosa. Nearly catches out Esha. Petrify, rough waves, snipe from afar as well. How much punishment this Kufra is taking. Rough waves is stolen, but ZachQT doesn't really have the tools to initiate with it.
I gotta say, it's not even like Isha is making a lot of misplays. He's finding opportunities, and his own teammates feel like, yeah, this is a good opportunity to actually go ahead, but the outplay coming in from Warlord as well as Barbosa, making it so that they're out of harm's way, and then re-engaging. This is just pure mechanics, right? Hitting your skill shots. Speaking of which, right now, Sakai's taking a lot of damage.
This guy's almost got caught out right there. He's able to escape. Here comes Sabat right now. Gonna be zoning out quite a lot of members of Red Giants. Feathered Airstrike keeping them even further away. As look at the way they're zoning right now. Warlord gonna be the one to secure the turtle because we can see Chibi doesn't really even need to. He's just in charge of zoning alongside with Sabat. And there's nothing Red Giants Esports can really do about it.
Yeah, right now they're just being big bodies in front of them, and Anib, he's been having quite a good time farming. He's on the way to level 8. Civ, not even level 7 yet. This is a big discrepancy in terms of their farm. So right now, Homeboy is really just like, hey, yo, Chibi, Sapai, just throw your bodies. We'll deal the damage. Right now, 3 members of Red Giants is here at the top side. Warlord backing up Anib, but looks like it's not needed for now.
Yeah, Esha gonna be maintaining vision right now. Not sure if they're aware that Barbosa has been waiting in the river for a while to look for an ambush. Doesn't look like any of the Red Giants Esports members are gonna be walking by here very soon though. So, gonna shift over to providing vision over the jungle. Homebois right now are doing a really good job of controlling macro and map vision so that Red Giants Esports can't catch them out.
Yeah, Barbosa sees Sif here. Gonna be able to get away. ZachQT taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, that's risky. Going for the rough waves there, just barely escaping. Barbosa looking for him, but isn't able to finish him off. And now just taunting in front of them. Homebois knows they're in control of this early game, and they want to get some structures.
Right now, looking at Isha Ohana, he's having difficulties trying to get any kind of target to lock down, especially with Homebois getting a lot of vision across the map, not just the the tanky jungler, not just the tanky XP laner, but every once in a while I can see Anip going inside the jungle of Red Giant Esports just to steal away the farm. But even when you're stealing away the farm, you have reliable information about, okay, this is where they're positioned, everything like that. We can take quite a bit of control here. Red Giant Esports, again, for game number 2, they're just responding to what Homebois is doing and trying not to bleed out.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to try and regain control of the tempo as well. Honestly, the duo, oh my god, that is so much damage. That is ridiculous already. Anip is so farmed on this Beatrix. Homeboys gonna try and maintain their pressure, going for yet another turtle. Esha charging up, looking for the catch. He actually goes onto Barbosa, which is kind of nice, but no one is ready to follow up on it. Gorgeous does successfully zone out with the Black Dragon form, but now he is out of position. 1v4, completely surrounded, and Anip isn't gonna allow him to get close enough to get that kill, so Warlord picks up the killing spree. Sky's zoned out by Sapat, forced to use his ultimate by the enemy EXP laner, and Red Giants cannot contest this at all.
That was very chaotic. Red Giant Esports is basically everyone doing their own thing, kind of like a 1v1, 5 in different areas of the map. Right now, Ishao engages, but no one is around you. So we've been seeing this happen for quite a while.
No, Barbosa, he finds Skies. The Torn Rose, not enough. Barbosa with a free kill for nothing on the enemy jungle, which means free tower for Anip.
As I said, right now, Red Giant Esports, it looks like their communication is breaking up because everyone is doing their own thing. They're not really moving as a team, and now they're making quite a lot of mistakes.
Yep, Esha gonna be knocked up again. Breath of the Ocean, feathered airstrike, forcing him to try and zone away. He will survive, but not the tower up top, falling into the hands of Anip. Things are looking very dicey for the Red Giants.
Homeboys, they're basically doing similar things from game number 1. 8 minutes in, almost 7,000 gold lead, just putting Red Giants into an uncomfortable situation. Gorgeous up top, gets hit. Barbosa pushes
so Barbosa not gonna engage on that. Sabat, he's still in the back line, but I think it's kind of... Oh, will they actually get the kill here? This is 1v5. The Glue surviving everything. He gets most of his HP back, instantly pulls Esha back, gets the stun on SYF, and Barbosa finds one more killing spree to the Kadita. Sabat flickering forward. Esha's picked off by Anip. ZAQT in a lot of danger. Just tries to pop the feathered airstrike to finish off, but it is not enough. Skies, I'm not sure you want to be here right now, but a lot of cooldowns have been spent. He'll be fine. But Homeboy, 7k lead.
I mean, you say you don't want him to be there, but at this point, where is it safe? Where can he actually get the farm that he needs? Right now, he's trying to clear the mid wave, making it so that Homeboys can't push. But Homeboys, they just gotta wait, because right now, Red Giant Esports, I can't see a safe spot for them to reliably get farm. They can get farm every once in a while, but any bush could potentially have Barbosa. Any bush could potentially have Warlord. And the damage that they can do, they don't need help. It's enough just for them, because look at the levels here. Level 9, Barbosa. Level 10, Warlord. Sakai's level 10. If he gets caught by Warlord, he's gonna die. Civ level 10. Gorgeous level, just got level 10. It's, I don't know, man. This is uncomfortable.
Yeah, we're just instantly seeing the value of the Kadita and why teams ban this hero out so often. The fact that Barbosa as the roam can 1v1 kill core members of Red Giants is already a huge threat. And Esha by himself isn't enough to try and scout out the map, because Homeboys are doing such an excellent job of macro control.
Every single minute, it almost looks like Homeboys is getting 1,000 gold lead. But again, it's not a bunch of kills. They're just taking everything from Red Giants, and this is not a fun way to play the game when you go inside your jungle and your farm is gone. You go to your lane, and the minions are already getting eaten up by the tower. So it looks like Homeboys is pulling Red Giants away from getting gold, getting experience. So looking back into the game, whoever is commanding, like let's just say Warlord or Barbosa, is like, okay, the guys are here, Anip, go inside their jungle. Oh, they're here, Sapai, go inside their jungle. They're stealing every single thing away from Red Giant, and that's why 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes.
Up feathered airstrike to zone out Red Giant Esports as the Lord goes in, gets the snipe on ZAQT as well. 50% HP on the Valentina. The Lord will fall. Mid lane inhibitor gonna be sniped down by Anip. Nice positioning. to make sure they can secure that. Right now, Gorgeous is still in the backline, so if he catches someone out, there is potential for Red Giants. Black Dragon form gonna come in. He's gonna target the Beatrix as Sabat zones out the rest of Red Giants Esports. Gorgeous gets the Petrify onto Warlord, but doesn't have quite enough damage to finish him off yet, so now he's the one in danger, as here comes Chibi. Massive damage from Anip, and Sabat is 1v3. This is why you don't let the glue through the trap. He's gonna jump on top of Esha, flickers backwards to try and trap the glue. He gets the stun though, pops the immortality onto Sabat, but Warlord gets the mega kill. The glue will finally fall, but look at the amount of effort it cost them. Homeboys now freely taking the bottom inhibitor 4v3. We have to note, Barbosa, he still has his Petrify, so Homeboys can continue this pressure.
Dude, I mean, look at how much was needed to take down Sabat. Like, you even had your own Crystal helping out, and Homeboys, even with quote-unquote a mistake, they just put another 1,000 into their gold difference. Look at the items here. No one has broken 10k yet. The ones closest is Anip as well as Chibi. So, like, I'm just trying to figure out, Red Giant Esports, what do they have to do? Because looking at Claude, you have 2 of your main damage items. You have 1 Wind of Nature, but I think the problem right now isn't the physical damage. It is the magical damage coming in from the Garita as well as the Farsa.
Oh, Esha, he's not going to be able to do anything. He gets caught out, and Anip is nearly full on items already. Homeboys, an 11,000 net worth lead, 12 minutes into the game. This is a complete dismantle. Oh, we may have some issues right now. We may be going into a technical pause real quick. But from what we can see of this game, this is an absolute dismantling by the Homeboys.
Right now, it does look like even the client, you know, the MLBB client, they're trying to figure out, like, how did they get this big of a goal difference? It's 12,000. Like, you don't see this often, because I don't know, even like in very one-sided games, by 8,000, 9,000, the game would have been over. But looking at the way that Homeboys is playing, it's kind of cruel. You're just slowly choking them out.
I may have to agree with you there.
It's like, you could have ended, but it's like, no, our coach taught us that wear them down, do what is necessary, not more than that. And look at this. Simultaneously, they're not giving a chance for Red Giants to do anything, but at the same time, I don't know. This is oof.
It's just so punishing. It feels so terrible to be able to watch out for this right here. So, I don't know. Like, we have seen teams be able to come back from this sort of situation before. Like, we've actually seen this deficit be evened out. But that is when the team has an insane defensive comp. Melissa, Farsa. Red Giants doesn't have that. And we are witnessing a situation where Barbosa has more farm than Zach QT, than Gorgeous. How do you come back from this?
By the favors of God, man. This is the point where you just like pray and hope for the best. Because, I mean, miracles can happen, right? Like through mistakes coming in, you know, things of that nature. Right now, we are troubleshooting the issue just from what we saw just now. I would say this is gonna take a little bit of a while for them to sort it out. But right now, looking at Red Giants, good or bad, because again, they need some kind of breathing room. Because just now, we gotta dissect what Homeboys is doing, right? Because I kind of feel like if you're not getting the lead off of kills, you're getting the lead off of farm. Because the way that gold different works is that not just that you have a lot of gold, but your opponent has to have very little gold as well. And I kind of feel like that's the big picture that we should discuss about, because the way that they're gaining gold is to stop the enemy from getting gold. That's why we were talking about how Homeboys, the way that they're playing is they're choking out Red Giants from getting anything that they want. Game number 1, they completely choked out the EXP lane, forcing Gorgeous to go to the gold lane, right? So no farm from you. And then because Gorgeous is there, then okay, SYF, you're not getting farm as well. And whenever Chibi is invading, even with his own life, even if he sacrifices his own life, he's not giving the buff away.
Well, it does seem like we're gonna take some time to troubleshoot these issues, so we're gonna go on a short break. Don't go anywhere, peeps. We're gonna complete this match and see who comes out on top right after this.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini gelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita. Tapi tak ada orang lain kat asyik you
gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Os! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini gelandang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia, dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, The upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stop it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MPL MY English desk, and we thank you all very much for having the patience to take their time and wait for the show to return. Unfortunately, we do have some bad news for you all to share, which is something we definitely were not hoping to have to share with you all first, but to thank all of you for your patience and for your time, we have a code up on screen right now for all of you to redeem.
Yes, during the match just now, there was a critical bug that happened between Homebois against Red Giants, which they weren't able to resume the game. And based on that, because both teams were unable to resume, based on game of record, Homebois has won out of 3 criterias where the game differential, the goal differential is 11,000 gold. Remaining turns, Homebois have destroyed 8 turns while Red Giants have only destroyed 1, and the hero differential, the terms of kills, is 12 kills for Homebois and only 2 for Red Giants. So after accomplishing all of the 3 criterias, based on the book of record, which is Homebois has won the match, and both parties have both decided that this is the outcome. So the rest of the matches will resume, will proceed as planned. We both are looking forward for the rest of the competition, and hopefully this will not be happening again after this.
Yep, in the end, we do congratulate Homebois on their victory, and we should definitely give them support moving onwards, as well as to Red Giants Esports for putting up a valiant effort in this match today. It is quite unfortunate that we encountered this bug, and because the game had already been running for more than 2 minutes, we were unable to recreate and restart due to the rules, and thus had to rely on the rulebook to determine the criteria with which to decide the winner of the match.
Yes, and again, like we said, both teams have agreed on the outcome. So after this, we will be seeing Homebois on stage for their interview, because again, even though the match was not finished, it was very definitive that Homebois was going to win the match, so they still deserve their moment on stage. And again, it was an amazing match. If you guys didn't catch it, make sure you guys check the VODs where, again, Homebois, they were doing so well in the game.
Yep, and once again, we want to thank all of our viewers watching live from home, as well as those of you who were able to join us here at Stadium Juara. We apologize for the inconvenience and hope that you will continue supporting MPL MY. We will make sure that this will happen not often once more. So let's have a look at the mic check for the Homebois.
Ni fightingnya kena mental, Cok, main.
Santai. Kasih paham kasih paham.
Nice! Kelebak.
Cow. Reset guys, reset. Fokus lagi. Santai.
Dia salah dia.
Kotak.
Nice!
Backup.
Hop.
Oke, mati. Nice.
Lihat darah Esa!
Bukan Esa, Cok.
Santai ya. Ingat. Barbosa udah pegang, Abang Barbosa udah pegang Kadita, guys. Santai. Maju.
Maju. Lipat.
Oke, guys, bisa balik dulu nggak? Gua setengah darah sih, nggak pede gua.
Ya, nggak apa-apa. Tahu bawa throwback. Tahu bawa.
Dan itu dia kemenangan untuk game pertama kita untuk hari ini ialah Homebois. Okay, so saya nak tanya Wallot dulu. Okay, Wallot happy tapi nervous. Jangan nervous. Okay, saya nak tanya Wallot kan. Wallot rasa tak crowd hari ni sangat-sangat happy, sangat-sangat energetic? MPL Malaysia seru ke tak?
Seru.
Happy lah?
Happy.
Nak cakap apa-apa dekat dorang tak?
Tak tahu.
Bahasa Indo pun boleh?
Cakap apa? Tanya apa?
You nak cakap apa dekat orang yang datang sokong Homebois?
Thank you untuk friend boys yang datang ke sini. Thank you untuk supportnya.
Okay, Barbosa. Saya nak tanya Barbosa. Barbosa kan main Roma untuk Homebois.
Benar.
Senang ke nak jaga budak-budak ni masa in game? Ke Barbosa tengah santai main?
Gimana?
Barbosa kan Roma. Homebois punya player senang ke dijaga dalam game? Ke senang sangat Barbosa saja santai?
Senang.
Senang?
Soalnya kayak mereka kalau dikasih tahu dengerin gitu. Jadi senang.
Orang dengar.
Yeah.
Oh. So guys, I think it means Homebois is good boys. Right?
Ya, ini good boys.
Good boys.
Ya,
Oh,
Flame
okay.
boys terbaik.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Dale, Coach Dale, we have a question for you regarding a little bit technical stuff. Okay, Coach Dale, let's just talk about the first game, okay? Nung unang laban, we could see that Homebois actually played at a different level. Homebois is known to be an aggressive team. They would do aggressive play styles. But in the first game, we could see that Homebois is so passive. Very, very disciplined. How did you change Homebois to be good boys?
Basically napag-aralan namin yung yin strategy nila. So kailangan namin napalitan yung strategy namin kasi yung yin based on always war. So nag-isip kami ng strategy na objective wise lang.
I see. Okay. So Coach Dale cakap, dorang punya playstyle tadi is catered towards Red Giants Esports. dorang buat strat yang baru untuk focus on objective. That is how they managed to dominate the first game. Korang rasa okay kan? Function kan? Okay, Homebois, are you guys ready for the MVP of the match? Alright, everybody count with me. 1, 2, 3. Warlord! Warlord, MVP of the match. Jangan nak malu. Warlord tengah happy tak? Ni first MVP of the match Warlord kan? Ni first MVP of the match Warlord kan? Dekat musim 11.
Ada dia 2 time. Dah 2 kali.
Tak, MVP ni MVP of the match. Entire game.
Dah 2 kali.
Dah 2 kali?
Ya.
Wush, padunya.
Lagi hoki. Lucky.
Oh, lucky?
Ya.
Lucky? I see. So, one last cheer untuk dorang. Bagi cheer. Sekali lagi cheer untuk Homebois.
Flame Boys!
Okay, inilah masa untuk kita invite Azwan untuk naik
I nak cakap sesuatu.
Oh, ya, go.
Daddy, we miss you.
Oh, no. Okay. Comelnya, dorang rindu daddy. Okay, can we have Azwan on stage? Mana Azwan? Oh, yang kat depan. One of the cheer boys. Oh, dapat bawa flag lagi. Ni lah kita nak. Okay. Come. Okay. Hai Azwan.
Hai.
Hello. Nak cakap apa tak dekat Team Boys?
Saya nak tanya Chibi.
Oh, Chibi.
Minggu depan dah ready. Nanti jumpa dengan Ripo kan? Dah ready nak taunting dia balik?
Kita orang ready dari setiap sudut lah. Taunting ke, gameplay ke, kita orang akan bersedia semuanya.
Oi, dorang dah ready. Alright, terima kasih. Jangan pergi ke mana-mana sebab saya akan move ke sini untuk bagi dorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Okay everybody, that is our last match for the day. Tapi kalau korang nak datang juga dan sokong team favourite korang, jangan lupa datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. And as usual, lucky audience yang akan naik pentas akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Azhar and thank you Homebois. Let me hear you guys. Okay everybody, itulah dia match terakhir untuk hari ini. Somebody's doing a hard, okay? So guys, mari kita dengar apa caster lagi nak cakap. You guys ready? Okay guys, casters, take it away.
Although the ending may not have been what we were looking for, the results remain all the same. An excellent victory from the side of the Homebois, absolutely destroying Red Giants Esports in a clean sweep, 2-0. That's definitely going to give him some crucial points to boost up to the top of the rankings.
A lot of valuable information that we heard from the interview as well, where Coach Dale is like, this is specifically against Red Giants, where it looks like Red Giants, based on what I've seen, they're very strong in team fights and picking people off, but not super good in terms of taking care of their objectives. So having a specific plan for that is amazing. Speaking of amazing, make sure you guys catch us here live at Stadium Juara and book a ride on Air Asia Ride. Use the code new MPL MY for 5 ringgit off for first-time users, or MPL MY for 3 ringgit off for 2 rides if you're an existing user. Download the Air Asia super app to book your ride now.
Yep, if you guys are interested in joining us here in the lively atmosphere of Stadium Juara itself, make sure you guys check this out. If you were wondering, how do I get there? This is a pretty easy way to also support one of our sponsors that make all of this possible.
Air Asia super app. Make sure you guys download it now and again, book your ride. The game has been good. Let's talk about it a little bit more. The highlight for this game is snowballing in both games. Homeboys prove they are good boys. And good boys indeed, following the game plan to a T, where I'm pretty sure even Coach Dale is like, I don't care if you die, just don't let their jungler farm. Because again, it's like, whatever is on the map, it's Homeboys, not Red Giants. I kind of feel like it's a mixture between understanding the strategy and understanding the mindset going in to play this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I think Dale honestly brings a lot to the coaching role here on Homebois, because we did have the chance to talk to him, to listen to his thought process as a coach before the season started. And I was wondering, will the Homebois be receptive to his style of innovation, his style of thinking? Turns out they are good boys after all, and I'm impressed at how well they've adapted to his strategies.
The crazy thing is, when we met with Dale during that time between the coach as well as his casters, I was proven right in thinking that he was holding back. Meaning like he wasn't giving us the full picture. Every single time he's on stage, I'm like, okay, there's a lot that you did not tell us.
Well, you always gotta keep your secrets close to your chest, especially if they are the key to victory here. As we can see, the lineups very solid on both sides, with Homebois having very clear ideas of how to deal with Red Giants Esports in both games as well. In game number 1, they were able to figure out the counter to the Yin, and although their lineup wasn't quite as strong, it still proved effective. Whereas in game number 2, a complete outclassing in terms of the draft, as we can see in the chart, overcoming all of the stats on Red Giants with the exception of push.
Because again, looking at the draft, like, you don't necessarily figure out that it's like a siege composition going straight for the objectives. You kind of feel like this is forcing a fight kind of stride, which is kind of what Homebois is known for. But again, it's like they just use different tools to accomplish different things, because you can force fights. Because we've seen Warlord using the Shadow Stampede to pull everyone closer together, Ghostbusters doing a lot of damage, and then letting the rest of Homebois just to clean it up. In this game, he's just pushing people away. He doesn't even use the Shadow Stampede to pull a lot of people together. He's just like, okay, push away. That's for game number 1. And in game number 2, both Barbosa as well as Warlord dominated the game just by holding all of those bushes. And looking at the standings now, Homebois, no one has able to make them bleed. Even Team SMG, number 2, they've at least lost once to Toda. Homebois not losing a single game.
It's honestly incredible right now. 3-0 and a 6-0 game win-loss, meaning, like you said, not a single opponent in the MPL so far has been able to take a game off of the Homebois. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of teams that are looking forward to take them on, but I'm gonna be really excited to see how they match up against Team SMG. Right now, these are definitely the two powerhouses of Season 11.
Yeah, I mean, something that you don't see in the numbers is how Homebois wins, because it's very convincing. It doesn't look like, oh, we're in trouble, you know, like we gotta find a way to claw back into the game. Not really. Most of their wins have been convincing, even if like teams have fought back, making it so that Homebois has no choice but to retaliate. They always look calm. I mean, like, they're very loud, they're very energetic, but at the same time, there's a calmness to how they play.
Yeah, the Homebois as players have always had insane potential ever since their debut in the MPL, and now with Dale coming in, this is an individual that is capable of coming up with entirely new strategies for each opponent they face. Like other teams, they adjust their style based on their opponent. Dale is just like, we're gonna change completely to deal specifically with them, and that is terrifying.
Speaking of change, we're changing up in looking at tomorrow's schedule, where we'll be starting match number 1 at 12:30 p.m. Red Esports going up against Madness Esports. Game number 2, 3 p.m. Toda going up against Team HAQ. Gonna be quite the highlight for game number 2. Game number 3, 5:30 p.m. Team Secret will be going up against Lunatics.
Some very important matches for these teams right now, because as we can see, these are all teams that are still struggling a little bit to find their footing among the rankings of MPL MY Season 11. So you can expect some spicy games, you can expect some intense matchups as they claw their way to get any points that they can.
Today has been great. A lot of good matches, a lot of shows of mechanical prowess. Staffa, my name is Afel. This is the English desk for MPL MY Season 11. We'll be looking forward to see you guys again tomorrow.
Hey, hey, I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, 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 I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua.
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the